Welcome back to day 2 of the New Zealand National Championship, Newton, and we're getting into the thorny end of the tournament, right? 3 rounds of Classic Constructed to go, and then a cut to top 8.
Yeah, the best part of Nationals, right?
Yep.
All Classic Constructed. They survived 9 rounds yesterday. There's 3 more rounds to go, and then we'll have our top 8.
Yeah, they've made it through the gauntlet, and we had some pretty cool storylines come out of yesterday. We had Dodd going 8 wins, and then a draw in the last round, so he's looking pretty good for top 8. And that guy, if his star was on the rise before, it's firmly established now. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do on new and constructed. We saw one fantastic performance from him against Zen.
Yep.
And our game we've got lined up is a bit of a cool one. We have new versus Enigma. So Marshall Stevenson on the new side.
Yep.
So versus James Gilchrist on Enigma. And this is a bit of a part the misfail battle, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't had Enigma on stream yet.
No, we haven't. And this is one of those matchups that I've seen. It's one of those classic 90-90 matchups or 60-60 matchups that people talk about online. I've seen new players say, oh, we can't lose to Enigma. Enigma players say we can't lose to new. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the tech that both players have brought. I'm expecting to see some cards like Pick to Pieces potentially on the new side. As far as Enigma goes, do you think they'd be packing... Sorry, for Enigma, do you think they'd be packing anti-new tech, or do they probably just feel they're okay into that matchup?
They should feel like they're okay. The best card against new is obviously Snag.
Yeah.
Which is a blue card, an instant, and then you cannot, and it also works with all your transcend cards. So it's not a bad tech if you're scared of new.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it feels for new they're going to have to work quite hard to push through, break through those ward barriers. Obviously, on the Enigma side, they're going to be wanting to establish some of those early Mirage guys, ideally with the Chi moved. And looks like we're just going to jump straight into the action here. Yeah, so some of the spike turns to look out for on the Enigma side is the Traverse the Universe turn. So that's the powerful new Mystic Head equipment from Part the Misfail. When you defend with it, if you have a Chi in your deck, you're able to search your deck, grab that Chi. And of course, paired with the All-Star Mirage guy. So that's a 3-cost instant aura. It comes into play with 2 counters. If you pitch a Chi, it's 4 counters, and then its ward is equal to the number of counters on it. So when you swing in, combined with a weapon, that Mirage guy is attacking for 8 quite often. That can be a very tough proposition for new to deal with.
Yep, and for the new side, you're looking for the premier aggro cards that have go again. So looking for Scrap, the Enlightened Strikes, good use of your hisses.
Yeah, really important.
To create slivers, to create go again. Because you want to deal maybe 2 or 3 attacks just to clear the wards.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see as well if new is packing the card I mentioned, Pick to Pieces, perhaps blue copies. So Pick to Pieces is really effective against Enigma because it has the condition that if you play an attack reaction, the damage it deals can't be prevented. And okay, let's
see the Vambrace of Determination from the new side.
Yeah, so Vambrace is really annoying for Enigma to deal with because it's just this, when you're trying to do the math on how much damage you can prevent, the Vambrace is just going to do that much -1 if the new has a resource available. Pairs very nicely with the daggers as well. So new deciding here to go with 1 Beckoning Mistblade, 1 Spider's Bite, and the Mask of Recurring Nightmares we see, and then the Undertow Stilettos. Over on the Enigma side, we have the Traverse the Universe, pretty standard, Find Our Spring Tunic, the Meridian Pathways, and a Cloak card, which Newton, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's an Uphold Tradition. Okay, so we're just going to kick things off with a Beckoning Mistblade. New's happy to take that one, and we're coming in with an Infect for 2.
2 with go again.
Yep, 2 go again.
Yeah, so blood rots are pretty annoying into Enigma, correct?
They are indeed, because at the start of end of your turn, they can blow up your wards. And here we see a Siren's Call just used immediately right off the bat. And notably as well, James defending with a red Enigma Chimera.
Ooh.
Okay, and here we see...
the Mirage guy.
Okay, so here we see the Mirage guy come down immediately, followed up by a Transcend. So it appears this was played out to avoid the Siren's Call.
So this plays around the Siren's Call very well, just dropping his hand, establishing...
Yep, we'll see what Marshall can follow up with here, because this Infect does have go again. James able to get the Spectral Shield down as well to protect the Mirage guy. Oh, and that's a very nice start for James here.
He really needed to attack that turn to clear the auras.
Now, Newton and I are a little bit loud, so we'll just tone our voices down a little bit so the players can't hear us. But anyway, that's a fantastic start for James here, being able to get the Spectral Shield, which would have protected against the Dagger Swing as well, into the Maragai. Makes me think Marshall may have something like a red card in Arsenal here, as didn't follow up with a dagger to clear that Spectral Shield.
Maybe a defense reaction or something like that.
Possibly. And see, here we see the Maragai attacking him for 4. So Marshall already being put under a little bit of pressure. And it was in fact the Uphold Tradition.
Good guess.
So that Maragai is now coming for 6. And James still with 3 cards available in hand here. Importantly, he's got that red Favor Scene. That could be clutch for protecting these wards.
And a Amnesia.
And bam, straight into the Amnesia.
What does Amnesia do against Nuke?
That's a very good question. I mean, there are certain attack reacts you can name. Like, possibly it's just in there for, like, a big beta attack. I mean, also if you play this down, you can name something like Pick the Pieces.
Oh, I think you're thinking about Sensor.
Ah, yeah, so...
Cards and tokens. They own.
My best guess here, Newton, is that it's just a big attack.
Yeah.
Okay, so Marshall already dropped down to 26 here. So Marshall's going to have to find something to try and break through, particularly that Maragai in the spot. So he looks like was prepared to keep the full hand. We'll see what he can come up with. So going to kick things off with that card you mentioned, looking for a scrap. This is such a nice card to go into the new deck, because they tend to play a number of these 1-power attack actions to pair up with Justinic, which can only target the 1-power ones. So it's really nice to help fuel your graveyard to get some of these good go-again attacks.
And 5's quite annoying because it's 1 over the defense reactions, so it is leaking 1 damage.
Yeah. Okay, so choosing to defend for 3 here does have the Uphold Tradition and a Spectral Shield. Now we'll see if the Vambrace comes into play here. Okay, no, Marshall senses something is up and chooses not to activate the Vambrace. I think that's fair enough. What he really wants to clear here is that Maragai. Is that a
Bonds of Agony?
Bonds of Agony comes down. Another nice thing about the Vambrace is it makes it a little bit easier to get that Bonds online.
2 cards and 2 resources available.
Yeah, so this could easily be paired with a Vambrace activation and something like a Hiss or a Venomous Bite. Also has access to the Undertow Stilettos if needed. Now this is a critical turn because Marshall wants to achieve one of 2 things here. Primary aim is to get rid of that Maragai, but secondary aim is to clear enough cards from James's hand that at least he can't attack with the Maragai back. Tunic only on 1 counter, so it's not like that's going to be able to be the resource used to attack with the Maragai.
So James is probably thinking, oh, what could be in his hand? Because he does have Vapor Scene in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And how big is this Bonds of Agony going to get?
Yeah. Okay, so we see the Vambrace activated. That's 1 attack reaction. And I like this. I really like this. James, activate this and pass priority. Okay, so that all you got comes down.
And that will trigger.
So this is currently triggering. So Marshall is incentivized here to maybe push this over to stop the card draw. Oh, and it was a Siren's Call. Okay, so the Siren's Call here, it's still 1 short of actually triggering the bonds. There is the potential for a Transcend into the Mask as well.
Could be. And just a Nick.
Yeah, just a Nick. Would be fantastic here.
And he will most likely be drawing a card.
Yeah, well that's the
Siren's Call, right?
and that's the interesting interaction here. It's like the Siren's Call is potentially drawing a card, and the Bonds of Agony, if it gets pumped up, can help to negate the card draw if that's all you got. Because when we spoke about those goals for the turn for Marshall here, I mean, ideally, if you want to strip their whole hand, you kind of don't want that all you got. You don't want this turn to reset. Your opponent draws a card, pitches, attacks the Mckay, and then just moves on to the next turn. Because with only one card in hand, it's going to be a bit of a tall order to push through on this turn.
Yeah, I think it has to be just a Nick would be very good.
Yeah, so just a Nick would be
Boosting it to 9.
Yeah, pushing it up to 9. And critically, that would get over the favour scene that we mentioned. So it looks like James just wanting to clarify something with the judges here. I mean, there is a lot going on currently with the Vambrace, the Siren's Call.
So James with 2 cards in hand.
Okay, so double transcend. And we'll see, so one of these can be pitched to Enigma's hero ability to create a chi. Also, importantly, the card filtering here.
Looking to get rid of one of the blues.
Yeah. Really nice play here, because if he pitches a chi to make a Spectral Shield and the other cards are non-blue, then that lines up really nicely for him. Ooh, and that's exactly what he does.
Then
What's the follow-up?
It is just a Nick.
It is the Just a Nick. That is huge here. The perfect card for Marshall to play in this situation.
So that will clear the shield and the Mckay,
Yeah.
even with the Faithful Scene used.
And not only that, that's going to pull... Oh. Okay, so importantly as well, this is going to... Okay.
So he's committing the Faithful Scene.
So he commits the Fate here. I mean, one thing he probably wants to consider is if he didn't commit the Fate, this would push over and strip out all the weakest links out of the deck. And in a game where you can be susceptible to being ground out, that may be an important consideration, just losing 3 cards immediately. And the weakest link is actually pretty good against Nu sometimes as well.
Weakest link, very hit and miss card, right?
Yeah.
You play it, and then sometimes it's great, but sometimes they just take the 6, and then they show you your hand, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. So, definitely a big win for Marshall there, being able to clear that Mckay, but in saying that, I mean, James still gets to go into his turn, attack for 2 with a Spectral Shield, and arsenal the weakest link. So potentially going into the next turn cycle with a 15 life lead, and setting up with a 5-card hand.
And firing off of weakest link, right?
Yeah, so it looks like he won't be able to attack with that this turn, as
Yeah.
it's the 1 card in hand, but yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Understow Slitter pushed in.
We might see the usage of that next turn.
Yeah, and critically now James has transcended, so that Traverse the Universe is online. And if he is able to find another copy of Mckay here, he does have the option to try and protect it with those Meridian Pathways as well. Did have the option of doing that last turn, but perhaps thought, I'm going to make you have the perfect card to push through here.
Yeah, so both these Siren Calls used by Marshall, they haven't really done anything, right?
No, James has been able to play around these very well so far. And saying that the Siren's Call, I totally see why he did that there. He needed to turn on the bonds. And if it had been like just not Rising Moon, 2 other Transcend cards, he would have been looking quite good there. Okay, we're going to kick things off with a Beckoning Mistblade. 1 resource available for Vambrace. And this is where Vambrace gets really annoying. Because you kind of don't necessarily want to defend this, but not only do you lose your shield, you trigger the Beckoning Mistblade if Marshall wants to activate the Vambrace. Okay, electing not to use the Vambrace here.
Clearing the shield.
Understowed Stilettos was used to defend last turn as well, and he knows that James has a number of on-hits in the deck. You know, we've seen Weakest Link, quite commonly they play things like Command and Conquer as well. Indicates to me that Marshall may be looking to get a little bit aggressive on this turn. Oh, and Newsom, we just see the 3rd Siren's Call pitched.
Okay.
It's a Spider's Bite being hit by
Expecting the
Hold
Spider's Bite, yeah.
And now the Leave No Witness is coming down. Now, it looks like no resource available. Tunic's still on 2. So the Van Brace would come at the cost of the Arsenal card. But it's just going to be faded by the sink below here. I feel James is going to be pretty happy so far with how this game has gone. Now it has the option just to load up into the weakest link here, or just fire off that E-Strike for 7.
It looks like Marshall missed a Tunic counter trigger. Because I believe this is the 3rd turn.
Ooh, and that's
Pretty big.
That's pretty big. Okay, so so James here just happy to fire off that weakest link. I quite like that, just holding on to the E-Strike for later.
Yeah, at least weakest link is threatening something.
Yeah.
Right, and line strike is just dealing damage.
Especially considering that he knows Marshall. When pulling out 2 cards, yeah, I think he's very happy with that. For Marshall, we haven't seen the Transcend cards come through yet. Probably a pretty good chance that weakest link would be quite threatening. And there we go, Null looking for the scrap. Just coming through, pushing 5 damage. So the issue here is just James is going to be very happy to take this. Look, I'm so far ahead on life. I've got no wards to protect at this point. You know, this is just damage. Okay, so do you see that looking through the graveyard? Are we going to see a little Codex Slate come through here? Could be a bluff from Marshall. Oh, I just want to check what's in my graveyard. No reason. Yep, and in fact, it's just going to... Nope, it is going to be the Codex here.
Very solid turn.
Yep. So this is nice. Just pull out the Leave No Witnesses. You know, you've seen a couple of defense reactions already, like Fate for Scene and Sync from your opponent. You're kind of hoping this one is going to ask for 2 cards. Or perhaps even pick up a piece of equipment. Oh no. He's like, come on man, you already played 2 of those. Okay, so the Ponder token. Yep, and we're just back to business as usual. So one nice thing for Marshall here is there hasn't been much of a board presence established from James. So just looking to come in with the E-Strike here.
Probably go with Go again.
Most likely go again.
And he's going to follow with Phantasmaclasm.
Oh, that's so sick. So it looks like James is going for one of those more aggressive builds of Enigma with a number of these big attacks. So far we've seen Enigma Chimera, we've seen the Amnesias, the weakest links. So just kind of quite happy just to keep pushing damage.
Yeah, that Command Conquer is probably going to the bottom. Yep.
Yep, there it goes.
See if he can draw another 6.
Can he find one off the top? I think he would have loved to been able to pop that Phantasmaclasm, because this is just so much damage here.
So big, 9.
And when you're on 21 life, I mean, sure, you don't have a board presence, but if you drop down to 12 here, that is just a gigantic life lead to come back from.
Especially with New, that doesn't really output that much damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the Looking for the Scraps have already been burned. That is one of your premier aggro go again cards. And the thing, perhaps the build James is playing on this Enigma, this more aggressive, a lot of big attacks. It is possible that this lines up slightly better for New in the fact that they often struggle to clear a lot of the wards outside of cards like Pictor Pieces. So if Marshall's able to stabilize this game a little bit and just start getting the disruption train going, so starting to pull 1, maybe 2, or even 3 cards out of James' hands each turn, it may be easier for him to regain the tempo as opposed to playing down against this like gigantic ward board.
Okay, so playing double Transcend, getting to filter his hand. Most likely that Chi.
Yeah, so it looks like, he may wish to keep a Chi, or he does have at least 1 Chi, which he can keep next turn for the mask, which could be quite important here.
But he still has to deal with this 9 damage beast.
Yeah. I mean, also, perhaps that Rising Sun was digging for a popper as well. Doesn't look like he found one. Okay, so those are two big cards to give up here. And we talked about looking for a scrap, but Levels of Enlightenment is, definitely a huge go again, draw a card, 5 power. You can do it all in there. And transcending it again with that Preserved Tradition.
Putting back the Codex.
So Marshall dropping down to 18 life here.
And Marshall chose to banish Hold the Line.
Okay. So I can see it, that is a new target for later on in the game. So going for the E-Strike draw card, this indicates to me that he kept a Chi in hand and wants to activate the Mask here. Mask of Recurring Nightmares. So if you pitch a Chi to the Mask, your opponent has to banish a card from their hand. Okay, blocking with the blue Enigma Chimera here. Enlightened Strike, not a stealth attack, so that Chimera is not going to be banished. Okay, so
Looks
just
like
going here with a double Transcend.
Looks like a pretty weak hand from James. Just 2 Transcend cards, and I think that's another Defense Reaction in his last card. So Marshall might be able to have some room. Just take 2 damage and fire off with another 5-card hand.
Yeah, because we probably expect the Chi to be banished from hand here to the Mask. So not the strongest hand for James, but still probably pretty happy with how this is going to go. Yeah, so just holding off on activating the hero ability here, because if you do that, you're going to take the 1 damage from the Enlightened Strike.
And then they'll pop the shield.
Yep, that'll pop the shield. And when you have this much of a life lead, you just want to be establishing ward and damage on board. So just going to push the 1 damage, and then look to set up the Spectral Shield. I actually think James is fine with how this turn cycle went as well. I mean, being able to set up another defense reaction as well on Arsenal is so critical. Okay, just that Spectral Shield coming in for 2. And at this stage, with the Tunic on 3 and the Traverse online, the dream draw would be the Maraga here. Basically, you can defend with your entire hand if you need to, and the Traverse, get the Chi, play Maraga, swing off Tunic for 8, and really start to put a ton of pressure on Marshall.
Yeah, that's not bad, eh?
Yeah, it's a Persuasive Prognosis. So this is the classic no. I'm going to play a 1 power card with no go again. Just 1, no tricks.
And 3 cards in hand.
And 3 cards in hand card in Arsenal. Don't worry about it. And you can see that this is why players love Nu so much. I mean, we had Ben Dodd on here yesterday saying he just loves the agency that Nu gives you. You're sort of often in control of the tempo and control of the game state.
And there's so much mind games to it, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of mind games. So giving up the Phantasmaclasm. Alright, path well travelled, very nice here. Let's see if we see the Mask of Recurring Nightmares used. I think on Marshall's side, you have to be a little bit concerned that the... Oh, and the Justin there comes down as well, pumping this up to 6. Very, very nice. Still, currently... I know, the path will travel gate. Let's go again.
But we know James has the direct.
Yeah.
Marshall's like, wow.
Yeah, Marshall, I feel you. That is the 3rd sync below used, so that's 3 syncs and 1 fate for scene used. So assuming he's just playing 3 copies of each, there are now only 2 4 defense reactions left in the deck. We'll see if Marshall is able to exploit that on some future turns.
This Prognosis still does not have go again yet.
There was the path well traveled was the transcend card, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah, I was running that myself. Look to see if he gets active with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares here. What I was saying earlier is you'd have to be a bit concerned that your opponent's defending with Phantasmaclasm when you look at the life totals, because there's just such a great card to pressure it in one of these spots.
So, he does gain a life by banishing the Phantasmaclasm.
It's kind of one of those times where if you're thinking, mate, if you're blocking with that, geez, how good is your hand? Okay, so just going to fire off the Command and Conquer here.
Just for damage. No Arsenal will be threatened.
So a little bit awkward the way that hand lined up. Okay, so he's going to give this go again. So just kidding. That actually is going to line up really nicely because we know the last card in hand is the Codex of Frailty. So I love this turn from Marshall. Like getting aggressive with Persuasive. I mean, he'll be a little bit upset that was the last another defense reaction Arsenal, because if that Arsenal was still there, this turn would have been incredible. In saying that,
You can close the chain.
yep, close the chain, play the Codex, and now he's going to threaten Arsenal anyway. And I think we'll be seeing the Leave No Witnesses come back.
One of the best targets for Codex, right?
Yeah,
Just
absolutely fantastic.
So solid. Has that breakpoint of 4.
And critically here as well, this is going to set up that Ponder token, set up another 5-card hand for Marshall.
And it's ripping a card out of his hand as well.
Yep, so ripping a card from hand, putting him down to 2 cards in hand, and also just that really annoying breakpoint. So getting back the red Enigma Chimera here, I mean, it's a good choice. You have the option of just putting 2 cards in front of this, coming back in for 7.
He still hasn't discarded a card, I believe.
Yeah, actually, we'll just... Looks like he hasn't discarded a card to
From Codex.
of Frailty.
James.
Yep, we'll just see if we can get that clarified.
Right, he still is, yeah, because he blocked with 1.
Okay, and it looks like he's discarded the Specialist Frailty here. It's potentially just a lot going on. The players may have communicated to each other about that. But yeah, I mean, just like that, look at the life totals, Newson. We went from a commanding lead for James into now there's only a 7 life difference. That Amnesia just isn't that threatening. I mean, Marshall has the option here to maybe just block with 1 card, go down to 14, come back with a 4-card hand. If his hand's good enough, you could even eat this and just really start to try grind back the tempo.
Yeah, I feel like James is just drawing attack cards, not his auras.
Yeah.
And that's the auras that Enigma has trouble dealing with.
And actually choosing to defend with looking for a scrap there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because we do know the Persuasive was in the graveyard already, so that would have been able to turn that on. That's got to be a little bit scary for James here.
Playing another Persuasive?
Because in theory, you look at the makeup of the hand. I mean, Nu has so many options available to them, but you look at the makeup of the hand and you think, well, you know, the Tunic was available to pay for looking for a scrap. The Persuasive was in graveyard. There's got to be some shenanigans going on here.
That just tells you there might be a pump.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely representing something like a Transcend, something like a Just Connect available. And going back to what we talked about earlier, it does appear that James is playing something like that Michael Feng, you know, really big attack. I mean, Michael Feng ran Pummels. We haven't seen Pummels come out just yet. But that might be the type of listing game plan that Nu is a lot more comfortable playing into.
Yeah, not an aura focused one, right?
Yeah.
Probably. Will we see the Traverse? He's thinking about it.
And at this stage in the game, James, as we mentioned, has burned through a lot of those powerful defense reactions, those Fate 15s, those Sink Belows. So it starts to get a lot scarier dealing with cards like Persuasive, playing into 2 cards. Oh, wow, we're going to see the Traverse pushed in here. Okay, we are. Now, he knows he's not going to be threatened by the Siren's Call at this point. 2 have been played, 1 was pitched earlier. This is definitely scary because I feel on Marshall's side, this is representing very much a manifestation of Mckay. Obviously not 100%, sometimes it's nice just to have the extra blue or the chi, but with the Tunic on 3, that thought has to cross your mind at this
Even
point.
if he does, if Persuasive hits, he can just flash down Maragai, right?
Oh, and the Justin Nick again. Massive. So that's coming in for 6 here.
That's probably why he got rid of the looking for scrap.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense now. Okay, the Meridian Pathway activated here, so that's going to give Ward 3.
But he does have does he have Vambrace of Tunic
He does, so... Oh,
available?
wait, is that another... Oh, look, the blue sync.
What's the blue sync?
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty nice there because even the Vambrace isn't going to push through. It's still going to leave that shield available. Oh, but
Yeah,
the
it's
Hiss. Okay, so the Hiss is pushing that up to 9. So if we count up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, there's only Ward 8 available.
So it's leaking 1. Now he won't make the sliver.
So he doesn't get the sliver, but now it makes perfect sense why that looking for a scrap was defended with. Oh, that is an absolutely massive turning point in this game. So rather than being able to protect his hand and set up...
See if he can banish 2 attack actions as well. From Ooh, banishing.
Okay, so not the best hits.
100% ripping that blue.
Yep. Gaining life from that. So, huge moment in this game here. So he's managed to push through the traverse turn. So that option is now gone. The boots are gone. Another defense reaction, I mean, it is blue sync blow is gone. But look at the equipment setup now. Now it's just Tunic. That Tunic is pretty nice here for the spells of Serenity coming through. Okay, no, just going to go for the weakest link instead.
Marshall cleared that equipment like it's nothing. Usually when you push your equipment, you're having a big turn.
That was a devastating turn of events here. I think he potentially thought it's just going to be the Justin Nick here. But in the nick of time, you could say another attack reaction came through to push it over the top. So weakest link coming through. I feel the tempo has swung quite nicely into Marshall's favour here. I know, cannot overstate how important it is to get through that traverse and Meridian Pathway turned and come out largely on top. So Marshall looks like he's just going to be happy to take 2 life here, drop down to 16, and then play out his 3-card hand. No card in arsenal for James, no defensive equipment left, just the Tunic.
And showing him the hand. Oh, that's surgical extraction with a hiss.
Yeah, that is pretty nice. And as you mentioned, using the weakest link can be a little bit hit and miss sometimes. It is quite nice getting that information.
Yeah.
Like, we do have to point that out. So the surgical coming down, now that you have full knowledge that there is a hiss coming up on top, you're just able to craft a response to it, rather than going in blind.
Surgical is such a solid card, new. It does everything you want, right?
Yeah, one of the all-stars. I mean, it's a blue, turns on Transcend, right? It's Disruption.
Cost 2, so you're always having that one floating for your reactions.
Yep. Okay, so just choosing to defend for 3, I think.
Yeah,
If this is the only block, Marshall's
Marshall
pretty happy to pass here, right?
pretty happy. He gets to keep the hiss for a later turn.
And that's that's another Fate for Seeing Red. So I saw there was one banished earlier as well. That might be all the defense reactions gone from the deck, the red ones at least. And is that a Spectral Prowler I see? Yeah, I mean, I feel you, Marshall. I'm having to take a second look at that one again as well.
Text for free, right?
Yeah, so this one, so if you have a shield, it does gain Go again. It is kind of nice for, it's, 0-2 Go again, activating, turning on Transcend is pretty good. I mean, doesn't look particularly that strong.
It's got Phantasm too, you can pop it.
Yeah. Okay, so these next 2 turns are going to be extremely important to determine the outcome of this game. The life totals, Marshall has now grabbed the tempo, but he is still down 8 life.
Oh, that's so good.
Now the Leave No Witnesses coming down, we do know that the hiss is available in Arsenal.
So he knows that this card is going to go again.
Yeah. And Marshall at this point is probably fairly confident that that is not a defense reaction in Arsenal, considering how many he's seen. Could be a Transcend card though.
And I think the Arsenal is Mckay.
Okay. And that's interesting because, yes, you can play that out in response, but just losing
It's just going to die.
Yeah, just losing it straight up is big, and that would be the second Mckay as well. Oh, and the Venomous Bite on top of that. This is an absolutely gigantic Leave No Witnesses at this point.
So it's going with 10. 11.
You know what? Let's make it a nice 11. So 11 go again. And just like that, Marshall hits Stevenson, takes the life lead.
Ooh, and banishes the chi as well.
Okay, banishes the chi. Maragai not going to pick up those silvers. And now just Arsenal. I do like, so it looks like Marshall does have the defense reaction in Arsenal here. So I like playing up the slither. You just want to get it out of your hand. But also it indicates there could be a follow-up. Like, hey, I might drop a codex after this and leave no witnesses again.
Oh my god.
He's got Command and Conquer.
He's got our favorite combo. James didn't.
So we'll just get those life totals fixed up for you. And the CNC pummel! Oh! Yeah, exactly. How often do you see that come down from Enigma?
I think it's my favorite combo in the game.
That is huge here.
You know, you expect these plays from Guardian, right?
Yeah.
But you would never see this from an Enigma.
Wow, and just like that, James Gilchrist, an absolutely huge tempo swing here. Gets 2 cards from hand to defend it, clears out that defense reaction from Arsenal.
And deals 10.
Deals 10 damage, leaves Marshall with a 1-card hand. I love that as well. The Tunic not even on 3 counters, just pitching, playing CNC, and saying, yeah, I'll use my whole hand here.
Oh, okay, not bad for a 1-card hand.
Yep. That is the absolute perfect 1-card hand for Marshall here. You know, he's facing down a pretty devastating tempo loss, but this Codex just gets him right back into it.
And it forces a card out of James's hand.
Yep, I'm going to force you to discard a card
And
set up a target in Arsenal.
And if you want your Arsenal, you'll have to block 2 cards as well.
Yeah. So we're starting to get to the point in the game where that Tunic block becomes a possibility. But Newsom, man, it always feels so painful when you block with a Tunic on 2 counters, right? You're like, I'm 1 turn away from that resource.
You don't want to block with your Tunic unless, like, it decides the game, right?
Yeah. Particularly in Enigma where we do know there's at least 1 copy of Mckay left, that pairs up so nicely with that. Again, it is possible if his hand's good enough that he goes, you know what, it is time to push the Tunic in and just try to get that value.
Getting Command and Conquer. Okay, it's interesting.
Well, there is the Ponder card drawing it, so he knows there will be a target.
But that Command and Conquer will be coming in for 5. So,
Yeah.
So Marshall can just throw a card and his mask to fully efficiently block that.
So are we going to see 2 cards given up here? It is possible as well that you just leave that CNC in Arsenal for a turn, if need be. Like if he defends with 2 cards here, like we can see he does have the Chi in hand. I would actually set up a kind of fine play of just throw 2 cards down, make a shield, and move on. Actually considering just the 1-card block.
Oh, and the Tunic.
Oh, and the Tunic is given up. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the Tunic block here. 2 of your Argos gone. You know you want to threaten that CNC and put another card into Arsenal.
Well, that Codex was huge. Oh,
Okay, so just raw damage here off the CNC. So perhaps to your point, Newson didn't want to take that value loss of the frailty token. And this is just a big attack.
Yeah, well, Marshall is on 10 life. 7 damage is a lot.
That's the thing. You might figure out, like, this disruption in CNC is going to be more important on a future turn, where, 7 damage is kind of disruption in a way. Like, do you want to drop to 3? But definitely a bit of a scary position for James. If Marshall's hand is good enough, there are many worlds where I see him just saying, yeah.
No, take it. No blocks.
No blocks. We're going to my turn. Like, I'll drop to 3. But you know what? Might not want to put himself in that CNC pummel range. That's also another argument for keeping that CNC. We've only seen 1 pummel. If he runs the 3 copies, he might be thinking that's how I close this game.
I think he might have pitched out of pummel. Really?
So Marshall just choosing to place 1 card in front there. The Persuasive Prognosis has a 3-card hand plus Arsenal. Tunic on 3 available as well. May look to get active with that Vambrace. Also having the Tunic live is just so nice because there's so many attack reactions you can thread in. Okay, so the Beckoning Mistblade coming in. Now, I do want to note here, Newson, the Levels of Enlightenment was actually pitched to the Mistblade. That's one of the perfect cards to pair up, Mistblade into levels.
Mm-hmm.
Indicates to me that Marshall's hand is probably pretty good here. Oh, that all you got is really, really nice here. Just being able to shut off the Mistblade and get that draw activation as well.
Super solid against daggers. And
Yeah.
just new in general, right? All their cards are less than 2.
Yep. Also, if you wanted to close the chain with something like a Codex as well, and you get the card draw right away. Okay, so blue just the Nick coming down. Sorry,
Sedate.
blue Infect.
Infect? Is it?
I believe that's an Infect there. So does he have the attack reaction to pair with this? I would think based on the pitch it's possible, either that or his hand was a little bit light on blues. Oh, when we see the Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires being played here. So that's going to generate a Fang Strike and a Slither. He's going to be able to banish 2 targets, and there are some very nice targets available in Olssen.
Enigma Chimera?
Enigma Chimera, which comes in for 6. Such an important block on that Mistblade here. So is that 2 Enigma Chimeras available? So the really nice thing is because of the Slither, so that Sacred Art's going to transcend. Oh, but it does have the Slither, the Infect here. Cannot overstate how important the block on that Beckoning Mistblade was. If that wasn't defended, you'd be facing down 2 Enigma Chimeras this turn.
Coming for 6.
Yeah, so if this is just an Enigma Chimera pass, then James got away from this pretty well. Other thing to note here is like there were multiple levels of enlightenment pitched this turn.
Okay. Doesn't want the Fang Strike in the arsenal.
Yeah, I think Marshall's going to be a little disappointed with how that turn played out. So, I mean, James able to get on the aggressive here. 3 cards available in hand. Got to draw the card with Leave No Witnesses. That all you got just came down at the perfect time here. Because if he defended with a card from hand and not got the rebuy off the draw, oh, and the Phantasmaclasm coming in for 9. So massive here. So some pretty nice targets available.
You're probably not taking the E-Strike. Yeah, Red Hiss probably. Okay. Can he draw the 6 power?
That would be devastating for James here. Wow, and this has been an absolute thriller, Newson.
Yeah,
so many important moments in this game.
Just back and forth, you know, big attack over big attack.
And that all you got on the beckoning turn, just like, honestly, that completely faded that Sacred Art turn.
It's so rough. It's committing 2 cards, and he's still taking 3 damage.
Yeah. Okay, Jason put all 3 cards here.
Okay.
So importantly, defending with all 3 cards that were revealed to Phantasmaclasm, so that 1 card... Okay. The Art of Design Mind just coming down.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Potentially can gain a life and draw a card if you don't put 1 card down.
Yeah, and there's so many blue cards in the deck that often you have to defend with a blue card anyway.
I think his whole hand is blue.
Yeah, so if the whole hand is blue...
Oh, that's...
Oh, the dense blue mist. Really nice there.
I think Marshall would be really happy with that. 2 cards.
Yep. 2 cards given up, but it looks like we're just going to see another giant Enigma Chimera come down.
Can he draw that popper?
Yeah, Marshall is just playing, please. I think 1 6-power card popper here, and the game goes back into Marshall's favor. Because having to give up 2 cards here and take 2 life, it's kind of hard to threaten a lot with just a 2-card hand outside of something like Justinic, which we've already seen 2 of. Okay, so the Sink Blow is pretty nice there. Only going to take 1. Does have to defend him with that attack reaction. At least Marshall knows that it's still that Command and Conquer and Arsenal, so he's not too worried about a defense react coming up from there. Okay, so
here we go again.
Yeah, and one thing, the Venomous Bite was actually defended with here. Really interesting, because the Tunic was available to pump that up as well. We're going to see a Justinic. Okay, yep. I kind of like this play here. So just going to gain a life and transcend, and then has the ability to get that Mask of Recurring Nightmares online.
So ripping 2 cards. Really playing around that Command Conquer, just not
Yeah.
giving an arsenal.
Yeah.
play.
And the
Banishing
Ripple Away
Ripple Away.
banished there. I mean, that is another target for Nu coming to late game. Bam, just another big attack for 7. They're just trading big swings here at the moment.
Well, with James's build, right? He doesn't actually run that many auras.
Yeah. It looks like largely leans
He
on
doesn't-
the manifestations of Maragai.
He doesn't run those Waxing Spectres, those.
Okay, and just a clean block here. So the sink below plus another 3-block card coming through. One thing to keep a note on, Houston, as well, is the deck sizes. Like, James is actually starting to run a little bit low on cards. When the Surgical Extraction comes down. So, no cards in hand, so this is just coming in for 4 no tricks. But as we mentioned earlier, this is a point where those Fate for Scenes being gone and the Sink Below's being gone is actually quite important.
Demanding 2 cards.
Yep, so getting 2 cards pretty nice here. Oh, and that's the last copy of Maragai in hand.
It's interesting how he didn't use Spider Spy or Beckoning, because he does have Tunic available to him.
Yeah, so actually choosing to be very patient with... Oh, and there's the popper, you know. Probably would be nicer on the Phantasmoclasm, but he'll take that.
Oh, I think he saved like 11 damage. Because they pitched a blue.
Oh, yes, it would have been into the
that's
CMC.
huge.
The Spears of Serenity there being popped, you're absolutely correct,
Yeah.
and that was massive.
That Command Conquer literally saved them 11 damage.
Yeah. And that's what we're saying. That's kind of what Marshall has been patiently holding out for, right? The popper on a critical Phantasm turn. And now all the tempo is back to him, coming with a Beckoning Mistblade. So scary in the spot.
He can finally play with a 3-card hand.
Yeah, and if Marshall is able to find a Chi or able to transcend on this turn as well, the Beckoning Mistblade is huge. You activate Nu, we know there's at least a Ripple Away in the Banish Zone. The
Enigma Chimera.
There's an Enigma Chimera left there from last time as well. So if this hits and you transcend, you're looking down at minimum Enigma Chimera into Ripple Away.
And you don't want to block these.
Yeah, like you don't want to give a card to this. There's still
One.
2 cards. There's 2 cards in hand. There's Tunic available. Really difficult spot here. Oh, we see at least 1 transcend card in hand as well.
I think we see 2.
Oh. So Passover. I mean, this can be impactful earlier in the game if you're able to banish like the 1 copy of Leave No Witnesses.
Oh,
for
that would be
example.
so huge.
Yep, but because there's so many CNCs, there's multiple Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard. It's not going to be that good here. But it can sometimes be pretty funny when they go for the Codex, like, nah, brother, you're not getting that Leave No Witnesses today. So the double transcend's kind of nice here. So, I mean, you can just pitch a card to Enigma's hero ability in order to create a Spectral Shield, but you're still giving up a full card.
Really respecting the Beckoning Mistblade.
The Stir the Pot is actually quite relevant here because we saw the Maragai pitch to the bottom last turn, and now that's shuffled up. Like, there's a good chance you might be able to draw that.
Well, he does only have 1 left.
Yeah.
Oh, we can see a Vambrace activation. Oh, yes. That just tells me he has a Chi card.
Yeah, the Vambrace, massive. Yep, that's going to push the damage around the Mistblade. Does he have the Chi? A Chi would be insane here.
I think he does. Like, I don't think you make that play without the Chi.
I mean, it is just value. Oh,
Yes,
he does have it. Oh. Newson, you were absolutely right on. This is huge, pushing that Beckoning Mistblade through.
It's looking to maybe play Maragai.
Oh,
That's
yes.
got the Chi.
Oh, no, so it's if a
Oh,
Chi
is
was
it?
pitched to play it, so you don't get the full amount. But still, just getting Ward 2 on board is awesome here. He's not going to be able to like attack with it, but still, just Ward 2 is fantastic.
And it doesn't eat his action point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
And we'll see. Oh, ooh, I mean,
That's 7 go again.
slightly dangerous here if James does have the popper. I maybe would have
Oh.
considered leading with the Ripple Away,
Oh, and he doesn't.
and he doesn't.
Drops down to 1.
And this could just be lethal with the Ripple Away followed up on this. Yet the Ripple Away is going to come down for 4. Is there any way for James to stop this?
No, his last card's a Chi. Yeah.
No, and that's game. That's
Wow.
game. That was a really cool game to watch from our side. I feel there were so many tempo swings back and forth on both sides, and they were sort of getting towards that spot in the end game where it's, I'm going to demand 2 cards from you, and I'll demand 2 cards back. And as we mentioned, Marshall just patiently trying to preserve his life total a little bit, identifying that the key to winning this game was finding one of these poppers. So a 6-power card to blow up the Phantasm. Manages to find it, as you mentioned,
At the right time.
At the right time, shutting off 11 damage potential coming down.
And the fact is, Marshall was always... His life was always lower than his opponent, right? He was 15 life lower.
Yeah, for the vast...
From, turn 2.
For the vast majority of the game, he was really far behind. I mean, I cannot think of a worse start for a new player than your opponent. You go first, and your opponent ends by saying, "I'm going to get a Mckay play and
a shield."
And a shield. I mean, I guess it wasn't a 4-counter Mckay, so but still, that's actually quite a big hill to climb back from. And as you mentioned, he had to take a lot of damage. He went down about 15. I feel that one thing that helped contribute to that is, as we pointed out during the game, that James's game plan revolved more around these big attacks. So at least when Marshall was behind, when he managed to clear through the Mckay, one of the massive turning points in that game was the Justinic pushing over the Persuasive Prognosis, I believe it was, or one of those 1-power cards, pushing over the Mckay, getting the Traverse, and getting the boots.
Yeah. That was huge.
Yep, I think from that point onwards, Marshall was back in the game, and he felt he was able to play it at his own pace. But then, just when we thought that, hey, look, Marshall's going to grind this one out, nicely set up with the Fate Scene, I'm all good to go, we saw the Command and Conquer pummel.
The OG classic, right?
Throwback to, is this 2019? Have I gone back in a time machine? Or 2020,
2020.
actually, Arcane Rising. But still, great to see some of these, old school staples still coming up in somewhat unexpected places, right? I mean, I'll tell you what, Newson, I'm not playing around CNC pummel if I'm playing against Enigma.
Yeah, me too, right?
When they throw down that pummel, I just sort of extend the hand and say, well played, mate, you got me.
Yeah.
And Marshall taking it on the chin, we saw him crack up and say, hey, if you're playing pummel, fair enough, but still managing to just grind back the game a little bit here, a little bit there.
And we saw how important Van Brace of Determination was, right?
Van Brace was huge.
On that last turn, if he didn't have that, it might not have been game, and
yeah,
would still carry on.
The Van Brace, and I mean, just the makeup, the composition of James's hand in that last hand was a little bit rough. So multiple Transcend cards. I think you got 2 Transcend cards. Pummel, a card that blocks for 2, and 1 3-block. I mean, it's hard. You could argue that he was meant to put something like the pummel in front of the Mistblade there, but that's such a difficult call to make in the moment. I think it's a perfectly respectable decision to say, look, I'm happy to do this play, make the shield, and I'm going to make you burn a resource into the Van Brace and just hope you don't have the chi. The problem is if you put it's easy in hindsight to be like, you just put the pummel in front of it and you're fine. The problem is you do that, and then the total defense value of your hand is, 4?
4, yep.
And your opponent still has multiple cards in hand, you're on 3 life, you don't have the defense reaction. You're just dead on board to so many things there. So I think perfectly fine decision to say, I'll make you have the chi, hope you don't have it. But of course he had it. And you're right, the Van Brace just at multiple points, mixing up the math, throwing him off a little bit. Also from James's side, that all you got. What an all-star, right?
Awesome card against those daggers.
Yeah, I think that all you got play on the Beckoning Mistblade honestly, that faded so much damage onto that Sacred Art turn. That looked like, that's what I was saying, that's why I loved that game so much. Just when I thought one player was pulling ahead, the other player pulls out a tech card and it's like, nah, this is my tempo, not yours.
That game was so back and forth.
Yeah.
That's the flesh and blood we like, right?
Yeah, what a just fantastic game. And it really, another thing I love about that is it just kind of showcased the ability to build decks in multiple ways as well. I feel we saw, Ben Dodd's take on you yesterday. We saw Marshall's perhaps looks similar, but perhaps a few little differences here and there. But also the Enigma build, very different to some of the Enigma builds that we've seen at previous national championships. But again, it looks somewhat inspired by the Michael Feng list, which just go tall with pummels and rely on the Mckay. But just some really fantastic action to kick off our day.
So what a great game to start the day, right?
Yeah. So and one of those played Marshall now progressing to
8-2.
8-2. Our best guess. So our best guess is that 9-3 will make top 8. We never make any promises, but Marshall probably about 1 win away. So let's go ahead and look at the schedule and prizes for the national championship because they're playing for the love of the game, but hey, some cash and gold.
They're playing for some sick prizes, man.
So today we have 3 rounds of Classic Constructed. So that was our round 1. We have 2 more rounds to go of Swiss, and then moving on to our top 8 single elimination Classic Constructed. I'm looking forward to that, Newson. And if we go down and have a look at our prizes here, man, this makes me want to. Do you reckon I could just jump in now? replace myself.
What place do you reckon you would get?
Well, the one nationals I played, I came 3rd to 4th, so I'm going to go with first. I'll improve and I'll win the whole tournament.
Okay, sweet.
But first prize we have $2,400 US, the trophy, the gold foil, the playmat, a world championship invite, going down to $1,200 for second, $600 for third and fourth, fifth to eighth, $400. And honestly, something I think is really, really cool this time around is that we've extended out the world championship invites a little bit further down. So now 9th to 16th place, there's $225 on offer, a playmat, and a world championship invite. And even going down 17th to 24th, $225 US. What I really love about this change in the pricing structure is I've seen all over Twitter a whole lot of players who, have come somewhere 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And, we've been in this position before, Newsom. We've played card games for a long time. How do you feel when you come 10th place or 9th place?
I think you're probably the worst person in the room.
Yeah, I know. Like,
right.
one of my good friends on the dev team, Rohan, he's a bit notorious for coming 9th place at a couple of events. It just feels devastating. But I've seen a lot of players on Twitter who've come 9th place or 10th place, and you know what they say? I had a fantastic weekend at National Championships, and I've locked down my World Championship invite. So I really love the change we've done here. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie, it still feels a little bit bad to come 9th, but it's such a nice consolation prize.
But locking in that World Championship invite is so important, right?
Yeah, and World Championships in Osaka this year as well. I know Japan is a dream destination for a lot of players. I would love to visit Japan myself one day. Definitely going to put that on the calendar at some point. But what a World Championship to qualify for. So just absolutely fantastic, I think, the prizing structure here. And hey, even 17th to 24th, get some cash, put that in your pocket, buy some more Part of the Misfell boosters.
Yeah, that amount of money can cover your weekend travel and cost, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you sort of drive up, stay with a few friends and stuff. But like I say, the World Championships at Osaka, really great to see the Japanese community get into Flesh and Blood. I had a great time watching the world premiere for Part of the Misfell recently. I know a lot of players in the office and around the world are really excited to see the Japanese National Championship coming up. I mean, Japan just has such a rich history of being
the best.
Of being incredibly good at card games, just all sorts of different card games, including Flesh and Blood. We had a Japanese player come at 9th at the World Championships last year after the game sort of hadn't even been officially released in Japan. So really, really looking forward to seeing what the Japanese community brings to Flesh and Blood. And anyway, that's enough for us. We're going to be right back very shortly. We're just getting the pairings. We're going to choose another fantastic game of Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere. We've got more classic constructed action coming up very shortly.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises.
What an incredible display by.
Listen to this room right now. The room is erupting.
Celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
back to the New Zealand National Championship, everyone. And Newsom, we've got a bit of a spicy matchup lined up for this round, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We have Prism versus everyone's favourite, Riptide.
Yeah, Prism versus Riptide. And that's a matchup that I think we saw in the UK Nationals top 8. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one comes out. So on the Prism side, we have Kiki Labad. They are one of the founders of the Rainbow Pitch League, which I believe is going on right now. So that's very, very cool. On the Riptide side, we have one of the OGs.
Famous.
Yeah, one of the OGs of the New Zealand Flesh and Blood scene, Issac Olssen. One of the...
No, he won the first calling ever.
The first calling ever. So looking to add to his resume in this game. What I'm quite interested to see here is the equipment and weapon loadout from Prism. So we have seen some Prisms go for that hybrid build where they have access to Iris of Reality, as well as the just the Heralds with the Luminaris Angel's Glow. And okay, it looks like it is going to be the Luminaris for this one. So important things to note in this game is the popper count. So attacks with 6 power or more that Riptide has access to. So we're likely going to be seeing things like Murky Water, potentially cards like Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and he's playing Barbed Castaway as his bow.
Barbed Castaway, okay.
We usually see Death Dealers, right?
Yeah, but hey, I like what these Riptide players are doing. So we're just going to kick things off with a Herald of Judgment coming down. A nice start for Kiki. They just want to put a little bit of pressure on early. So it looks like that's just going to be defended up for 6 by the Intoxicating Shot and the Mckay Grapnel. Oh, and that's a really nice turn. Just getting down the Pierce Reality. So Herald straight into the Pierce Reality. And Riptide, I believe, does struggle a little bit to clear some of these auras.
Oh, that's neat. Barbed Castaway usage on Kiki's turn.
Very nice there.
And it synergizes really well with New Horizon too.
Yeah, really nice to set up these kind of 6-card hands in a way. Okay, so just immediately getting the arrow down into Arsenal.
Actually reminds me of Lexi.
Yeah. Riptide reminds you of Lexi. Okay, that's a spicy take to kick off this game.
Load an arrow on your opponent's turn, and then draw up, and then play with 5 cards.
Yep, so we see the Trench of Sunken Treasure on the Riptide side, and it looks like a long draw half glove.
Very defensive armor.
Yeah.
Not using the Snapdragon scalers.
The Perch Grapple is also available. So we'll see how Riptide wants to approach this game. Curious to see if Issac wants to start clearing auras or just start going face immediately, perhaps lean on some of those poppers. Some critical things to watch out for in this game as well is the Halo of Illumination when that is used. Kiki actually also playing the Vestige of Soul, so we might have seen some Tome of Divinity shenanigans going on. So mobilizing shot, just going to clear that Pierce of Reality. I like this play. It's actually, I feel you don't want to put yourself in the hole of relying on drawing poppers. You might face down Heralds of Triumph as well.
You don't want to deal with Heralds that take for 8, right?
Yeah,
when you can deal with them when they're taking for 6.
Yeah, or some that even attack for 9. It just becomes really, really hard. So we're also going to be interested to see how Riptide utilizes some of those legendary traps. The Buzzsaw trap, the collapsing trap.
Flashing in a Genesis at the end of Isac's turn.
Ooh, and that's a really good card to get established down early. Just start making these Spectral Shields. Start getting that Vestige online.
So he's only playing a light card, so he won't be making a shield.
Yep, so they've just got the... Yep, just the Celestial Cataclysm, not able to get down a Herald.
Oh, and just pass.
So that's going to be a little bit of a rough start for Kiki. So they did manage to get the Genesis down, but yeah, critically, as you mentioned, just being able to put the light card in Soul.
Not making a shield too.
Yep, no shield. Okay, we'll see if Isaac's able to take advantage of this, but the one thing is that Genesis is so threatening. You'd think that he may be putting a big focus on clearing out that aura.
He really needs to find go-again arrows, like the Bolton shots.
Yeah, like things like Bolton Shot or perhaps even Enlightened Strike. What he wants to be doing here is pushing a little bit of damage while keeping those auras under control. Let's see if he can find something to put on a bit of pressure here. Okay, so
Okay,
it's just going to be a drill shot. I'm going to pitch an instant speed, turn up the battering bolt, another popper as well. Nice, and a really nice use of Barb Castaway there just to, again, set up that 6-card hand. I think Kiki's going to be looking down at interest at that battering bolt, saying, okay, that's an arsenal, so it won't be popping.
But Bearing Bolt is pretty good against Prism.
Yeah, it is very nice. Really threatening into, all those figments. Kiki just coming down with a War Tune Herald here. So Prism's game plan is you really want to be, just firing out Herald after Herald until one connects. Then you start establishing your figments on the board. You want to set up a turn generally with getting down Erudition, flip it up, draw a bunch of cards, basically go Herald, Erudition into another Herald.
Okay, blocking Command Conquer, triggering the Phantasm, popping it.
Okay, we'll see if Kiki elects to use...
Most likely using Footsteps.
Phantasmal Footsteps used here.
Oh, you popped the first one, here's another one.
Yeah. At least on Isaac's side, that multiple cards were pitched to do this, so there's only one resource floating. But I think for Issac, honestly, so far so good. Has managed to clear 2 auras. Probably pretty happy putting 2 cards in front of this, and then just starting to finally being able to put a little bit of pressure back on. So far, both his turns have just been spent clearing auras. Now he gets to threaten maybe a nice on-hit with that battering bolt. You can see as well, Issac electing to go with another popper. And the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, quite a nice option here. With things like Murky Water and Battering Bolt, you're going to be able to shuffle multiple poppers back into your deck if need be.
And those are so important in the late game.
Yep. So Issac just quite prepared. Okay, let's see how... Okay, so the Bolton shot coming down, so this is just for 4 currently. So we'll see if there might be some tricks here.
That doesn't have go again. Just...
Okay, so just selecting to come in for 4, it's going to hold off on that battering bolt for another turn.
Now here is a card that's hard to deal with. Red Herald of Triumph.
Yeah, so Herald of Triumphs are just incredible because they get around the popper. When you defend with an attack action card, it's getting -1 power. So that shuts off the ability to...
Block with a 6.
Yeah, something like CNC Murky Water. It's possible we see something like the Long Draw Half Glove pushed in here with Battle 1/1. Sets up a clean block with 2 other cards. Yeah, we will see how Issac wants to approach that. So we did just have a slight issue with our timer display on screen. We will get that fixed up for you shortly. Yeah, we see a bit of a sigh from Issac, and mate, I understand you. I hate dealing with these cards, man. Especially if you draw the popper. Okay, so defending for 4 currently.
And then flipping the Tar Pit Trap, which will trigger.
Okay, that's nice.
Oh, that's so good. That means the next Herald hit triggers don't activate on the next hit. That means if the next Herald hits Prism, it will not go into Prism Soul.
Oh, and Library. Wow, that is the perfect card. That is so amazing in this matchup. So, in terms of Riptide's ability to access yellows to get rid of this, they do have things like Tar Pit Trap, which we just saw. There are cards like Codex of Frailty, but in general, it's very difficult to get rid of. And this is one of the ways that Prism is really able to pull ahead in multiple matchups. There's not a whole lot of decks that play a ton of yellow cards. I mean, Prism, of course, plays a million of them, but most of the decks, your deck generally consists of like red and yellows, and maybe a few yellows here and there.
Another one.
And another Red Herald of Triumph coming down, pitching a yellow. So Kiki really looking to get that library active right away. You know, choosing to take the full hit from the Enlightened Strike, dropping down to 20. I think very comfortable doing so. Yeah, so Issac not using that battering bolt last turn may have helped delay the library a little bit. But yeah, already being put in the blender a little bit, and it's only going to get that much harder once this library is online. Which I feel we will see come up very shortly. So Kiki still has the Halo of Illumination available as well. Generally, the play pattern we see from the Prism players is they want to save that to use when, you know, opponent blocks with a popper. Oh, okay, another type of trap. So that's defended out for 9 here. It is funny though that tar trap placed into Arsenal. Issac probably would have loved to have that in his hand to maybe try deal with the library.
Oh, okay, so this one's not that threatening. This is only just damage.
Yeah, it is just damage, and it is the final copy of the Red Heralds of Triumph, so Issac will be happy to see those gone. So we do see 2 yellows in pitch zone. Library does trigger. We also see Kiki is playing the Arclight Sentinel. We'll have to keep an eye on that card later in the game.
I don't think I've seen a single pump from Issac's side. He's just firing arrows and attacking.
Yeah, firing.
So maybe the AOS won't.
May not be as impactful.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, Azalea, right? Battering bolts coming in for 6. Soul Shield.
Okay, so Soul Shield just going to fade out that battering bolt. One thing to keep an eye on later on is just the Arclight Sentinel, potentially ability to loop it as well. That is one of these Prism game plans, particularly ones that are on Vestige of Soul. They like to get the Figment of Rebirth down, flip that into the Angel, and then start recurring their Arclight Sentinel over and over again. And without access to things like Time Snap Potion or Time Skippers, it can be very tough for a deck like Riptide to break that loop. Okay, we see yet another Herald of Triumph come down, pushing through for 6 here. See a yellow card in pitch zone. So Kiki understanding what the game plan is here. Keep that grey library online. So 6 go again, probably going to see another yellow card pitched. So we see Deadeye and Frailty Trap used here.
Traps are actually really good. They're most likely all going to trigger because all the heroes have go again.
Yeah.
Thanks to Luminaris.
Now, a lot of Riptide's traps are very effective in this one. One thing I just can't help but note is just these yellow traps being defended with. The more yellows that are gone from the deck, the more unlikely it is that you're going to be able to clear that library. Oh, and another Herald of Triumph. So that is now 5 Herald of Triumphs played. So the 3 reds and 2 yellows.
Might see the blues next turn.
Yeah. At least so far it looks like Issac hasn't been caught out with a popper in hand. It is kind of a bad feeling when you have to block with like a popper plus another card to stop these Heralds of Triumph.
Yeah, Issac's just not letting these hit.
So having to use the Perch Grapplers here.
3 cards.
So 2 cards and a piece of equipment, choosing to hold on to that card in hand. Wonder if that may be something like a popper or a trap potentially.
Alright, so Kiki does have 5 cards now.
Oh, actually it looks like that might be 4.
Is it 4? Did he...
Looks like...
Okay, looks like he must have pitched the blue last turn.
Yeah, so they might have not had the double yellow required to get that library online. So we see a Figment pitched here to play the Wartune Herald. I can see a Celestial Cataclysm in Kiki's hand, so let's see if they're able to pitch that in and get another Herald going.
I can see one Command Conqueror.
Yeah, so like a popper here just doesn't feel as valuable in a way because the resources available for Phantasm.
Oh, he's slinging ahead.
Okay. And that Herald's going to hit, so we're going to see our first Figment of the game.
Karen, is it so satisfying hitting with a Herald and activating using Prism?
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Probably one of the most satisfying things in Flesh and Blood.
It is really cool. So you see the Figment of Erudition come down.
And that will create a Ponder.
So this is a big one. So we've got the Ponder token available. So we will note Kiki is playing Vestige of Soul, so these flips aren't free.
Also, next turn he's going to have a 6-card hand. Six cards to play with.
As you predicted, Newson, it's the Hero of Triumph coming down again.
Yep. Two yellows enabling the Herald.
Yep, so now we have the 2 yellows into the pitch zone. Going to get that library online. Does have the option of even flipping the Figment with the 2 resources available, but the thing is, it's such a valuable.
I don't think you flip it right.
Yeah, they're probably
because that's going to be target number 1 if you flip it.
So you have the Ponder available.
I
think you just
letting it hit again. I think Issac's really feeling the pressure from this library.
Yeah, now choosing to take 2 Heralds here. I wonder if Issac is trying to bait out a flip in order to establish something like a Mckay grapnel. Maybe Issac has drawn the 2 yellows to get rid of a library. Because just like that, we have a look at the life totals. They have very much evened up.
Right. Creating a courage. Oh, and deciding to flip.
Yeah, so this does make a lot of sense because while the Figment of Erudition is critical, you really want to retain that. I think you're pretty happy just using, you have enough cards in Soul, you're pretty happy just setting up a little bit of defense here. You are on 18 life, your opponent has taken a lot of damage, probably trying to establish some sort of swing back.
Oh.
Pretty nice just
5 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal, courage token ready to go.
Yeah, this is...
Next turn's going to be...
Okay, so we see 3 pumps played out into the Endless Arrow. So this is now coming in for 13 with the Seek and Destroy trigger. A good heads up from from Kiki, flipping that Angel there. Yes, so coming in for 13. Now with a 5-card hand, this could be blocked out. So you'd be thinking maybe 3 cards
plus the Angel.
Plus the Angel. Honestly, if you're Kiki, you're probably pretty happy with that. You do have a powerful spike turn lined up if you want it. So you could block with 3 cards, pitch 2 yellows to flip into Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, and then attack with Go again, drawing 2 cards. So the Angel there just sets up like the perfect way to stop this breakpoint. Okay, so it looks like that was just coming in for 10. In any case, it has been defended out.
He blocked all 13.
Aye.
So Soul Shield, free block, and the ward.
Right.
Yep.
Sorry, just the dice representing it was throwing me off a little bit. Oh, and the Herald of Erudition coming down here for 6. Oh, and the Popper! That is massive, because if this hit, Kiki was just absolutely off to the races. You're drawing the cards of Erudition. You could even flip your into Soraya, draw even more cards, start to establish some auras down.
Luckily for Issac, Kiki didn't have more cards in hand, or that Halo of Illumination would 100% be popped.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you just get so much value out of it there, there's no way you don't do it. So also, Library not online for this turn. So Issac has managed to navigate to strip enough cards to force out Library turn. He's going to have to try and take advantage of that and threaten something here. So the Mckay grapnel, I mean, it's fine. Not really ideal here. And yeah, Kiki, very happy to just take 4 damage. 4-card hand plus Arsenal plus Figment of Erudition available. Feels like this is going to be a very tricky turn for Issac to navigate. Okay, Hero Division comes down, 5 go again. Is there another popper on Issac's side? Because if we look at the equipment available, outside of defense reactions or a popper, you're going to have to give up something like New Horizons here. When you give up New Horizon, you lose that card in Arsenal. Or the Tarpet Trap. These Tarpet Traps have just been absolute MVP so far.
So there, the Herald is hitting. But
Yeah,
they
so-
will not be drawing 2 cards.
Yep, so the Tarpet Trap just really putting in massive, massive work so far.
So huge.
Followed up by the Herald of Protection. So at this point you might start to think, is Issac's game plan perhaps to try lean into Fatigue, but the issue with doing so is, like I mentioned, that Arclight Sentinel loop that you're able to pull off with the Figment of Rebirth and the Angel of Rebirth. Because if we look at the value that this great library is generating, it's just infinite at this point. It's just constantly drawing 5 cards. Kiki being very, very patient with that Figment of Erudition as well. Sort of just understanding the board state, like saying, like, look, I feel I'm ahead on tempo. I'm still on 13 life, pretty comfortable.
Okay, taking 6. Prism will be activated, fetching another Figment.
Yep, so Tarpet Trap just shutting off the first Herald. So will we see the Figment of Rebirth come down now?
My guess, probably Protection.
Yeah, but Protection's pretty good. I mean, there's no Arclight Sentinels in the graveyard yet as well, so there's no need to rush into that.
Or eyeing out Ravages.
So Ravage is kind of nice as well, just sort of ping for 1.
Ping 1.
Yep, I mean, the Trench does have Arcane Barrier attached to it, but this does start to set up your in-game as well, because when you flip that and that starts to come in for 2 arcane damage per hit, it starts to get quite scary. Okay,
Drawing
Kiki drawing back up to 5 cards.
Oh,
What can Issac
so
offer here?
rough. Is that?
That's Fletcher Redtail, okay. So we're going to see that followed up. So Fletcher Redtail plus Deadeye. Oh, and the Codex of Frailty. That's actually pretty nice here. So only 1 resource available. Just deciding to pick up the Mckay Grabnel. Does get a little bit of value here.
Gets around the Spectral Shield.
Yeah. So it's quite nice being able to use the Barb Castle way to get the aim counter on, so you're getting value from the Fletcher Redtail and the Deadeye.
So is that
So this is coming for 5, 8,
11?
11. And red cards defending it will have -1 from the Fletcher Redtail. And the potential on hit from the Deadeye here.
Issac just playing cards people never see.
Yeah, this is actually...
Unless it's in your draft deck.
Yeah.
An Outsiders. I don't think I've ever seen.
So this is going to get 4 cards.
4 cards. Wow.
So Kiki really respecting the on hit, which does make sense because the Deadeye is going to rip a card from your hand if it gets through anyway. Being very patient holding onto that Stonewall Gauntlet just for a critical turn. Okay, so we just see the Herald of Ravages come down for 5. So one thing to know, if we keep an eye on the life totals, Kiki is down to 13 at this point. This Herald just coming in for 4. I mean, 13, Riptide does have that ability to start chipping away. And the popper comes down, perfectly timed. Library is offline, once again. Can Issac put something together here? Because of the life totals, like, Issac's big attacks actually have to be respected as well. There is a lot of ward available on board.
Now we're seeing all the pumps.
Yeah, now the pumps come down.
Not Aerostat attack for 4, right? Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, is that going to be for 10? I mean, it could be 8 go again or 10. So Premeditate generally paired up with arrows, but it does give +3
To your Arsenal.
Yeah, to any attack played from Arsenal. Yeah, so that's just going to be thrown down for 10 with a Ponder on hit. Maybe difficult to get value out of the pond depending on what that last card in hand is.
It's rare. It's rare you don't see an arrow with that pump.
Yeah,
Right.
And these players, there's a lot on the line for both these players. So both players currently sitting at 7-3. Our best estimate is that 9-3 will make top 8. So this is not quite a win and in, but it's a win for a chance.
Fight for survival.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and Kiki just says, look, enough is enough. It's time to put my foot on the gas. Retains the 4-card hand. So Issac down to 11 life here. This does indicate to me that this might be the turn that Kiki looks to get active with that Figment of Erudition. Perhaps a flip into an attack with Soraya. You do have to be a little bit careful though, because you don't want to... Probably one interaction we haven't covered that much is you don't want to end up triggering a trap, right? And falling in. You attack with your angel, you trigger a Riptide trap, they
Pop it.
they pop your angel, loses go again, get time warped.
Another powerful trap is Collapsing Trap as well.
Yeah. Okay, so here we see the Erudition is gonna come in.
That's quite risky.
So
This
coming
is
in for
triggering
4.
every trap.
Yeah.
It has go again.
It's a little scary, and without access to the Imperium Rapture, there aren't that many ward options available. The Spectral Shield is gone. Issac was managed to clear that. The Angel Flip has been used already this turn. Is Issac going to be able to capitalize? This would be a absolutely huge tempo swing here. So what do we see in the hand? There's Battering Bolts. Oh, unfortunately, I don't think he's found the trap. That's got to be quite frustrating.
Might be an Arsenal carrying.
Yeah, could be, could be. I'm just looking at his face. It doesn't quite seem the face of a man who has set up the perfect tempo swing. Yeah, so just going to go ahead and have to take 4 damage there.
Oh, and dropping the
And
Arc Light.
the Arc Sentinel comes down. That is so strong, yeah. So the Arclight Sentinel now protecting the Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. This is also one of the pieces that starts to set up Kiki's potential endgame loop. So if you're able to get Figment of Rebirth down, flip it into Avalon, this is the way that you can, if with enough soul, that you're able to start chaining together your Arclight Sentinels. Okay, so how is Issac going to navigate this? Now, the frustrating thing as well for Issac here is news to net. So he, he's able to clear this Arclight Sentinel, but on his turn, if he was to draw the trap to try clear one of the angels, Kiki will have another flip available with the spare Figment here, so it won't be as effective as it would have been last turn.
So what you're telling me is he needs to draw 2.
Yeah. Very possible.
He does play quite a lot.
Yeah, I think we saw the Spike Trap used at some point. So Mobilizing Shot just being used here to clear out the Arclight Sentinel. We'll probably see Issac look to filter here. Really wants to find some of those traps.
He can get a double Arsenal.
Yep.
Right, load and arrow.
Load an arrow
Face up.
Arsenal, draw up 4 new cards. Yeah, because if he is able to get that tempo swing, it actually gives him an opportunity because of all the damage Kiki has taken. Like, let's say in theory you're able to clear both angels and not take any damage. Like, you're at the life totals where Kiki will then start having to respect Issac's big attacks. So is he going to be able to find it? Also, the Halo still being on board this late in the game is just so rough. Okay, Hero to Protection coming down for 6 here. And again, this is a very important one. If it makes that Spectral Shield, kind of shuts off that line we were talking about. Okay, are we going to see the Halo used?
This is probably the turn to use it.
Yeah, it feels like, honestly, a fantastic Halo line here. I mean, even if they have the defense reaction, you're probably happy having it used on the Hero to Protection, just really opening the pathway for that Soraya to go wild. I mean, possible as well, Phantasmal Footsteps might just be used and the turn continues on. There's also the chance that the Figment of Triumph is in hand. Not spotting it out there though. So these are a bit of mind games going on here because Kiki's thinking like, look, Halo's face up on board. You know, we both know I have this here.
Okay.
Okay, just the footsteps being used here, so playing it safe on that Halo.
Then we draw 2 more cards.
Get 2 more cards drawn. Oh my goodness, is that a Tome of Divinity in hand as well? Okay, dropping down to 3.
Important to know Vestige has not been activated yet.
Yep. So no cards have gone into Soul yet. Another thought for potentially using the Halo as well. Just getting that Vestige active. Okay, so Kiki in the tank a little bit here. Are we going to see just another hero thrown down? Issac down to 3 life, so all these heralds are just threatening lethal here. So we see a Herald of Protection coming down for 5.
I don't think that has go again, right?
No, it doesn't. So honestly, just really a must block though for Issac at this point.
Might see the New Horizon and in 1 card.
Yeah, we'll see how Isaac's hand is going. Like if he kind of just wants to try play towards traps, maybe we just see 2 cards laid down here. If he has an arrow in hand, able to use Barb Castaway, flip something up. Arsenal, get that 6-card hand going.
Or maybe just double blocking, flip the arrow and attack into the Erudition.
Yeah.
Because that needs to go.
Yeah. Also, potential ability to use the trench here. So, for example, if you have a 0-cost arrow, defend with 2 cards, use the trench, ship that card now to the bottom for the resource, load it into the Barb Castaway, and clear that Erudition. So Kiki does have the 2 yellows in pitch zone currently. The library is going to be online. Issac potentially lining up a 1-card block here. But no, thinks the better of it.
Oh, I don't think he can. He can't get a Figment of Protection.
Yep. Okay, so actually defending with the drill shot here, that 0-cost arrow. Okay, that Library of Soul triggers, going up to 5 cards. What is Issac going to be able to make out of this hand? Looks like that could be a Codex. Oh no, Murky Waters. Okay, so the Murky Waters comes down.
I think that has the aim counter.
Yep, so it looks like that's just being attacked right into the Angel. Gets the on-hit trigger. Yep,
And
so
gets a trap.
Yep, so because... So that's going to get a trap back.
Oh, gets free target trap. Shows them free target traps.
So that's actually quite a nice turn cycle for Issac. So, you know, he attacks into the Angel in order to ensure the hit trigger, gets the trap set up in Arsenal, and now goes back to threatening those Angels like we mentioned previously. Unfortunately for him, there's so much damage coming down from Kiki's side. One thing that Issac has done a really good job of, though, is Soul Denial here. I mean, there were some Angels that he had to let hit, but now Kiki is down to 2 cards in Soul. Like, in order to establish that Arclight Sentinel loop that we spoke about, you actually do need a good amount of Soul. Perhaps a Genesis down at some point.
Yeah, I like this. Just think for 7.
Okay, so the Trench pushed in here.
It's not even about letting these heralds hit anymore.
It's the damage.
He's on free life.
Yeah. But also, that target trap activating. Kiki down to 3 life now.
He does have Herald of Ravages that, if he flips up, does deal 2 arcane damage when it attacks.
Yeah, and the trench is
Gone.
gone at this point. So, yeah, something for them to think about. Whether is it time to flip up that Herald? So really interesting, what I like to call the reckless swing range a little bit. You know, the famous brute card that deals 2 damage in the end game. So Kiki's reckless swing here is the Figment of Ravages, and Issac's reckless swing is getting 3 traps. Okay, so the Figment of Ravages, they're just being flipped here into second. So Issac choosing not to save the trap here.
Maybe his own.
Could do.
That'd be. So that's dealing 2 arcane.
Oh, okay, so... Oh, yep, New Horizon gets pushed in. Oh, so choosing to defend with the Codex. And that's it. That's lethal. So, yeah, I was wondering if he was going to be able to use the Codex, like retain a 1-card hand to be able to Codex and clear the second. But turns out just wasn't quite enough damage to get through here. Kiki establishing that great Library of Soul so early in that game just made that game so hard for Issac. You know, if that had come down to a mid to late game, at least you have a good chance to go back and forth with your opponent. When that comes down very early, I believe it was somewhere around turn 3 or turn 4, particularly off the back of some of those early plays. So the PS Reality turn 1 has to be cleared. The Genesis turn 2 has to be cleared. Great Library comes down perhaps 2 turns later. Issac just not able to establish any momentum going into that game because of the forced kill auras effectively. Not pushing any damage, just letting Kiki dictate the pace of play, establishing that great Library of Soul. And what did he do from there, mate? He was dealing with 5-card hands every turn.
And I think the biggest thing was flipping the Herald of Erudition, flipping the Figment of Erudition.
Yeah.
And then playing the Arclight Sentinel straight after.
Yeah. We saw Kiki be very, very patient with that Figment of Erudition as well. There were multiple turns where they had the ability to transform it, attack, draw cards, and they were just very patient, saying, look, I'm going to wait. I know I have Arclights in the deck. They are coming up. Once I have this Arclight Sentinel available, that's when I pull the trigger. Now I'm going to get at least 2 activations out of this. And
yeah, Kiki did attack before. Issac took that and then just dropped Arclight.
yeah.
And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm playing with 5 cards and a Herald of Erudition on board.
Yeah, and I feel Kiki as well, there's multiple game plans that this Prism deck is able to play towards. I feel Kiki did a really good job of just identifying, this isn't the game where I need to get the Arclight Sentinel loop going. Like, this is not how this game is being played. I have the great library to establish a lot of tempo. I know I can win this game through damage. We saw that without, you know, not falling into the temptation of, I'm going to fetch up the Herald of Rebirth and go for the Avalon loop. No, I'm going to fetch Figment of Ravages, because this is what is going to close the game out here. I've got multiple red heralds left in my deck. I have the Halo of Illumination for backup if I need it. So this is going to be how I win this game. And very well piloted from Kiki there. But on Issac's side, just one of those games, right?
I felt it was a bit rough for him because he drew all his arrows at the start and then he drew all his pumps at the end.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really like pump arrow, like how normal Riptides do it.
Yeah.
So it was just firing off an arrow and then just drawing pumps at the late game.
And even some of those big arrows, things like the Battering Bolt, one of them goes into Arsenal, that's one of your best poppers, right? The Murky Water, yeah, sure, you got the trap back, but you had to like just fire it off into an Angel for 4. Not the most efficient use of that card necessarily. Issac, I thought, played really well to be patient, to try and create that window for himself, where we were saying, if he draws a trap or 2 in this spot, and he clears the Erudition, that is like massive for him. Like, he actually had that window where basically on board, unless I've missed anything, the trap would have just cleared it out right away. Now, unfortunately, wasn't able to find that, so it is what it is sometimes. But I think that's what some of the really good players do, right? Even if you're losing a game, you stay calm, you try to figure out what are my outs to this game, and how do I play towards them. Didn't quite work out for Issac, but I appreciated the way he tried to play that game.
He never gave up, just always try to find a way.
Yeah, never give up, never back down. But well done to Kiki, moving on to 8-3, potentially setting up winning in for themselves going into the final round of Swiss.
One more round.
One more round. And I think now we, thankfully, shout out to our producer, we've got our day 2 meta brought up for us. So for Nationals Festival, there is no true cut to day 2. What we've done is taken a little bit of a shortcut and tried to identify what heroes are live for top 8. So if we have a look here, looks honestly somewhat similar in terms of the actual heroes presented for the tournament, the day 1 metagame. We have 6 Zens, so most of them are live, although I will say from our quick check there was 1 Zen at 7-2 going into day 2, the rest were at 6-3.
Yeah, Oliver Berry.
Oliver Berry,
in round 1.
Our defending national champion.
Took that round 1 like a loss and just grinded throughout the day.
Yep, and I think one of the big stories of this weekend for New Zealand Nationals is the success of Nu. So
Yeah.
you see 5 Nus still live. We had multiple players sitting at, Ben Dodd was sitting at 8 wins, our top-ranked player after day 1 Swiss. We had Marshall at 7 wins, 2 losses. So a lot of players really feeling that Nu was a great pick for the tournament.
And I also think Ben Dodd won round 10.
Also, that's most likely a lot for top 8.
Yeah.
Ben just definitely one of, I can't even say rising stars, one of the established stars on the
Assassin Master, right?
The Assassin Master, for those who don't know, took out the Calling Melbourne on Azuri. First player to win a Premier event or a Calling Plus level event with Azuri. Really well done there. I think Nu just feels like a really good pick for this meta. Some of the builds that we've seen, they feel like they have solid game into Zen. They have things like the Siren's Call to shut off the Traverse play. You wait for them to block with Traverse the Universe, fetch up their chi, and then you say, thanks mate, I'll take that, and I'll draw a card. A lot of disruption. They're able to just slot in naturally to their deck to deal with Zen, and just pretty good game into a lot of these other heroes, into Victor, into the Guardians, being able to pick up their really good blues in the late game. Just really, I've been pretty impressed by Nu. How have you felt about it this weekend, Houston?
Yeah, definitely. When I've seen it in action, it actually really works. It does. It's a very sneaky deck.
Yep.
It's a very disruptive deck, and it's a very mind gaming deck.
Yeah, and like Ben said, just the mental stress you put on your opponent playing that entire game. I played a lot against Nu. I know it's very draining having to make the right play over and over and over
You
again.
play a Bonds of Agony, and your opponent's probably has to think for 2 minutes. What does he have?
Bro,
I blocked this.
I've played games on poor old Rhinar where Nu comes in with Bonds of Agony on the first turn of the game, and I'm thinking, I'm holding the Blood Rush Bellow in hand, and I'm like,
Do I block with it?
do I have to block with this? I'm just going to get my power card stripped from the deck right away. And then moving on, we see 3 Azaleas still in contention. Again, we've seen Azalea just a really strong pick. It has, again, great game into Zen. That's going to be a theme of a lot of these decks that we're talking about. You have to have game into Zen because a lot of players correctly identified it is going to be the most played deck.
I think Azalea has great game against all these matchups.
Yeah, I feel you can play into Nu. Nu has actually some really good arsenal disruption on top of their just general disruption, and things like the Codex of Frailties. That can sometimes be a little bit tricky for Azalea to deal with. But again, if we look at the heroes like Zen, Red and Ledger is just an absolute powerhouse. Cards like Remorseless really help you race. They like to go super wide, play a lot of cards. And if you say, hey, well, you can play 15 cards, but you're going to pay 15 life to do so, that's pretty good. Even into decks like Victor as well. I mean, Victor, you kind of think of it as this big, beefy Guardian. I have a massive fridge. I have a ton of block cards that give a lot of value. But Azalea is able to play quite well into this at times by just going phase 1. Phase 1 is your equipment. I'm going to spend a lot of big, dominated attacks, and I'm going to chip away at your equips. Once these are down to, the big blocks are gone on them, then we get into phase 2 where you just have little blocks left. They know that it's really hard for Victor to fit in defense reactions into the deck. They want to get the value off the clash. Some Victors are starting to play defense reactions anyway. But again, it's one of these games that goes back and forth. If Victor can't disrupt them enough, Azalea can get there.
Speaking of Victor, free Victors.
Yeah, Victor, Mr. Moneybags, one of my favorite heroes in the game.
Yeah, I'm shocked that... Do you think they've figured out how to deal with all their bad matchups?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if we're talking about bad Victor matchups, the 2 that come to mind are the ones directly after him. Prism, the hybrid Prisms that can play into Iris, and the aura-heavy Enigmas. I think into some of the Enigma decks that we saw, like one of the ones we saw earlier today, James Gilchrist playing Enigma, that leans more into Phantasm and big attacks. I feel like Victor's actually quite comfortable playing into those because you have basically infinite poppers and really good defense value and disruption. But you're right, I still think...
But can he deal with Zen and Nu? That's the thing.
So Zen and Nu, I mean, I feel people are playing Victor because of Zen. I think if you're bringing a deck like Victor, it's because you say, look, this is the type of hero that is designed to, in a way, if you look at how he plays, this is meant to deal with these go-wide aggressive heroes, and that is exactly what Zen is. So you want to be leaning on cards like your Test of Strength, which can sometimes block for an effective 7. If you defend for 4, win the clash, draw a card, it's a 3 block, defend for 3 more. You have pretty good disruption. in the form of cards like Chokeslam and the cards like Crush the Weak. You're able to play cards as well, the general hit cards like Amnesia, the Weakest Link as well. A lot of victors like to play cards like Pummel. So you do have a lot of answers available. You have your Trounces, you have Visit the Goldmane Estate, which players are now bringing in to try deal with those probably more difficult matchups. Zen, Noob, is just a slightly more difficult one. You generally just have to play a lot of blue attacks. Noobs like to play the game plan of they're happy to play quite defensively, disrupt when needed, and then just play towards things like passovers, things like that Sacred Art, you just having to defend with some of your blue attacks, and getting into the spot where they're able to utilize cards like Flick Knives if they're playing that. They come in, banish a bunch of your cards, Flick Knives, and then play just like, your blue Macho Grande into a Cranial Crush, something like that.
Thunderquake.
Yeah, the Thunderquake. So, some of those matchups are quite tough. I'd like to speak to a couple of victors, ask about how their experience has been playing into New.
Maybe we'll get one next round.
Perhaps we'll get one on stream shortly. Whether they've solved that one or not, honestly, sometimes you just have to accept that you're not going to have good matchups into every deck across the field.
100%.
So I think the new players may have sat there and go, look, we feel like we're confident to Zen. We feel like we're probably okay into decks like KO and Azalea, we hope, and we'll just see how we go into the news. The other couple of decks we saw represented there, things like Prism. I think we just saw the power of Prism on stream right now. A lot of players feeling quite confident playing into decks like Zen. I've spoken to a few players around the venue. They feel that they're favored into that matchup, unless Zen spikes you super early with a massive combo turn. They just don't play that many poppers, do they, Newson?
No.
Like, some of the ones they play...
Probably CNC and Weakest Link.
Yeah, maybe some Amnesia if they're taking for the mirror as well. But in general, if they're not able to spike you early, it's pretty hard to just stop like multiple Heralds coming down every turn. So I really like the Prisms coming up. The Enigmas might be a little bit of a tough metagame for them. The Zen matchup seems a little bit tricky. We have seen players try bringing tech to stop that. But, Enigma is just a powerful hero, so I understand why people played that. But yeah, I feel the cool thing is we have a fairly diverse metagame going into day 2. I saw a dash at the top table as well. There's KO floating around.
Kano.
There's Kano, of course.
Dorinthia.
Dawnblade Dorinthia. We'll see how Dawnblade Dory's going. Again, I feel another hero that just says, look, I'm going to play into you Zen, and I'm just going to try snowball with these Dawnblade counters before you can pop off and kill me. And it has been played to some success. I've spoken to the Dory player who just said, yeah, I played against Zen. They didn't combo me off for the first 3 turns. I got 3 counters on Dawnblade. Good luck defending after that, mate.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we are just going to move to a short break. We're just going to get this round finished up, find the final round of Swiss. We're going to definitely load up a winner in, but players playing for all the marbles here. Who is going to make top 8? What's our hero breakdown going to be? Is our defending champion going to make top 8? How is Ben Dodd going to do? All questions that we're going to see very shortly. We will see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of Swiss for the New Zealand National Championship. And we have a great game lined up. We have Dash, OG Dash, playing against Victor. Mr. Moneybags, Mr. Money, one of my favorite heroes. This is going to be quite a cool one. A couple of things I'm interested to see Newson in this matchup is if Dash has access to the chamber plan or it's just going to go full balls to the wall aggro.
Yeah, so if it has the chamber plan, usually the chamber plan's really good against the control-y Guardian decks, right?
Historically, it has been,
Yeah.
yes.
Just setting up your purifiers, setting up your induction chambers, and just shooting for 5 or 4. over and over and over again, just outgrinding your opponent.
Yeah. So without access to the sort of pistol chamber plan, some of these dash decks looking to get quite aggressive. So we see it is Dan Mckay on dash. I do know that he plays a little bit with Hayden Dale. I saw over at Australian Nationals, Hayden Dale was playing Hanabi Blaster dash. Very interesting. So we'll see if Dan is on a similar list today. So if this is going to be a more aggressive dash game plan, I think that lines up very nicely for Dennis playing Victor. Victor really just wants to play against go wide aggro all day long. That's kind of the reason you play this deck. As we mentioned earlier, your test of strength, your trounce is just so much value. You have things like Visit the Goldmane Estate as well. A whole lot of just powerful attacks that offer disruption.
Oh, well, this is, looking at their records, this is a must-win for Dennis.
Yeah, so it looks like Dan is most likely locked for top 8 at this point, but for Dennis, he's really wanting to win this game to secure a slot in top 8, because maybe he makes it just on breaks if he loses, maybe not, but he knows that if he wins this game, he is almost certainly punching his ticket to the top 8.
And it's definitely, would you say this is a good matchup for him or bad matchup?
Again, I feel if there is the ability to go into that more controller build with the induction chambers, the Teklo pistols, the purifiers, I think that is a bit of a tall order to ask Victor to go through. You do have access to the new card of Visit the Goldmane Estate, which is provides you a really nice backup plan into some of these sort of more mid-rangey control decks. But I think what Dennis is really wanting here is for Dan to present something like, you know, the Hanabi Blaster and just be going boost, go wide all day long. That really lets you take advantage of the value generated through the test of strength, the trounce. For those who aren't too familiar with Victor, their ability is when you make a gold from an effect you control, you get to draw a card. Test of strength is a block card that defends for 4. You clash, reveal the top card of each player's deck, and if you have higher power, you win. And so, of course, because you make a gold from that, you draw a card. Trounce acts in a similar fashion, with just a few more hoops chucked on. And then you generally just want to be playing towards cards like your Golden Sun, your big disruptive attacks, having access to Miller's Grindstone. So this is a 3-cost, 4-power weapon. On hit, you clash. If you win the clash, you mill the top card of their deck into their graveyard. So again, against a deck like Dash, if they wanted to go quite boost heavy, losing that additional card each turn from the Miller's Grindstone starts to really, really add up.
Yeah, and I'm sure Dennis has a plan, right? He's well known for playing these Guardian-ish decks. You know, he's played Oldham for how long?
Yeah, a long, long time. I do know at the very first Pro Tour in New Jersey, I believe, he made the top 24 or something on Oldham. He's put up a number of good results
I
internationally.
think he topped last year's Calling Auckland with Oldham as well, and he beat people like Michael Fing as
That's
well.
right.
Yeah,
We watched that, right? He played the Oldham mirror against Michael Fing, and that was
but he did lose to Dash in the top 4.
that was Sam Sutherland's dash as
Yes.
well, wasn't it? Who did have access to that chamber plan.
Purify, yep.
Yep. So, Dennis, a bit of experience playing Guardians into Dash. We'll see what he's got cooked up for his game plan here. But my thought, assuming that it is more of an aggressive boost Dash, I feel Dennis will want to play somewhat defensively, preserve his life total. We know that the aggressive Dash builds like to play towards things like the maximum velocity turns, utilizing cards like Twin Drive, for example, a lot of powerful, cheap boost cards, talking about 0 to 60, things like Zipper Hit, Throttle. Maybe we see some heists come in here and there. I saw Hayden was running that card. So Dan, he's going to want to just structure his turn so he's able to try and push damage where he can. If he's playing the Hanabi Blaster, that will be one of his spike turns as well. Once he's played 3 cards with the boost, he's able to attack with that for 5 for free. And yeah, but he's going to have to be a little bit careful with how he structures his turns. I feel if you just sort of go blindly boosting away everything, not being careful where you push damage, where you utilize your cards, it is very easy to fatigue against a deck like Victor. Okay, so first surprise right off the bat, no Miller's Grindstone, just going straight for the Anathos. Anathos Tunic with the Crown of Dominion, just really leaning in to that Visit the Goldmane Estate game plan. And this is spicy. I mean, if we look down at the boots here.
I'm skippers.
I'm skippers. So maybe just throw everything I said in the bin, and we'll see how this game goes. On Dan's side, does have access to the Teklo Pistol and Chamber game plan. So, yep, and Dennis really showing his pride in
Love
Victor
of Victor?
Goldmane with the Victor Goldmane mat.
He might love Victor more than you, Karen.
It's possible.
Oh, that's a great start.
And that is a fantastic start. Just the immediate heave into Pulverize, generating those 3 Seismic Surge tokens. We'll see if Dan looks to take advantage of this, because Pulverize is an expensive card. can get trapped in Arsenal. I think Dan will want to punish him for playing towards this here. Kick things off with just a red zipper hit being boosted away.
So with the induction chamber, usually they would side in defense reactions, right?
Yes, the issue with siding in defense reactions maybe in this build is you don't want too many bricks in your deck for your boost cards. You do have one sort of free buyout with the Achilles Accelerator, but it is a bit tricky if you start to side in like 6+ defense reactions.
So Dan's just taking that 5, because he knows the plan. It's not a race. He's not going to do that much damage. I don't have much time. But I need to disrupt him. I need to do as much damage as I can before he sets up the chambers and the purifiers.
And straight into the pulverize.
With 2 floating.
Yeah, with 2 float. I mean, 1 card available. This would be a pretty monster pulverize pummel this early in the game if he has that here. So yeah, some of the Goldmane Crown of Dominion decks we've seen visit the Goldmane estate have chosen to play Miller's Grindstone and the Aurum Aegis. The reason for this is the Aurum Aegis counts as a gold, so your Goldmane estates are just online straight away. Okay, so just a full block for 12 there, taking 2.
Just throwing down the hand, have it.
Yep, so he's able to quite efficiently use these resources off the Tekla core. Attack for 2 with go again, put another counter on the pistol, just full reset. Yeah, so Dennis perhaps being a little bit aware that there is this side plan of the pistol chamber going on, perhaps influences why he chose to present something like Anathos in this matchup.
Just wants to deal as much damage as you can, right? 6 is better than 4.
Yeah. But the time skip is spicy. I mean, I can see that being brought in for matchups like Prism, where you need something to break the ALS loop. Potentially even Enigmas who are playing Spectra cards. I have to say, I was caught a little off guard playing this into Dash. Okay, so the Command and Conquer comes down, 1 resource floating, and this is one of the reasons players like playing Fyndale Spring Tunic in this matchup, because what are we bluffing here, Newson? Or what are we representing?
Pummel.
The pummel. Okay, so Dennis just with the CNC, having to get stuck with a card in hand there and Arsenal the other. Dan showing no fear, just defending for 6, retaining the Crown of Providence for a future CNC.
So Dan's really looking for, the induction chambers, the purifiers, or even better, a Spark of Genius.
Yeah, I mean, if in fact he is playing all those cards, because it's possible that he just sided in the pistol and 1 chamber. So we're not sure if he's... okay, so first test of strength.
Oh, there's a Spark of Genius on top of Dan's deck.
Okay, and what do we say when we win a clash? We say money. That's the 2nd gold generated. So now... Okay, so the cool thing about the time skippers here as well is we just saw the T-bone that Dan was about to lay down. You can actually push the time skippers in front of that. Okay, so choosing just to counter on the gun, Tekla pistol, shoot for 2. Now, one thing to note, 2 gold is available on Dennis' side of the board. He's able to use these for rerolls clashes if need be, but importantly, his visit the Goldmane estates, if he's playing that card, are now online. They will be generating the Might tokens. So you do need 3 or more gold, it creates 1 itself.
And that card is so strong. It just sets up your next turn so well.
Yeah.
Like if you pair it up with a Golden Sun, just
Massive
overpower attacks.
Even just dropping on a Command and Conquer for 9 is a fantastic play. So already Dan starting to chip away at that life total a little bit. If we have a look, 38 to 32. Dan put down that zipper hit and just fully faded the pulverize on the swing back. So Clash of Vigor comes down. He already knows the Spark of Genius is on top of his opponent's deck.
Now this does allow him to play a card with 5 resources with the Spindle Spring Tunic. But
And as well, and here we see a Command and Conquer. So there should actually be 2 resources available because of the Vigor. Yes. So again, being able to really effectively bluff the pummel here.
The pummel.
So, didn't have it last time. What does Dan think? Does he believe him?
Oh, just taking 6.
So, okay, that's
Coming with the pummel.
a nice little tempo swing. So that's 10 damage, dropping it down to 28. We're going to get that Arsenal card, the T-Bone, and a card from hand here.
So I think Dan was pretty happy to take that, right? T-Bone, not the greatest card against Victor.
Yeah, so discarding the Spark of Genius, I think that...
There's another one.
Yeah, so we're going to see... Okay, choosing not to use that Spark just yet. I think the Spark of Genius, if he plays it out here, will start to reveal what his game plan is going to be. You know, if he searches something like a Tekla Core, or if he wants to save it to fetch up something like...
He also wants to boost first, so he can draw the card to Arsenal. Because he's probably going to get... Oh, okay.
So are we going to see that played out here?
No, he used his remaining resources to load the chamber and Tekla pistol.
Okay, no, so we are going to see it played at the end. Just wanted to get those efficient attacks.
So Spark for 0?
Yep, so it's going to be fetching up a Tekla Core, drawing a card.
So
this does indicate to me that potentially it's not that full... The full rig of the 3 chambers, 3 purifiers, or multiple chambers and purifiers to close out that endgame. I think if you're playing towards that strategy, getting down the chambers early just feels so important. Still possible that it comes out and he just wants to play really efficiently. And Dennis is going to start looking to get aggressive here. And bam, throws down the Spinal Crush. 1 resource floating, counter on Tunic. Really nice to just be able to constantly threaten these pummels.
asking for 2 cards.
So Spinal Crush, if it crushes, deals 4 more damage. It's going to shut off Go again for the turn. Really strong card, in effect, to have against Dash.
And he still can rip a pummel too.
Yeah, still ripping the pummel.
He's always ripping a pummel.
That is the power of Tunic. It's like we're thinking like Time Skippers, potentially to get aggressive, but also... Oh, and it's another pummel. Wow, that comes over for 7 now. And that's an absolutely incredible start for Dennis here. Just understanding the matchup, getting aggressive on the game plan. So much for playing defensively, like I talked about, right? And it's especially painful when it comes on this Tekla Core turn.
Alright, just
so throttle
for 5.
So going to come through for 5, no boost because you can't get Go again.
Good window to use Taste of Strength with Trounces, right?
Yeah. This would be a really nice Taste of Strength or Trounce right here. Because like you have tempo if you want to be able to replace that card.
Oh, there we go, Trounce. So
okay. First reveal, Boulder Drop. Okay, so he's going to reroll. So the Throttle wins that one. This is a really, really important reroll here. All blue Throttle. So Dennis wins the first one. No more rerolls. You can only use once per turn. Oh, and the Rousey Ancients. So the way the rules work, even though it is 0 attack, he does win the clash because 0 is greater.
Still a number.
It's still a number. So he's going to refund that gold he used to reroll, get the Might, get the Vigor, and draw the Rouse.
But that was risky. That Rouse was 0. Any boost card could have 1.
Yeah, so Dan might be feeling a little bit upset with that one because most of your deck actually is attacks.
Yep.
So the Rouse, Dennis getting away with murder a little bit there. Now, if he's able to fire off this Rouse, he can really take control of this game.
Yeah, Rouse into Anathos, 13 damage, right?
Yeah, so Rouse comes in for 8 here because of the Might token as well. And then so the Anathos for 6 would be... Okay, so the player's perhaps just figuring something out with the judges here. Perhaps it's just a question they want to clarify that the Rouse does in fact beat that other card. Okay.
So Dennis with 4 cards, full grip.
Full grip, the Vigor
and Might.
Tunic is ticked up to 1. And he is able to fire off the Rouse.
Revealing Debilitate and Macho Grande.
It's really strong coming in for 8 Go again. I mean, and if he wants to, neither of these cards are particularly great in Arsenal. I mean, the Macho does start to push damage, so he might see how Dan chooses to defend this.
He could come down with the Debilitate. He does have 1 floating.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. There is the ability to just pitch and jam the Debilitate here. I mean, the on-hit of Crush, -2 to your first attack, is really nice to mitigate some damage.
Pretty good against Pistol.
But choosing to come through for 6, I mean, I do like this play because he's able to be a little bit defensive here. I mean, he's up 11 life. He can play towards the tunic coming up to 3 in 2 turns, and then just come in for 8 dominate, pushing even more damage. And just a really efficient way to swing with Anathos there. I mean, you get to swing with Anathos and keep a dominate card in your arsenal.
And it's pretty good with Visit the Goldman, right?
Yeah, it is really good with Visit the Goldman estate. So Dennis putting some of his knowledge to use. You know, from memory, some of the Oldhams, when they played into decks like Prism or Icelander back in the day, utilised a similar strategy, understanding that they needed to get aggressive into these decks and shut off their setup time. And Dennis just executing that to perfection so far. So going into the tank a little bit, what can be tricky on decks like Victor is sometimes when you have tempo, these 5-card hands are difficult to use all of your cards.
Because you play so many blues. You can just draw 4 blues and then...
Yep, which is another good reason to arsenal that Macho Grande, because if his hand's a bit of a brick here, he's probably pretty happy just like pitching them away, firing off the Macho for 8 dominate.
So Time Skippers is probably good to mitigate these 4-card blue hands, right? Just trying to get 2 attacks in.
That's a really good point as well. You could pitch a blue, activate the Time Skippers. I mean, your hand has to kind of line up nicely. It might be difficult to do with the Macho in the arsenal at the moment. Okay, so electing to come in with the Spinal Crush, notably choosing not to go with the Golden Sun there. If he did use the Golden Sun, it would have been 10 overpower, but that would have cracked one of his golds to get that off, and that would mean his Visit the Goldman estate is not online. And that's also a yellow boulder drop I see pitched. So Dennis,
interesting.
Dennis really leaning into the disruption. That is not a card I've seen come up often in Victor lists, so we're seeing a little bit of spice come out here. I mean, the cool thing about boulder drop yellow is that if you have a Might, that gets up to a breakpoint of 7, and the Crush being, getting rid of a card is pretty damn good.
Oh, just throwing 3 cards down.
So we've actually seen a bit of a complete reversal of the script that I was talking about early in this game. It's actually Dan being stuck on the defensive and Dennis just getting aggressive. So one thing you have to note is the Teklo Pounder has been established on the board at this point. So it's sitting there ready to go. Dan electing not to boost the 0 to 60, so wants to preserve the counters on that Teklo Pounder for a bigger turn. Probably just doesn't want to get rid of a card as well from deck when there's no need to. Maximum Velocity Defender with there as well. That is one of his spike cards. But it looks like Dan starting to feel a little bit of pressure here, Newson.
Yeah, well, he is on a 11 life difference.
Yeah, and just being able to attack for 4, giving your opponent the full grip. You know they have the Macho Grande coming up next turn. It sets up a really clean 1-card block, take 1, pitch 2 blues, tunic, Macho Grande for 8, dominate, set up the arsenal for next turn. And that's probably that's the floor of what he can do with this turn. There's potentially a lot more coming through. Okay, so we're just going to defend with a choke slam for 1.
Ooh, red
fire off the Sable here. I mean, in theory, this is a pummel bluff, but we all know what's an arsenal.
I think Dan's aware as well.
Yeah.
So
potential to use the Crown of Providence here?
Mitigating 2 damage, shuffling it, putting his arsenal back to the deck and drawing a card, playing with a 5-card hand.
Yep. And Red the Sable, just honestly an incredible disruption card here. The numbers it presents are just really annoying. Like, this isn't just like a 1-card block plus the Teklo Foundry Heart, because that still crushes.
Okay, commit.
Gonna commit 7 and common. That's a backup protocol he put away. So backup protocol, pretty nice for getting back stuff like Maximum Velocity.
Looks like he drew High Ulti.
Okay, now we'll see if Dan's able...
Oh no, yeah, he does have High Ulti, and he has Twin Drive.
Oh, okay, so Dan might look to get a little bit aggressive here.
Oh, but he has to pit. Oh, it looks like his hands all red.
It doesn't seem happy with that draw. Looks like he really wanted a blue there. Yeah, I mean, if this hand makeup is pitch blue, high octane, twin drive, draw blue, then you start to be able to put a little bit of pressure on. Unfortunately, if he has multiple reds in hand, that may go to waste, particularly with a Teklo Pounder in play as well.
That should be coming in for 6, right?
Yeah. the Teklo. Oh, wait, did he play that without boost?
Didn't,
It looked like he boosted it.
it looks like he boosted the T-bone, right?
Yeah, that. So that Teklo Pounder should be ticking down here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Spark of Genius followed up here. So the nice thing about the Spark here is if he fetches a Teklo core, he does have 2 action points because of the high octane.
And drawing a card.
Yep. And actually chooses to get the backup protocol here. Now I like this because if he draws a blue, he's able to can start utilizing the Teklo Foundry Heart.
All right,
Okay,
so
the players are just getting this sorted out, but while they're doing that, so if he draws a blue, he may be able to utilize the Teklo Foundry Heart to generate some additional resources, then crack the backup protocol, and sort of keep moving on with this turn. I think what he'd like to do here, Newson, is...
on 2.
Yeah. So if the Teklo Foundry Heart resources are used here to crack the backup protocol, he's able to extend the turn out a little bit, hopefully generate some more resources, and start getting some value out of the additional action points to attack with the Teklo pistol.
So players are just rewinding the game state. Changing that 060 to 6.
Yep, so it does change the value proposition a little bit, in fairness, if it's coming in for 6 or 4. I mean, 6 you may consider even putting down 2 cards, or even just one saying, hey, I don't want to drop down to 20 at this point. So in terms of equipment available, still the Gauntlets of Iron Will available for Dennis. We've got the Stonewall Gauntlet and one block left on the Teklo Foundry Heart on Dan's side.
It's very interesting because you're known for Guardian, right? They have a lot of armor, but Dennis only has the Stonewall Gauntlet to defend with, right?
Okay, so the backup protocol searched up off the Spark of Genius.
That will be drawing him a card.
Yeah, we'll be drawing him a card. Okay, let's see what he wants to do here with this.
Can he find that blue? Like, potentially an Arsenal as a boost card.
Yeah. So I think really desperately searching for
he
resources,
does get
and he finds the blue. Okay, so just wanting to load up the pistol and chamber here. So able to start putting a little bit of pressure on Dennis's life total here.
Threatening 4 damage.
So Dennis still with a 9 life lead at this stage.
And he still has and Teklo Foundry Heart still available for more resources.
Yep, so Teklo Foundry Heart, if this is utilized to generate resources, maybe come with another 0 to 60, or see if Dan wants to play more of a setup game at this stage. Even eyeing up the Achilles Accelerator here. The resources are a little bit awkward here, so if he uses the Teklo Foundry Heart, he gets the 2 resources, he could crack the backup protocol, but then he can't follow up with a pistol swing. So it looks like he's actually considering cracking the Achilles just to go for maximum efficiency, get one more attack with the Teklo pistol. Okay, it does utilize the Foundry Heart, picks up the 2 resources, and just wants to, so efficiently use the resources, load up the pistol and the chamber. So Dennis now down to 18 life, so still maintains a 5 life lead, but as we all know, Newson, when you start to fall down to say like sub 10 or so, the pistol chamber plan really starts to add up.
Oh, and another red disable.
Yep, just choosing to fire with the red disable here.
Dan has to know that Macho Grande is still in Arsenal. He cannot fall lower than like 5.
Yeah,
5, right?
At the moment, the quips are still available, but he does know that the Macho Grande is threatening, and Dennis just taking full advantage of that. Because when you see a red disable, generally just want to block for 6. You want to take 3 damage, shut off the crush effect, but each of these attacks that is pushing just that little bit of damage over gets him closer and closer to the Macho Grande.
And then if he's also able to establish a Visit the Gold main.
Yeah, and like the Visit the Gold main, we haven't seen any played yet. As you pointed out, that is a fantastic card to pair up with the Macho Grande. So Visit the Gold main of state, it's a blue 1 cost card with Gogen. When it's played, you create a gold token. Then if you have 3 or more gold, you generate mites equal to the number of gold you control. Now, the fantastic thing with Victor is when you get a gold, you draw a card. So particularly off something like Tunic, just replaces itself.
So strong.
We've seen multiple Golden Suns pitched at this point. Golden Sun's a really nice card to just have chilling in your deck as well, because if it's revealed to something like a Clash of Vigor, you win the Clash, you win the gold, you get a gold because of Golden Sun's effect, and then you draw the card. So they can effectively operate as another test of strength.
Pop in the backup protocol, getting back a red Froddle. That's coming in for 8.
We've also only seen one test of strength and one Trounce come out from Dennis at this point, so I think he's pretty happy just to try and mitigate a little bit of damage until he finds the additional copies of those. I think he starts to pull quite far ahead if he starts winning Test of Strength and Trounce clashes. We saw how good that All You Got was into the dagger in a previous game. Test of Strength is kind of like that but leveled up, like defends and then replaces itself. Oh, and speak of the devil, there's the Trounce. This is such an important Trounce. Oh, there's Alice Belting. Gets there on the first one.
First one.
Oh, and the Test of Strength. So it looks
Cracking
like
the
Dennis
gold.
will reroll his own one here. Can he beat a 4, it looks like?
Yes, he
Can with
can.
Choke
With
Slam.
Choke Slam. So creating a Vigor, a Might, and a Gold.
A Vigor, Might, and Gold, and replacing itself. And it looks like he has 2 cards in hand. If he has the blue, he just gets to fire off that Choke Slam for 9 without even using Tunic. Yep, very happy to take 2 damage here. Credit to Dan as he's definitely getting his efficiency in with his Teklo pistol. And look at the life totals, Newson. It's just slowly being chipped down. To the point where he's actually going to go ahead and give up that Choke Slam.
I wonder what's in Dan's arsenal. It's been there for a while.
Oh, because you know what's better than Choke Slam?
Spinal Crush.
Spinal Crush for 10.
Oh, and he can't just throw 2 cards down.
Yeah. So this is 2 cards plus an equipment, plus you take 3, and just drawing ever closer to that Macho Grande range, which he has patiently sat on for many, many turns now. But I love to see like the power of the Trounce comes out there, right? Replaces itself, gets you up a resource, allowing him to actually play out the Spinal Crush and block with an additional card in the Choke Slam there.
Throwing the stone wall. Minusing 1. So just taking 2. Pretty good use for stone wall, right? It's just running it back.
Okay, coming in for 8 with Go again. And we will keep an eye on the deck count sizes here because it's mainly been...
Seeing the Trounce.
Ooh, that's huge. And okay, Dennis is wanting to get aggressive here. Okay, the Pulverize.
You're not being a Pulverize.
You're not beating that. Does he win the second one? Oh, okay, so he's going to have to reroll the Rouse here. He really wants this to close out the game. Oh! And it's another Rouse, and that is painful for Dennis because he took 5 damage from that as well.
And he gave up a gold.
And he gave up a gold, which turns Viz the gold main to take the first one offline. I mean, live by the Clash, die by the Clash. That's the thing with Victor, is like you do want to play some of these cards like Rouse the Ancients to give yourself more tempo, but when you play Test of Strength and Trounce, it does come with some deck building restrictions, and sometimes it can burn you.
I'm looking at Dan's deck. It's looking pretty low.
Oh, and there was the Visit, so that is such a painful Trounce to lose. Because I feel like Newson, he was playing towards exactly what you were talking about earlier. So, I mean, he had the Rouse in hand as well with the Macho Grande. I think if he wins that Trounce, he's able to set up the Rouse into the Anathos.
Karen, this is so awkward. And have always taken a 6. Dan really wants to take this, but there is 2 floating.
Yep.
A red pummel will boost it to 10, and that's lethal.
Yep, and also your opponent blocked with just Trounce last turn. And the thing is, this line actually lines up pretty much perfectly with wanting to go pitch 3 blues, play Macho Grande with Trounce, with pummel up.
Okay. Dan respecting it. And
Well,
it was a pummel. So
And now
cool.
this
That Macho Grande.
that Macho Grande that you've been talking about the entire game, which Dennis has patiently sat on the whole game, is just waiting to push lethal. And it's going to be really hard for the end to thread enough damage to get through this.
So Dennis needs to keep 3 cards, right?
3 cards at this stage. But the thing is, he's not actually forced into playing next turn. Like, we might see him here choose to play a little bit defensively, play towards something like the Find Out Spring Tunic as well. Like, perhaps even block 2 cards, throw out 1 big attack. So Zip hit coming in for 4 go again. Just going to be, yep, just the equipment pushed in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he'll be able to frit any damage.
Maybe Teklo Foundry Heart plus card from Arsenal into weapon would be something.
Because Dennis still has 4 cards in here. He only needs 3 cards to use Macho Grande.
He did block 1 card on the first Rocket.
Oh,
He blocked with the inline strike there.
no, it's just
Okay, so unless that's a defense reaction in Arsenal.
it might be that red unmovable tick.
Yeah, unless that's the defense reaction in Arsenal.
It's been there forever.
And honestly, I mean, if it was a red unmovable, that's actually a massive tempo swing onto here. But I think that's going to be all she wrote. Yep, and that's game. And that was really cool to see that aggressive Victor strategy pay off. So just right from the start, he got off to a perfect start, really. Opened up with heaving the Pulverize. Was able to just take a little bit of damage in his first turn, and then just run out with things like that CNC Pummel was a really big tempo switcher in the game. And that's the thing on Victor, like, if you don't see your trounce cards, if you don't see your defensive clash cards early, things like trounce, things like Test of Strength, you don't have to descend into panic. Like, you know they're coming up at some point. You just build up your gold, start to re-roll. I mean, a bit of a heartbreak of Dennis that he wasn't able to win that trounce there, but he just played through it. Because if he won that trounce, the gold main estate was online, everything was suddenly unlocked in his turn. But it all lined up pretty nice for him anyway.
It's quite interesting how Dan chose to submit Induction Chamber, but go with the boost strategy.
Yeah, so I think the reasoning behind that is we saw him during that game just really push a lot of chip damage in between with the Teklo Pistol Induction Chamber. Just being able to really efficiently use your spare resources, turns off like we have Teklo Core, block your whole hand, load up both the pistol and the chamber and fire off. Also with the high octane as well, just being able to set up these turns where you can attack multiple times to 2 with the pistol. I think the game just got away from a little bit by Dennis just being so aggressive and being able to present so much disruption with damage. We saw things like those Rouse the Ancient turns into the Anathos,
CNC,
the CNC pummels, multiple red disables come down, just disruption after disruption, and then on the defensive side, once he was able to line up those tests of strength and trounces, then you just really start to pull away the value race. And
we never saw Dan really, pop off on this turn, right? We never saw those maximum velocities, those pulse wave harpoons, and those high octane turns with pistol attacking 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, so his high octane turn to get blanked a little bit. He was a little low on resources there, so it was hard for him to effectively utilize that into a big turn. I think Dennis did a great job, like we said, of just playing multiple cards that demanded 2 cards. So I'm going to Command and Conquer you. I'm going to Threat and Pummel, but you have to give me 2 cards. I'm going to play Disable. I'm getting either 9 damage in your arsenal, or again, you're giving me 2 cards. I don't think Dan was able to find the right spot where something like, because he is so far down in life, he wasn't able to find a spot where Disable comes down and he's able to go, block with Crown of Providence, ship my arsenal, play my big 5-card hand into you. So credit to Dennis for just identifying what his game plan needed to be. Didn't need the Auromagus and the Hammer, was content to just wait on his visit to the Gold Main Estates until he was able to get the 3 gold, which he never did. But yeah, just present damage over and over again. We saw he had things like Zealous Belting, Enlightened Strike, Rouse the Ancients, even down to Time Skippers.
Yep.
A little bit of anti-T-Bone tech there perhaps, but just a lot of ways to be able to avoid that thing I mentioned of having that 5-card hand and only being able to use 2 or 3 cards in it.
Yeah, so that drops Dan Mckay to 8-3.
At 9-3.
9-3.
So,
and Dennis to 9-3.
Yeah, so by our rough sort of back of the napkin calculations, we are thinking that 9-3 will make it to top 8. So that means that we'll be both a Dash and a Victor in top 8. We'll start to, once we get some of the results to come in, we'll start to get a better idea of what has made the top 8s. We have a lot of players playing win-and-ins currently. I know Matt Rogers was playing a win-and-in against
Oliver Berry was also playing a winning-in.
Yep, so we have 2
Zens.
2 former national champions, one the reigning national champion, playing on Zen for their win-and-ins to try and make it through to top 8. We have multiple new players as well. Like Ben Dodd has now made top 8. We have Marshall on 8 wins playing that win-and-in as well. We have some Prism floating around.
I'm pretty sure I saw Karen Carnegie on table 1 versus Ben Dodd too. So Kano versus Nu.
Okay, so that's a Kano. Kiki, last round winner on Prism, was also playing a winner, I believe. So
many winnings.
yeah, there's so much riding on this last round of Swiss that as the result starts to filter in, we'll try to keep you updated. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what the top 8 could be. I mean, it could be anything from like 1 to 3 Zens, but to 0, like potentially 0 Zens.
Potentially 0, yeah.
We could see up to 3 Nus. We could see Prisms. I mean, the only thing we really know at this point is there will be
A Nu.
There'll be a Nu, there'll be a Dash, and there'll most likely be a Victor. But outside of that, anything can happen in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, one of that KO is still there, you know, the Dorinthia.
Yeah, so last time I checked on Max, I think he may have dropped just out of contention, being 1 win below. But I can't confirm that. I just thought I saw him on 7 wins, not 8. But yeah, like you mentioned, we have some really cool Dorinthia players.
Azalea.
We still have 3 Azaleas were live coming into this as well. So we could be setting up a really spicy top 8. Hopefully I don't jinx it though, but we'll see how we go. But yeah, so that brings us to the end of Swiss. So this round is finishing up. We'll be coming through with some top 8 action pretty shortly. What are you hoping to see in the top 8, Newson?
I'm really looking forward to see Nu.
Yeah.
I really want to see. I really love watching that hero play. It's just so exciting what they do because there's so many different things they can do, like reactions or go wide or so on like that. I just love on-hit effects.
Yeah, I agree with you. Nu is one of the heroes that I've enjoyed watching the most this weekend, and it helps that we have some very skilled pilots that we've seen on the hero, namely Dodd and Marshall, who've played that deck incredibly well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Nus operate in the top 8, how they play into some of their perhaps more difficult matchups. Other decks like Prism as well. You know, I'd love to see a bit of Prism versus Zen action going on. If we do indeed get a Zen into the top 8. Again, decks like Azalea, I feel we've only had, one Azalea on stream so far,
Darren.
and it was a very unfortunate game for poor old Darren. For those who weren't here with us, he was playing against Dorinthia, who Dorinthia started, got a counter on Dawnblade, pushed 7 damage, got a Vigor token, and the game went just about as you would expect from that stage. But obviously, Azalea's been very highly rated by the New Zealand community. And
still hanging in there.
Still hanging in there. So far done very well as well. But yeah, we have so many different iterations of top 8, so many fantastic potential matchups coming up. We've got some great storylines to follow. Multiple national champions still in contention. The calling winner in Pro Tour Top 16, Dodd in contention. But anyway, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back shortly. Hopefully we'll be able to give you a little bit more clarity on the top 8 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
It's up to us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
After 12 grueling rounds of Swiss, Newson, we have our top 8 for the New Zealand National Championship. And it's a pretty cool top 8 if I say so myself.
Pretty stacked, to be honest.
Yeah, some really good players, a really good, nice variety of decks in there, I feel. So we're going to bring that up on screen in a moment, and then we'll just walk through some of the matchups we have. So first place in Swiss, Dodd, just going on a dominating run throughout the competition. So ended up with 10 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, and is our first place seed. And as a potential first round matchup, man, what a clash of the Titans, playing against Matt Rogers on Zen. So a 2-time New Zealand national champion, highly regarded fair player around the world, Matt Rogers, playing up against one of the new stars off the New Zealand scene, Dodd, winner of the Calling Melbourne, top 16 Pro Tour LA, putting up just results all over the place, and putting Assassin back on the map.
Champion versus champion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a really cool match. Moving down a little bit, we have Oliver Berry, the reigning New Zealand national champion, playing up against Dennis Zhang's Victor. And we saw Dennis sort of execute a really clean, aggressive game plan playing into Dash in the final round of Swiss, which was really cool to see. Oliver Berry, obviously, like we say, reigning national champion.
Do you remember he lost round 1 yesterday? And he
yeah.
still kept grinded to 4th place.
Yeah, so we were actually out watching his final game. He had a very, very close game against Prism in his final round of Swiss. Went absolutely right down to the wire. Both players on sort of 1 or 2 life at the end, and manages to just close it out with a Sacred Art, so there was a bit of a thriller. And Dennis saying, we'll see if he wants to operate maybe slightly more of a defensive game plan that we talked about, playing into that Zen. Dennis, quite a noted Guardian player, made top 24 of the first Pro Tour on Oldham, and has just put up multiple results on top 4 of
Auckland Calling,
top 4 of New Zealand Nationals a year or 2 ago as well on
Oldham as well.
Yep. So obviously he's got a very strong Guardian pedigree, Dennis. Moving down the list, we have Dan Mckay in 2nd place on Dash, playing a very cool. So he's got the Hanabi Blaster. We were able to have a little bit of a look through the deck list. Has access to the Hanabi Blaster game plan, perhaps running a similar to Hayden Dale. I know they often test a lot together. Hayden Dale playing that very innovative, very cool Hanabi Blaster Dash deck over on Australian Nationals. So Daniel's matchup is against Kieran Carnegie. So Kieran has been a Wizard fan from way back in the Arcane Rising days, I think.
I think he's always been on Kano.
Yeah, so very active in the sort of Flesh and Blood Wizard community. I see him talking a lot on Discord, always joining in discussions, happy to help players out. So he's going to see if he can bring some of that Kano math into the top
We
8.
can't have a top 8 without Kano, right?
Yeah, there's so often there's at least one, right?
Yes.
And you often feel some of the really good Kano players who've put in the time, put in the reps, they find their way. They find their way to make it through. So interesting matchup there. We'll see how much Arcane Barrier Dan has access to if he's able to just outright race Kano. I mean, Dash can be one of the fastest decks in the format when you have a good start. You start with that Teklo Pounder, Hanabi Blaster, just go absolutely jamming damage. Then moving down to our final top 8 match, we have a new mirror. Now that's going to be a little bit wild. We haven't seen too many new mirrors recently. So we have Marshall Stevenson, who was just crushing it throughout the Swiss. We saw a very cool game of him on stream previously.
Probably one of the up-and-coming players to look for in this top 8.
Yeah, I'll have to go have a talk to them. I'm not sure if Marshall and Ben test together. Look like they're running somewhat similar new lists, and they're both playing on new. So I'll go have a chat, see if I can get a little bit more information while the judges are going through the deck checks at the moment. And playing up against Winton Bedford. So Winton, for those who don't know, was a bit of a ninja control player back in the day, back at the Monarch calling in Auckland.
He won the Battle Hardened.
Yeah, the side event was Battle Hardened Classic Constructed, and he took down all the early chains in the format with his take on
He
it.
actually beat Daniel Mckay, who's also in the top 8.
Yeah,
as well.
a little bit of history there. So maybe they're up for a grudge match in the semi-final if they both make it through. So Winton was able to take down that event on a control Katsu. I think he's played a lot of control-y decks throughout the years. Obviously, Nu is a hero that speaks to him in a way, probably for similar reasons that Ben Dodd has spoken to us, that ability to have the agency to play some mind games with the opponent. But all in all, if I look through the list, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different heroes in the top 8, and I mean, most represented at Nu. So probably not quite
5.
Sorry, 5 different heroes in top 8. Jeez, I can't count to 5. That is quite embarrassing to have on stream. But anyway.
But did you expect 3 Nus to be in the top 8?
No, I would not have picked that, my friend.
Yeah.
And also, I think a lot of players were expecting Zen to dominate the top 8. And
Well, our national champions are playing Zen.
Yep.
So
So we've had four national championships, and 3 of those have been won by Matt Rogers and Olive Berry.
Yep.
Both playing Zen, both made the top 8. To give you a little bit of context, it was actually very, like we mentioned, Ollie Berry having a very close game to make it through to top 8. There was actually Matt lost his final round, was looking potentially somewhere on the bubble. There was actually a draw in the final round elsewhere, and he made it through an 8th. So Zen, very powerful hero, but these players had to put in the work to just make it through on the finest of margins here.
And the prophecy might be real. There's only 3 Auckland players left. And
Okay.
there's one Christchurch, 2 Christchurch players, and 2 Wellington players.
Okay, so is it going to rotate? Is it going to be Wellington's year, or are we going to see it Christchurch?
Might be a new Christchurch era.
It could be, which is really cool if we have a winner from a new city in New Zealand. So a lot of interesting storylines going on here. Like personally, I think the battle of the sort of, like I say, the new star in the scene, Ben Dodd against Matt Rogers is a game I'd quite like to see. But a lot of really cool games here. I will say it looks like on paper Zen has a couple of somewhat difficult matchups, you could say. And Victor, one of the reasons that you bring that hero is you probably feel you have a good game plan into Zen. So I think Dennis is going to be somewhat comfortable with that matchup. Now, and also with Nu into Zen, we've seen how that matchup goes. Nu is actually able to control the board fairly well. Zen does have that explosive power though, so we'll see if Ben is able to keep that in check. You know, maybe utilize some of those sigils that we saw previously to just keep that life total just high enough.
I don't think Ben dropped a single game to Zen. In fact, the only game he dropped in CC was to Kieran Carnegie on Kano in the last round.
Just blown up by Kano in the
Yep.
last round.
But
Okay.
Zen, I don't think he's had an issue with.
Yep.
And we saw that on stream, right? If it wasn't for time, I think Ben had that game on lock.
Yeah, so although in saying that, he did drop down to 1 life.
Yes.
It was a very close run thing, but I mean, if you drop to 1 life and get there, that's just a must flex.
If you're on 1 life, you're still alive. Doesn't matter how you win, right?
I mean, 1 life might as well be 1,000 when they've got no cards
Exactly.
left in deck, so very cool from there. Yeah, so anyway, I feel we just have a lot of really cool games lined up. We're actually going to throw a couple of these matchups into a poll to see what people would like to see. And what I'm interested in here is we have a lot of other national championships going on this weekend. You know, Australia, which is sort of the one right next to us, and plenty of others.
Germany, Malaysia.
Germany's a big one as well. Malaysia, potentially French nationals going on this weekend. I thought I saw that.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah.
So it would be really interesting to see some of the results coming out of here, to see how different areas have adapted towards the sort of what some are calling the boogeyman of the format Zen.
And it kind of shapes up for the last week of nationals next week, right?
Yeah.
We have some big ones. Canada, Japan. Maybe they see these results and go, oh, maybe Zen is beatable.
Yeah.
Maybe I play new.
Yeah.
If I can beat Zen with new very constantly, then...
Well, I think we've already seen, as we've spoken about, some of the players looking at the results and looking at some of the matchups coming out of US and UK nationals and saying, look, I have to be prepared for Zen, and how am I going to do that? I feel that it's certainly influenced some of the deck construction choices for heroes like Nu, for heroes like Victor as well. Obviously, Kano Kanos just feel they can be
really
anything,
good.
Right? Like, they're pretty comfortable saying, look, I'll play against anything you put in front of me. It's pretty hard to stop being blown up by like a wildfire into an Aether Flare, into a blazing, pushing through 50, 60,
And
70
is Dash fast enough to beat Zen as well?
Yeah, I mean, and we saw the Dash 3 Zen matchup in the finals of the UK National Championship. Actually a fairly close game from what I saw. There was definitely some moments towards the end where if Dash's draws had been a little bit better, they might have put a little bit more pressure on there. So I will be keeping an eye on some of the results coming out of these national championships to see if people have been able to adapt well using the information gained from the first couple of rounds of nationals coming out. And it looks like from the New Zealand side, they have. We will see how this top 8 plays out. You know, it is possible. We have 2 very strong players on Zen. Very possible we could see Zen make it through to the final. But I do like the fact that
They are in the same bracket.
they are in the same bracket. So I do like the fact, though, that it appears they haven't just swarmed their way through the tournament. It's not like we're seeing 4 or 5 Zens in the top 8, top of the brackets. We're seeing them come through, you know, at 8th place, 4th place, and having to win their win-and-ins to actually get there as well, which is really good. And
Yeah, so the players are currently getting deck checked.
yep, so the deck checks are going on at the moment just to make sure everything's above round going into the top 8. So the top 8 will be untimed, of course. Players will be required to play at a reasonable pace. We'll have the judges on hand for that. And yeah, I mean, what matchup are you sort of most excited for on the top 8, Newson?
For me, I'm very competitive, so I really like champions versus champions. So I'm looking for the Ben Dodd versus Matt Rogers game.
That would honestly be my personal pick
Calling
as well.
champion versus national champion.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be my pick as well. I've really enjoyed watching and speaking to Ben Dodd sort of play Nu a little bit this weekend and show his mastery of part of the Misfailed draft as well. Matt Rogers, you know, just one of the best players in New Zealand, has proven that time and time again.
Kind of feels like, you know, the new blood versus the old blood.
Yeah, the rising star trying to take down the established champ, right? I think that would be a very cool game to see. I think the Dash vs Kano game, I think, will be explosive. I'm a little worried we put that on. It finishes in 5 minutes, but yeah, you never know. With the Hanabi Blaster, things like, you know, Twin Drive, Hanabi Blaster, the Teklo Pounder, operating the Spark of Genius, the Teklo Cores, Dash has a lot of ways to push a lot of damage very, very quickly. They do play enough blues. They have access to easy Arcane Barrier in the form of Visiatronic and the Achilles Accelerator, which is able to up them to AB3 to try and mitigate some of those threats very well. On the other hand, I think the new mirror is quite interesting. Will be like,
it's very back and forth, very grindy, right?
Like with both players having access to the Mask of Recurring Nightmare, a lot of attack reactions, a lot of pumps. I think that's going to be a lot of mind games going on. Who's able to pair up the attack reactions at the right time? Who's able to like preserve their defense reactions until the critical moment? And just sort of operating, trying to figure out what cards am I blocking with? Very important at all times. I don't want to be banishing away things like my Persuasive Prognosis, my Bonds of Agony, just for my opponent to be able to go pitch blue. I'll fish those out of your banish zone and play them out.
Especially levels of enlightenment.
Levels of enlightenment. Like, if you're able to banish that, that's massive. Some of it might come down to as well the timing. I feel that's meant to be a grindy game. The timing of certain cards like the Sacred Art, Undercurrent Desires. Yes, it is a one-off, but if you're able to sort of maintain and hold that till the right time and bust it out at the perfect time, then that could bring you a huge advantage. Some of it, honestly, would just come down to a bit of good old-fashioned variance, like my attack hits, I banish 2 of your best cards off the top, and hey, they're both blue. Awesome, thank you.
And don't forget the Victor versus Zen.
Oh, Victor versus Zen.
I'm interested in see how Victor deals with Zen.
I am really interested because I've spoken to a number of community members about that matchup, and again, it feels like one of those classic 60-60s at times. Like some Zens I've spoken to say, yeah, mate, it's no problem. Easy. I just fire off the big combo turn. I push in there my equips to stop their disruption, and they can't deal with the 35 damage turn I put in front of them, even through tests of strength. I talk to some of the victors, they go, I've got tests of strength, I've got trounce, I have all the disruption in the world, like Command and Conquer, Disable, Chokeslam, Crush the Weak,
Spinal
Amnesia, Spinal Crush, like the list goes on and on and on, right? Follow it backed up by things like Pummels. They have new tools in the form of Goldmane Estate to be able to push up those disruptive cards to maybe, a Spinal Crush coming in for 12. That's going to take more than just your equipment, my friend. Yep. That's going to take an additional card from hand. So really interested to see how that matchup goes. I'm a little biased as a Victor guy. I like to think that Dennis has come prepared, knows that matchup inside out, and knows how to combat the Zen. But in saying that, sometimes, as Mike Tyson once said, everyone's prepared to get punched in the face. And Zen is one of the best decks in the format at just throwing that haymaker right off the bat. It's very hard to stop a turn where you have multiple Art of War. You transcend multiple Art of Wars, banishing the target to get the additional value. You start chaining off multiple Descendants of Gustwave into Bonds of Ancestry. It's just so much damage. I've seen people love posting their combat chains on Twitter. I've seen combat chains posted with like 30, 35 plus damage. I will say all the Zen games we've watched this weekend, yes, those hints do come up, but it's not like they're coming up all the time. And they do actually require a bit of setup.
A lot of setup.
Because of the way Bonds works, you kind of need to bide your time a little bit. Is that correct?
Yeah, you need the right cards in the graveyard, right, to banish from Bonds.
Absolutely.
You need to transcend to activate Zen, and sometimes if you just don't find those transcend cards early enough, it might be too late. Yeah,
because once we have seen games as well where the Zens have gone sort of 3, 4, even 5 turns without being able to transcend, and it starts to put you in a bit of a bind. Because you want to have that done immediately, like you say, so you have access to the spike turn as soon as possible. But if the Victor's able to chain a few disruption cards together before you transcend, your equipment, it's funny because you have this giant fridge, but you don't really want to use parts of it.
Yeah, you shove it all at once.
Yeah, most of the time it's like, you're playing poker all in, like you attack me, all in, have all my equipment, so there you go. You don't really want to just push the chest in. I mean, we have seen Zen players stagger it, so you might want to block with a Boots one turn and block with a Traverse later. Like, that's a perfectly fine play. But again, when we talk about some of these cards that go well above rate, things like the Spinal Crushes or Disables backed up by Pummels or additional Might tokens, we've got Trounce, cards like that to pump these cards up. It just becomes a bit more of a difficult proposition.
Yeah.
So my thoughts on that game is that if Zen spikes a lot of damage early and maybe put the Victor in a spot where it's hard for him to come back from being chipped down, but I think Victor's going to want to try establish control of the game with some disruption effects, really lean into some critical clashes. That's something to keep an eye on in that matchup. If Victor starts losing tests of strength and trounces early, man, that becomes a difficult matchup to win, I will tell you that.
Yeah. So we'll probably go on a short break for now.
Yeah, no, that sounds...
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Tuesday, Alex, like Newson and I, we were thinking some of the games that we wanted to play, but we're going to throw it out to the people to decide.
Yep.
No, don't let us down. Pick one of the matchups that we want to see. Ultimately, it's up to all of you watching. So we will just go on a short break while the deck checks and everything are finished off. We'll be back with the first round of the top 8 very shortly. Newson, I can't wait. I am very excited, and get out there and vote in the poll. And so get the game that you want to see.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're just about to get into the top 8 action of the Flesh and Blood National Championship for New Zealand. And I can't wait. We've got Ben Dodd on New, lined up against Matt Rogers on Zen. So as we mentioned before, Matt Rogers, a 2-time New Zealand National Champion. Ben Dodd, calling Melbourne Champion, top 16 PTLA, first in Swiss at this event. This is going to be an epic matchup. And using these players, there's a lot on the line. So they're playing for thousands of dollars worth of prize money, gold foils, the prestige, and the trophy. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, so now only top 4 gets the gold foil, so they're actually playing for quite a bit.
Yeah.
The money doubles, gold foil, especially, I think both of them just want to be the New Zealand national champ.
Yeah, that's it for me as well, right? I mean, the gold foils and the cash, it's always pretty nice, but having that trophy.
And that title.
The trophy and the title, that lasts forever. And the gold foils as well, I feel the players will be pretty keen to get their hands on those, particularly with the part Misval being released, some of those gold foils being moved into the pool. I don't know about you, but I'd love to open something like a Traverse the Universe.
Oh, 100%.
Yep, so we're going to probably crack into the action pretty shortly. So the players are currently just checking the deck list. So when we are in top 8, it is the open deck list, so they're able to have a look through, see any of the secret tech, a little bit of spice, some tricks to watch out for. So these players will probably be fairly well acquainted with roughly what each other are playing. I wonder. So Ben Dodd, we saw, kept the sigils in earlier for the last end matchup. We'll see if those come out again.
And yeah, wonder if Matt has some side deck hate for New. Maybe we'll see some snags.
Yep. So Snag, I've heard a lot from players over the course of the weekend. Snag has been very strong.
Okay.
So we'll see if he brings in some of those. Snag, very nice. It is a blue instant card. It can also turn on your Transcend, which is very nice.
It's also very important that Ben gets to choose who goes first and second, because he is the higher seed.
Yeah, yep. So he can choose whether he wants to set up that 5-card hand first or let Matt come in, set up, and just offer some disruption right away.
Yeah.
So definitely, all right, so the players, having a bit of fun with each other. Talking a little bit trash, I hope. So some of the key things to watch out for in this game, the Zen's game plan, generally from what we've seen, is they like to chip some damage here and there, then look to set up some really big turns off the back of the Traverse the Universe once they've transcended and the Stride of Reprisal. They are able to do a lot of damage in between. Some of the classic plays we've seen is the double Transcend, get 2 resources off your chest, and then Art of War, banish the Tiger, completely off to the races with your whole board, gaining the +1. Other cards, things like Ancestral Harmony, of course, the legendary Sacred Art, and just everything in between.
To be honest, Zen has disruption too, right? Like, he's probably going to bring in the Command and Conquerors. He's going to bring in the weakest links if he plays them.
Yep.
And that disrupts New as well. That forces cards out of New's hand.
Yeah.
It's not just pure damage.
The weakest link has actually been a powerhouse this weekend. We've seen it played in so many different matchups and so many different decks. Just really strong when you know a lot of these heroes are packing like the no blocks, things like your Transcend cards and all of that. And in terms of how, like I said, how they want to play the matchup, we talked about Zen wanting to just play that sort of mid-range chip damage game plan and then start setting up these Descend and Bond turns and getting that really big spike turn off the equipment. In terms of how New wants to approach this, I feel the name of the game is disruption, disruption, disruption.
Chain disruption, chain disruption, chain disruption, right?
Yep.
You leave no witnesses, your Command Conquerors, weakest links, Bond's Agony, Prognosis. Anything else I'm missing?
Do we say CNCs and amnesias potentially?
Siren Calls.
Siren Calls. A couple of plays.
Mask of Recurring Nightmare.
Yep. So some of the plays to keep an eye out for as this game goes along. One of the things we want to see is Ben's weapon setup. So we saw previously when he played against Zen, he played with the Scale Peeler and Spider's Bite. So the Scales Peeler is really nice. The theory behind this is when Zen wants to try set up their pop-off turn and push all the equipment in, you attack with the Scale Peeler and either get a card out of their hand or make all their equipment defend for 1 less. Followed up by Disruption. That is a really powerful combo.
So Matt is on the snag.
Oh, so he is on the snag.
He is also on Free Blanche.
Oh, okay. Very strong. In terms, one of the other key plays to watch out for on Ben's side is Siren's Call. We've seen News use these extremely effectively all weekend long. So you can use it for disruption over the course of the game. One of the ways they like to play it as well is to get one set up in Arsenal and just wait until they kind of get the read that Zen's looking to set up. They block with Traverse the Universe, they search for their chi, you play the Siren's Call, pull the chi out of the hand, it doesn't defend, new player draws a card, and you've kind of gone a long way towards disrupting their big spike turn. I can also see Ben Dodd here is playing the sensors.
Yep.
So he's got access to 2 sensor, I see 3 CNCs.
So
3
much
weaker
disruption.
slings. So actually not electing to go with the Amnesia, choosing to just go with some of the more just straight up disruption in the form of the sensor, the CNCs, the weaker slings, the Sirens calls. We also see Leave No Witnesses, of course. And somewhat similar to Punkage's deck from a Battle Hardened recently, really leaning into the power of Justinic. If we have a look here, we see there's 3 Justinics and there's a lot of targets. The Art of Desire Mind, the Bonds of Agony, Bonds of Attraction, the Pick to Pieces, just so many different cards that he's able to target this with.
And Balance of Justice and Freehold Lines for the Audible turns.
Oh, that's very nice. And, okay, so what else? In terms of other notable cards through here, I mean, Levels of Enlightenment are just total bangers.
Standard.
What's actually very interesting, if we look through the Transcend in the deck, there actually is very little. So we see the Path Well Traveled, the Passover, and the Sacred Art, and the Homage, but that's about it. So not going for some of these super heavy Transcend builds that we've seen from some news.
I mean, it's not really that needed for new, right? It's not like Zen or Enigma where they need those cards to functionally play their game plan.
Yep.
New is a deck that if I have it, I have it. That's nice. But I don't need to rely on my hero ability to win the game.
Yep, and particularly with Ben's build, he feels he might not need to lean into that Mask of Recurring Nightmares so much as well. The other card I just wanted to highlight from Ben's deck here, with the interaction with the 1-power cards, is the Looking for a Scrap. So it's very cool because you're playing a whole lot of powerful 1-power cards already with on-hits to fuel your Justinic turns. These are really nice to then be able to banish later on to a card like Looking for a Scrap. So it goes from a 1-4, just vanilla basically, to a 1-5 with Go Again, which very powerful. May not necessarily play it into this matchup if he wants to play more defensively, but very good when you're trying to push through some of these more mid-range decks like Enigma, for example.
So Matt is playing the Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast.
Okay, so if you look at the copies, so he's playing just the 2 copies here. The other thing I wanted to point out, Newson, is you know how we saw Ben utilize those 2 sigils very effectively in that previous game? He's actually just playing the 2.
Oh, okay.
So plays 2 sigils, survives on 1 life. Can't get any tighter than that. So if we move on and have a bit of a look at Matt's list here. So he has the one of Blue Biting Breeze. Okay, that's a little bit of spice. I mean, it's kind of like a blue head jab that can make a target. Helps to turn on your Transcend. If we look at the Descendant and Bonds numbers, so
all 3 reds and 3 blues.
Yep, so deciding not to play the yellow. So following the footsteps a little bit of what we have seen at other national championships, it looks like we have also one Zephyr Needle available in the side. Probably not going to be brought in for this matchup, I would expect.
Probably just against Kano, right?
Yeah, against Kano, potentially even...
he is playing 2.
Oh, he does have the 2? Yeah, okay, yeah, so maybe against Kano and also against the Mirror.
Interesting, he doesn't play Command and Conquer. He doesn't play Weakest Link. The only disruption attack he has is Blanche.
So Matt it looks like he's trying to lead into the strengths of the deck.
More combo.
Yeah, more combo orientated rather than going for some of these mid-range, get the Command and Conquers going, get some of your other traditional disruption spells that we've seen in this format. Another card that could come into play here is This Round's on Me. So This Round on Me, generally quite effective in the Zen Mirror when played at the right time, but it does have the bonus when you're playing against Zen to just sort of playing against Nu to shut off their daggers. So being able to go something like This Round on Me into a Transcend, push a little bit of damage, potentially even use that chi to create a Zen state off the chest, that might be a play we need to watch out for as well. Now if we look through a few of the other sort of big turn enablers, so things that generally give plus power to the entire board, we refer to them as anthems at times. Not Bonds of Ancestry. Ancestral Harmony is another one. So just a blue 3-block card, banishes a card off the top and gives your combo cards +1 for the turn. If the banished card is a combo card, you can play it. When that lines up, that is very, very nice. But I think, as you mentioned, Newson, some of this might come down to some very well-timed snags.
Yep, 100%. If you can see them early, get an arsenal, can actually blow out a turn.
Yeah, particularly if he's able to set that up when he's going for one of his spike turns as well, and he gets in to take a little bit too much damage, thinking he can get the swing back, and he blanks that with a snag, that can be one of the plays that lets him get ahead.
I'm actually very interested in seeing who goes first, what Ben has chosen. Oh, so see Spider's Bite and Scab Healer.
Yep.
No beckoning misplay.
Yep, so Ben going for the same setup that he went for last time. So he's got those Understows, Toledos, and the Arousing Wave. And we saw him use those to great success in his previous game against Zen that we saw. Okay, so we're about to kick off right into the action. And a good handshake showing a bit of sportsmanship from the players there.
See Matt's deck with the Marvels in, the EA Traverse,
It's
EA Katsaya. It's just pretty bling.
I love that it's blinked out. That's one of the cool things about Fab. You sort of identify with your hero and you want to get all the coolest gear.
Nice pieces, you know?
I think we know you and I are both big fans of foils, so really cool to see. Okay, so it appears that Ben has put Matt on the play. And just going for the Arsenal pass. Oh, so the Sigil, but this could come back to bite him. So he gains the 3 life, but Matt has just passed priority, so he still could go for a turn here. So Matt immediately going into the tank a little bit. It looked like he might like his hand, that's why he's prepared to pass, but the value proposition changes when your opponent plays that Sigil right at the start. So if we have a quick peek there, it looks like there may be multiple Transcend cards, Spinning Wheel Kick, and 100 Wins. So he might actually be able to push a little bit of damage on this turn. Matt just sort of weighing up here is saying, is it worth me to try get some damage through on this turn to nullify some of that Sigil damage, or do I want to play a bit more of a consistent game plan?
Looks like he is.
Okay, so he's going to open up with a Spinning Wheel Kick. Does Ben have the defense reaction to cleanly block this? Because Newson, this is a pretty scary card to put 2 cards in front of. And that is the risk you play sometimes with Sigil, running them out on the first turn of the game. Really tossing up whether he gives them 2 cards here. Okay, so that's nullified 1 point of value out of the Sigil. We've seen how close these games are, and Matt just willing to Arsenal pass. So it looks like 2 Transcend cards available for Matt. So really important that he wanted to keep those to unlock that Traverse as early as possible. We've spoken about how Zen wants to push the damage early before the disruption chain comes online.
Beautiful hand from Ben. Already seeing the disruption cards already. So, surgical extraction ready.
Surgical, nice.
With 1 floating.
Now, the other upside to Matt, because he arsenals that Transcend card, really nice to try to get around cards like Command and Conquer and leave no witnesses, but the surgical kind of gets by all that by threatening the hand immediately.
And it's just so hard to block. It's attacking with 4. You don't want to throw your equipment, you know.
Yeah, you're not really wanting to commit your equips, and you're also a little bit concerned about putting 2 cards in front of this here. Okay, so players just probably clarifying a bit of information. But yeah, the issue is with this breakpoint, if you defend this for 6 and you still get blown out by the surgical, you've just given all the tempo to Ben, and that's not where you want to be as the end player in this matchup.
You lose 3 cards if you block for 6.
And quite scary as well, elected not to attack with the Spider Spite, really kind of indicating that there may be some follow-up on top of the surgical. Because we do know, just pitching a couple of cards going Spider Spite into surgical is scary enough as it is. And how does Matt... Oh, and I think I spotted a snag in Matt's hand here. But again, I mean, maybe not the best time to use it. Okay, so we see the Venomous Bite come down, getting the Fang Strike. Probably see the Fang Strike committed here.
So goes to 8.
Now the thing is, Matt can commit the snag here. It's effectively a defense reaction for 4.
But he's still losing it.
Yeah.
That surgical is still hitting.
The surgical's still coming over. Like, we may see Matt decide, he's happy just saving that for another turn, or maybe he takes his value here.
But he's probably going to rip it out of his hand, right? If he doesn't use it here.
Yeah. So the snag, yep, reducing that down, so currently 1 over. Oh, and the perfect Transcend card there for Matt.
Now, Ben can respond with his arms.
Let's see, is he going to hold on to these for the defense value? Critically here, to use the arms would require pitching the last card from hand.
No, sorry, I don't think he can use his arms because of snag.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. And Matt, that is such a high value play there. So manages to get the snag, to fade the Venomous Bite, and then into the drop in the ocean.
Using the Stir the Pot too.
Okay, so now he's double transcended.
No, honestly, I think Ben's pretty happy.
I mean, Ben's probably pretty happy ripping out the snag, but I think that turn could have gone a lot worse for Matt than it did.
Like, he was able to get 2 cards from Matt, and he knows Matt's hand is just two cheese and a hidden card.
Yep. So that those 2 cheese are representing, kind of at minimum, you can pitch the Kakara, fetch up a Tiger. So Matt's going to be able to do one of those little in-between turns here where it looks like he should be able to push, at least 6, 7, 8 damage. I'm thinking 2 off the Kakara, 1 off the Tiger, plus a combo card follow-up, should have a spare resource as well. So a little bit of back and forth. We're seeing the action heat up already in this game. Okay, so
Activate Zen.
we're going to see a Zen activation here. We'll see if Matt wants to start stocking his graveyard with things like 100 Winds as well, or Flusterfist potentially.
I think he needs to set up the Descendant Gust Wave and Bonds
He's got the
minimum.
Descendant. So does he have the bombs in hand?
Because you need both of those in the graveyard to do the chains.
So potentially if Matt does have the bombs, this was going to be a very nice turn when you're facing down a Surgical. So Gust Wave coming down for 3. That's just going to be defended out by a Sensor, and he did have the bonds.
So, blue. That does enable his Tiger.
Yep, so the bonds. Let's see if it fetches up the aspect of the body.
Because Shuko will boost it by 1.
Yep, and that was a really clean line for Matt here, because what he's able to do by getting this, if he fetches up the aspect of the Tiger body, gets a search 1, coming with the Kakara. Oh, but actually he doesn't.
Yes, he can, because he can go...
But he won't have the combo online from the aspect of body Tiger here. It does actually need to follow a red card.
Does it have to follow a red card, or just a red card from this chain?
Yep, so defended out by the Command and Conquer there. Okay, where's Matt going to go next with this turn?
Oh, was the last attack.
So Shuko coming in for 2.
Being very disciplined, just...
Wow, so putting a really high premium on protecting that life total there.
But he did have... That is 4 red cards.
That is true. But now, also 3 premium disruption cards hitting the bin, and Fate Foreseen not really getting full value there. Matt would probably be pretty happy with how that turned out. He managed to fade out the Surgical turn. Ben going to tick up Tunic and pass here.
I think Ben played it really well. He has seen and Leave No Witness instead. He knows that Matt's not going to have an arsenal. So those cards are just raw damage.
Yeah, and didn't fall for the trap of just eating damage for no particular reason. He knows this isn't necessarily about damage racing Matt at this point in the game.
And he's still on 40.
He's still on 40. Matt does have the Chi and the deck available now, so the Traverse turn is online. So Matt being able to, like I said, Matt being able to get past that Surgical turn and still have a turn to keep the tempo, has to be somewhat happy with how that played out. Progressing to the next phase in the game for him as well by having that Chi in deck. Now just keeping an eye on what tools that Ben has available. Probably wants to know the number of things like Sensor, attack reactions, defense reactions. Oh, and that's actually a Sacred Art in hand.
Looks like he is committing to it.
Yeah. So the powerful legendary coming out here. It's going to create 2 Tigers in Matt's hand. Getting a double transcend. 2 resources going to be available off the chest. Matt choosing to banish the Sigil of Solace off the Passover, just doesn't want to get blown out by something like Preserved Tradition.
So strong. Now he has 5 cards in hand with 2 floating resources, thanks to the chest.
Very, very powerful turn here. So Matt has access to, the 2 resources can be put into the Tiger Tape and Kakara if he needs to. Still has Zen's Hero ability available.
Probably looking for a chase the tail to utilize those tigers.
Yeah, Chase the Tail would be very nice here. Now he has access to 3 Tigers. And indeed, that will be searched up.
And he does have access to Enlightened Strike too.
Ooh, so if he needs to get a little bit of additional value there.
Putting a tiger to the bottom, yeah.
So Matt doing a good job of keeping up the pressure. Ben Dodd looking very calm on the other side, but the thing for Matt here is, this doesn't need to be the turn. This just needs to be a turn that pushes a little bit of damage and keeps the tempo in his favour.
Oh, I think Tiger Swipe's far better, just because of the Sacred Arts buffing the tigers.
Yeah, it starts to become a must block now. Yep, so with the Sacred Art online, all the Tigers getting +1. As you mentioned, Houston, the Tiger Swipe on hit is very relevant now. So Ben still has all his equipment available. But I have to think he might have wanted the start of this game to go a little bit differently, with him putting a bit more pressure on with the disruption. And again, quite a red heavy hand here. So the Tigers should be for
What,
2.
2?
Because of the Sacred Art. We'll just try and check if the players are remembering the buff from that. As there will be a number of Tigers played this turn. Okay, so the player's just going to get that one cleared up. Okay, so the Shuko has been used. That is the...
Look at all those tigers.
Players. Yeah.
It's coming for 4.
It's a Tiger Swipe coming in for 4.
Threatening to make 3 more tigers.
Yeah, I mean, something like a grain that tips would be
Oh.
monstrous here. As it is, I mean, a relatively clean block available for Ben. Using either the legs or the boots. Sorry, the legs or the arms. I mean, this is a very dangerous attack to let hit. And we are going to see the E-Strike committed to defend here. And then just an Enlightened Strike. Let's see if he goes to 7 or for 5, draw a card.
Draw a card. 7.
I do like 7 here. He's well aware that Ben has a lot of Arsenal Disruption. Probably think to himself, look, I mean, if Ben's playing towards Arsenal Disruption this turn, why don't I just get my damage in while the damage is good? Don't leave myself open having to defend out.
I like this.
Okay, so Matt successfully being able to push 8 damage there. Very nice.
But that's the Sacred Art gone.
That is a Sacred Art comp, but still access to all the copies of Art of War. And this is a bit of a dangerous zone for Ben to be in. All the equipment's are online. Matt has transcended. If he draws a good card here, it's going to be a little bit scary. Oh wait, the tune is going to tick up. Is that a blue?
Sure is.
Nice, and this is what we were talking about earlier. The Scale Pillar is so good here. Because by going Scale Pillar 2 resources up, Matt is probably aware that there could be a disruption follow-up here. If he chooses not to defend this, it becomes much more difficult for the equipment just to come in and try fade the disruption card. And there we see the weakest league come down.
Oh, he has to block
He
this.
has the Art of War. And we see the power of Scale Pillar, right?
Yep.
That had been a beckoning misplaced. Matt would just be so far ahead right now.
He just throw the equipment over, right?
I wouldn't say 100%, but I mean, it seems like a great time just to push the whole fridge in.
I don't think he can fully block it. He has 2 non-blocks in the hand.
Oh, that's actually very painful. I mean, we might see a mix. It is possible that Matt feels he wants to keep tempo. He puts in some of the equips and some blocking cards. That's generally not how Zen's like to approach the use of that. So if we look at his hand, we see, looks like an E-Strike, potentially.
Descendant.
Descendant, blue Descendant. Oh, and the Snag. And
So,
oh, really well-timed weakest link here. And if we maybe explore some of the options, Matt, here, like if he wanted to put the Traverse in.
but that hand doesn't do anything with the Chi.
Yeah, it's, honestly, it's quite tough. And wow, went in with that Scale Pillar, that,
Ben.
I mean,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, sorry, Ben with that Scale Pillar, I mean,
That's
has that saved his tournament life here?
might be just.
I mean, perhaps Matt's actually considering the defensive Art of War here. Pitch Snag, Art of War.
Oh,
still
Ben would
comes
be
up.
super happy with that.
Oh, yeah,
oh, that
just
was cool.
recalling. Just recalling that the boots block for 0 because of the Scale Pillar. Very frustrating. Okay, so that's only defending for 5 here. Right, because of the Scale Pillar.
Hmm.
Okay, looks like maybe that wasn't, maybe that was just like verbally not committed, that block there. Matt just wanted to double check and establish what's going on in this hand. Okay, so it looks like the defensive Art of War is going to be committed.
Well, this weakest link has put in work.
There's so much work.
Oh, okay. Just
Okay.
electing to take 6. Oh, that's so good. Grabbing another one, and he gets the draw card for
That
the
is-
Arsenal.
Wow. What a fantastic weakest link here.
And Matt's follow-up turn's pretty weak. It's probably going to be in line strike for 7.
Yeah. Also, the one benefit Matt has here is that the E-Strike for 7 sets up a mystery Arsenal card. So Ben will be aware there's a snag, and he may have to play around that, but he may not. Like, Matt could choose to put the Descendant in.
He drew a persuasive.
Oh, that isn't such a good
Prognosis.
draw off the top. Wow, that Scale Pillar. Honestly, like, this game would be so different without that Scale Pillar attack there. Ben Dodd with the spice. So as I mentioned, really cool E-Strike line here coming up because you actually are okay putting either of those cards in your arsenal, and the threat of Snag hanging over Ben's head is actually pretty good here. So you might be able to get the benefit of Snag without actually having to keep it. Yeah, and a really important decision because, you know, that Snag can be massive, but the blue Descendant Gust Wave that Ben is aware of as well.
That's your starter.
That's your starter that operate that turns on your Transcend. It starts off your Bond's turn. So they're actually both really good cards to have in Arsenal. But Matt being able to get a bit of an information advantage off the E-Strike, you know, hiding that from Ben is quite good here. Yeah, and honestly, I don't blame Matt for taking on this one. This is such a tough decision. Your opponent has a 5-card hand. I mean, I'm leaning towards him probably keeping the Snag. Oh, and that's a Justin Neck available in the hand as well. I mean, you said in my head here, it's probably the Snag that goes to Arsenal because you're then also playing around things like Leave No Witnesses, even Command and Conquer. You might not get full value, but you can wait for the attack reaction to come out, jam that in response. So
That prognosis still is demanding a cut.
yeah,
Remember that. Just because he has Snag doesn't mean that one isn't coming through.
yep. So an actually pretty strong disruption hand here.
Yeah. Like he's trading 2 cards for 2.
No, but the really scary thing here is for Ben, is that again, if it is the snag in Arsenal, this is a potential... Okay, so we're just going to fade this with a sink, take 2 damage.
Not using the thing.
Yep, so if it is the snag in Arsenal, the persuasive can just be blocked out by the boots, leading to into the snag, but Ben did keep a blue for the scale pillar. And I think we're going to see that line be run out again. A really back and forth game so far, Newson. Probably what we expect from such high level players.
Oh, I love this play so much. The CNC forces his arsenal.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he can use the stilettos to create a sliver and give it a go again. And then play the program.
That is such a sick play. And not only is he bluffing that, I mean, you know, this is why Ben Dodd's spotting up the lines. He's in the highlight and we're here commentating. Not only that, mate, but on top of that, he has access to the arousing wave. So if it was the descender pot in the arsenal, he can, if 2 cards are defended with here, he could actually pop the arousing wave for the Fang Strike. I do like the line you mentioned better, but just having both those options available to you depending on what Matt does is really good. But still, I you know, even with this line, I think Ben is probably feeling a little bit of pressure here. He's got the threat of the equipment looming over him. But I think he really wants to pull some cards out of Matt's hand here.
Okay, let's see if he chooses to make the sliver or the fang.
There's actually there's 2 really nice lines here. It just depends on what Ben values more.
Because prognosis, he's playing it out. It still forces a card.
Yeah,
Right. He doesn't have to play
yeah.
card and just keep it in the arsenal.
It depends. I mean, Ben would have played this deck a lot. It might come down to which piece of these equipment he values more in the long run. The threat of arousing wave just hanging over your head the entire game, maybe that's more valuable to hold on to as opposed to this over here. So a critical juncture in this match right now.
To be honest, Karen, he can actually do both.
I think it's resource short.
He can pitch the card in his hand.
True, but that would be the Just the Neck being pitched. Okay, so persuasive coming down. And you are right here, Newson. Like, if Matt actually wants to commit the stride of reprisal here, I think Ben's really happy with that, right?
Super.
Like, that's a big part of the spike turn just gone.
Yeah. You're making a tiger, what are you going to do with it in your hand?
Yeah.
And possibly, Ben can probably gain a life as well. This has to be blocked.
Yeah, so Ben well aware that that could be either a descendant or a snag in Arsenal at this point.
But I do like Ben's play. Just get rid of it from the arsenal, right?
Yeah.
That you've used it? Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about it later.
I think that's
And
fine.
And that's the second one.
Yeah, if a card gets pushed in front and you clear it out, you've got full tempo for the next turn. But again, it puts the pressure on you.
I think he has full tempo anyway.
Yeah, it puts the pressure on you to keep loading up on the disruption.
I just saw it.
Yep.
It's not the snap.
Oh, okay. And maybe Ben has a bit of a read on that based on the CNC block. Well, that makes it a lot more difficult for Matt here. So choosing just to defend with 100 wins here, and we are going to see the Just the Neck put down. So now we're up to 6, 4 points over, threatening to banish multiple cards.
Just the Nick, such a strong card.
Yeah. So between Persuasive and Just the Neck, I mean, that on their own are banishing 2 cards off the top. On top of that, he has the ability to pull an additional card from Matt's hand if it lines up.
He can possibly gain free life.
Yeah, this is
Right.
This is a very strong play for Ben here. Still has a balance of Just available.
And that's ripping. That might rip Matt's last card.
Yeah, it may get the last card, we're not sure, but even with the 1 card left over,
Yeah,
even if
what
it
can you
doesn't,
do?
Yeah. So Ben looking to have a lot of tempo going to the next turn, but as we mentioned, it's so important to keep up the disruption chain. Because, like, yes, this is a fantastic attack, and it's going to push some damage, it's going to gain you some life, but what you want to avoid is drawing a hand that just, like, is vanilla damage, particularly, like, the constant, with the cheese in the deck, down to 30 life already, that equipment is very threatening.
Okay.
Okay, so just going to go ahead and commit the path well travelled here to get maybe an E-Strike or something like it. Send it
I
back
mean,
into
it's
the
going to
deck.
get... Preserve world tradition.
Tradition.
I mean, it's going to get ripped out. It might get ripped out of his hand anyway, right?
That's probably what Matt is thinking here. Like,
So I might as well put a card back to the bottom.
the way these games go sometimes, as we saw in one of Ben's earlier game, they can actually come down to the wire in terms of cards available to both players. So Matt just making a bit of a heads-up decision here, saying, well, I feel I'm not going to transcend, so I may as well get one of my core combo cards back into the deck, get my value, and just shut off the banish.
Okay, we're banishing 2 cards.
So Winton takes the life lead. The 100 wind is going to be banished, so that's at least 1 life.
Oh, okay, so 3 cards. Banish an action card, so he gains 3 life. That's huge.
That is massive here. So
So build your own sigil.
yeah, so
Yep.
Ben has now established a 4-life lead, has full tempo going into this next turn.
And he's not taking any damage. He ripped every card out of Matt's hand. And now he knows that's not staying in the arsenal.
Yeah, but he knows that does mean that Ben is aware that it's most likely a Descendant Gust Wave.
Oh, and that's Codex.
So let's see if he's going to be able to use all of this efficiently here. The way it's lining up, I believe he is. It looks like there is a blue and a red, so Ben would be able to go something like Dagger, Dagger, Sigil Codex. But again, I keep saying, Houston, it's the Traverse is just looming over this board. Yeah, so a bit of a difficult decision for Ben here. Let's see if he goes to that line.
Oh, I love this play. Having the 2 floating
Yeah.
for everybody's favorite card. That Scare Peeler is so annoying.
Yeah. This is actually
Oh.
even better than I thought, because I thought Ben may need to lean on the Leave No Witnesses here, but of course by pitching this way, you get to pick up something like the Weakest Link or Command and Conquer.
Karen, Ben's gained 9 life this game. 2 sigils and that prognosis.
Yeah, so the first Sigil effectively in a way gained 2, because he had to take a little bit of damage, but those have gained at least 5 now, and critically for Ben, those 2 Sigils are out of the deck, which means that he's not going to get stuck in a spot where he draws an O-Block card later on.
And now we're coming with a Command and Conquer, asking for 2 cards.
Yeah. So in total, the equipment can defend for 1, 2, 3. So again, Matt does have the option, if he really wanted to put 1 card in front plus some of the equipment. But that Scale Peeler has just been honestly the MVP
Yeah, 100%.
for Ben so far.
It's not letting Matt use his equipment.
Yeah. And that's what I love to see, the sort of players doing a bit of research, watching some events, seeing how Zen likes to approach the game and thinking, how can I combat this? And I personally hadn't seen a whole lot of Zen news running Scale Peeler, but it's possible they have as well.
I think it was Punkage that inspired it in
Oh,
his
it's Punkage
Battle Hunt
running
list.
that?
He did a video where he was like, Scare Peeler is so good against Zen.
Oh, must be nice being a caster who's good at the game instead of us, eh, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, that Command and Conquer coming in for 6, threatening that arsenal. All the equipment not particularly available. The Ponder token set up for Ben here as well.
So potentially 5 cards next turn. And Zen, it's so difficult because you have these non-blocks. You have heaps of 2 blocks. You're not guaranteed to always draw 3 blocks.
Yeah. And exactly as you mentioned, Ben, having access to a 5-card hand next turn with Tunic available as well. I feel Tunic's particularly nice here because it has the additional resource for that Arousing Wave.
I still can't believe being gained 9 life in this game.
Is that just a block for 3 here? Yeah, so we're going to give up on that Blue Descendant. Ponder triggers. Didn't quite catch that card.
Pick the pieces.
Yep.
So Matt probably feeling pressured to output some damage.
Absolutely.
Ben is on 36 life.
So if we had a look at Matt's hand, but it appeared that there was 8 bonds in there, so he may look to set up that in Arsenal. Just like I said, he may look to pitch that bonds to attack with the Tiger Tamer Kakara. But even this is being reduced by the frailty down to 1. So a little bit dangerous here though for Ben. That hand looks a little bit light on disruption, Newson. And wow, okay. I think that is a big tell for Matt.
And he drew the same card.
Okay, so Matt has been very patient this game, and it looks like this is one of the turns he wants to play towards.
Let's see if Matt can utilize.
Okay, so it looks like there is a Bonds of Agony, but it may be difficult. Yeah, he really wanted some sort of disruption to offer there. So we're coming in with a Scale Peeler. Matt, happy to take that there. But ooh, this is a bit of a risk. So,
looks like Matt does have Outer Wall.
Okay, so this is... I mean, the one thing about this here is it doesn't give you value from pushing in all the equips necessarily, but this could be a fantastic Stride of Reprisal turn. I can see why Ben, one option available to him now was writing out the Bonds as a bluff.
Yes, yeah.
But I think he understands that in this position, he just wants to... Like, if he throws out the pick to pieces, he's not giving Matt the full value. And in fact, he's not going to defend it at all. If he plays the Bonds, all the equips get pushed in, and he can't back up that bluff. That could be very rough if Matt's able to pop off for enough damage.
At least he has it in his arsenal.
Yeah.
Next turn, he might just need to keep 2 cards to activate it.
So Matt has played a very patient game plan so far, fighting through a lot of disruption. He's down 13 life.
Luckily for Ben, he's still on 36 life.
Yeah.
When he should have been on 27.
Yeah, so Ben just gaining a lot of life through those.
I think that life gain will decide how this game goes.
Yeah, because I mean, you're exactly right, Newson. If those sigils and persuasive had him in play, if he's sitting on 27 life here,
Matt would probably just...
It feels so much scarier. But with the Balance of Justice available, 4 cards in hand, card in arsenal. Speaking to a couple of new players beforehand, they told me they can generally afford 1, maybe 2 vanilla damage turns per game. So that was the 1 vanilla damage turn. We'll see if Ben is able to keep up on this one.
Well, maybe Ben's just happy to just block it out, right? He's done it before.
He has done it before. This will be a... one thing to watch out for is that if Matt is able to transcend on this turn, that really unlocks the Art of War.
Like, he doesn't hesitate to just throw his hand down and go pass.
Important to note as well, Newson, we saw one of the Art of Wars was discarded, correct?
Yeah.
To the weakest link. So if this second Art of War is committed, we're now down 2 Art of Wars and 1 Sacred Art. Really only leaving...
No more Sacred Art. He used it, remember?
Oh, sorry, yeah. So 2 Art of Wars gone and 1 Sacred Art gone, which means there's only 1 Art of War left in the deck. Also, Ben having access to the Balance of Justice, I feel quite likely that gets committed into the Art of War turn. So, yeah, it looks like it might be a quick bathroom break for Ben. It appears he did leave his left his phone on the table, probably instructed by the judges. So Matt just taking the time to try and get a good idea of where the game is at, having a look at through his graveyard, just trying to make sure to identify what combo pieces he has available.
I think he's just mapping out his turn, right? Having this extra time. Mapping out, oh, what am I going to do? How am I going to sequence this, right?
Yeah.
Or just chill back.
Yeah, so 36 to 23 life. Matt's approached this game at this stage, having fallen a little bit behind on life. What I think he's going to attempt to do here is push a little bit of damage on this Art of War turn. So he's probably thinking, look, I have 3 spike turns left this game. I have my 2 Art of Wars and my Traverse pushing the equipment turn. These Art of War turns need to push damage. They need to try and set up the kill turn for later in the game.
So that does enable his Transcend with the blue 100 wins.
So, can we see in his hand if he has access to that here?
It's in his arsenal.
Ah, right. So this is going to be a scary turn. Okay, so how much damage is this turn going to get through? The one downside of placing your cards like bombs in Arsenal is it does require a bit of setup to get going.
Playing Homage, gain a life, get that chi.
Critically as well, gaining the resource. So
We
now
going
if we have
to
a Zen activation, we're able to create that Tiger and Art of War.
Or maybe Matt is disciplined. Arsenal will save it for a better turn. But I don't think you can Arsenal against new deck, right? It's so hard to keep it alive.
It is very scary. May have a bit of a read on the hand based on just the, attack into the pick the pieces. Bit of an unfortunate pawn to draw.
Alright, Matt's going for it. Activating Zen.
So Ben here just having a look through the graveyard, trying to figure out, is this going to be the Art of War turn?
I'm interested to see what he gets. Okay, cool. So he doesn't commit for the Descendant or Bonds, because he doesn't have that one of those pieces in his hand.
Yep. So you're right, there are a few different lines available. You could choose to be quite disciplined and retain that Art of War for another turn. Obviously opens himself up to a bit of disruption. Matt is very well aware of that balance of justice as well. He'd probably be quite happy to see if he can bait it. I mean, we'll find out very soon, because if he's going to do it, yeah, he commits it now, before damage, to pump this up to 2. I think you're right, you somewhat may have swayed that decision a little bit as well, is you know that okay, what did might draw off the Art of War? That's going to be critical. He knows that Nu has a lot of arsenal disruption. You kind of don't want to save that Art of War for a rainy day, only for a thunderstorm to come down and blow it up.
I mean, you finally have a window to play your cards, right?
Yeah.
I think you have to make the best use out of it.
Okay, so looking at Matt's hands here, looks like there is a Chi and a Lightning Strike. Now, will we see Ben pushing the balance of justice?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. That's why I like casting with you, very, very confident. And you are correct. I mean, you get the clean block. It's perfect here, right? You know, there's only one Art of War left in the deck at this point.
I mean, there's only one Art of War that triggers that balance. Is he really going to risk waiting how many turns for Matt to draw that, to block 2 and draw a card, right?
There's no way, because then what if you banish the Art of War yourself? You disrupt it out of the hand.
Exactly. So this is the perfect time to use it. Clean block for 5. Balance is now alive. Looks like he drew the Descendant.
Yeah, so it appears
And this round's on me.
This round on me, Descendant.
Line strike. So
it's actually not the best
he's
turn.
playing this round's on me.
This round on me really, really strong here. That is going to shut off the scale peeler for next turn as well.
But that means Ben's going to be drawing 2 cards this turn.
Yeah. I think, Matt, though, yeah, that this round of me, that shutting off the daggers is actually really important. It really opens up the window for this to be an in-between turn, push a little bit of damage, and then come in with the big equipment blocks on a follow-up turn.
And this Art of War turn's not doing that much damage, Karen.
Yeah, so far, I mean, really wanted to... Let's see what he found off this round of me, if he found a Bonds.
Oh, I think we got slammed it down.
Yeah.
Alright, pop in the balance to draw another card. 5 cards now on Ben Dodd's hand.
I mean, Newson, there is a bit of a risk here that without being able to use those daggers effectively, it's quite hard to get the full value out of your resources. We may see Ben being pretty comfortable here just to...
I think you're comfortable blocking it, to be honest.
defending out some of this damage.
It's another war turn. You're under this round's on me. Yeah, just throwing the Codex away.
Yep, Codex being put down in front, and then probably just an Lightning Strike for 8. And how does Ben want to approach this turn?
Is he happy just to throw 3 cards down?
Or 2 cards might be the line here, so you put 2 cards in front and come back with the equip. But alternatively, may actually be comfortable blocking with multiple cards and not giving Matt the option to get that spike turn on the equipment until he's ready with the Scale Peeler on a future turn.
He's only done 2 damage this turn.
Yeah.
On Outer War. That's the second one.
I mean, honestly, just laying down 3 cards, maybe even playing out that Arsenal card to establish Disruption card in Arsenal, and not giving Matt the opportunity to get value out of the full fridge. Because one thing we haven't mentioned is, like, these reverse turns with the bombs are massive, but what really unlocks them is the Art of Wars. And now we're down to 1 left in deck.
Oh, it looks... Yep.
Some premium disruption cards being put down there in front, Olssen. But this is, I
But
think...
his hand is pretty unplayable. There's no pumps. There's no go-against. And he's under this rounds on me. Okay, so I think he's just going to send the weakest link.
Yeah, so importantly, only coming in for 5, which is even better for Matt if he wants to get his value here, because you actually get to keep either your chest or...
No, he has to block for 6.
No, because of this round on me bringing the...
But the arms are still
Oh, but
active.
the arm's still being active, yeah.
And if you block with your equipment and let that hit, that card's going to rip that cheat card if you use your traverse.
Now, one consideration as well, we have not seen any Sirens call so far this game.
Ben's still on 32.
Yeah.
He took 4 damage.
So what does Matt's hand look like here? So he has the Chi, the Ancestral Harmony.
Oh, it's pretty hard to block. He knows he needs to block for 6.
Oh, is this going to be the equipment pushed in? But
What's he...
I mean,
Yeah.
when you already have the Chi, it loses a little bit of value.
And what are you going to do with your tiger?
Yeah, and it actually doesn't look like the strongest hand either, necessarily. He may have been able to save either Descendant or Bonds for Arsenal there.
Oh, I think it is the Descendant, I believe. Because I did see him draw it from Out of War.
Yeah. So that might sway the math a little bit, but Matt knows he only has 1 shot of this. Like, once the Equips goes in, you're committed. If you don't push through on that turn, then Ben is pretty much in a commanding lead of this game. And as well...
But I feel like if he pushes it, he needs to push all of them. He can't push just 5.
Yeah.
You know? He wants that tiger, he wants that Chi. But you have to block for 7 on a 5.
And, like, can he run out enough of the Descendant Bonds line not backed up by Art of War?
Oh, he's electing to take the hit, right? No?
Just waiting for
the hand gesture?
confirmation.
Okay. Right now,
Yeah.
okay.
Now he wants to see, like, does he have enough in the graveyard? Is it stocked well enough to get this turn off? Because the thing is, critically for Matt knows how powerful the Scale Peeler is. He knows he managed to set this turn up nicely with this round on me. Am I going to get another better opportunity?
Oh, just taking the 5, Kieran. Dropping the 19.
So in response to the on-hit trigger, may decide to make a Tiger.
The weakest link is still ripping the tiger, right?
Yep.
And he can't play that card from... But he can't play that card next turn, I believe.
Yes, the Tiger's going to get ripped out here. So Matt, I don't think he's going to...
And he's banishing a dead card? Oh,
so
no.
you know, you can fail to find if he really wants to.
Matt's deck is looking quite thin.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to just banish a card out for... I mean, unless he really wants... I mean, he may banish 1 card if he thinks, look, I've got to find the combo ASAP, like the Art of War. But man, with the deck starting to get a little bit thinner, giving up 1 card is pretty rough.
Okay, fail the search.
And that's the thing, like, that Tiger's going to be discarded. I mean, Ben gets to draw a card, but probably not too relevant.
Imagine if he ran 3 sigils and drew that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I understand Matt's decision point here. If we looked at the hand, it felt like it wasn't set up well enough. He knows he only has the 1 Art of War turn left. He probably wants to line up that with the equipments. And so we see, like, the Harmony of the Hunt, the Spinning Wheel Kick. I mean, Yeah, he had the
Pretty-
Ancestral Harmony. It was pretty good, but he knows it needs to be better than pretty good.
Pretty mediocre turn next turn, to be honest.
It's not great. I mean, he could gamble on the Ancestral Harmony. But we may just see, look to push for a little bit of value here, the Tiger Tamer. Okay, so Ben, he managed to survive through what could have been a potentially very scary turn. Scale Pillar turned off, only offering 1 disruption card. Ooh. We see the Siren's Call. What the balls? That's huge, huge. And it's starting to get to the point where, I mean, we mentioned earlier in this game that life wasn't really the critical concern for Matt, but the way the game is progressing, I mean, it's going to start getting concerning pretty damn.
Look at Matt, he's counting all the disruption cards, counting the codexes, counting the command and conquers, leave no witnesses.
Also probably checking for Siren's Call. Because what would be the absolute blowout is if he finally picks up the hand to push the equips in and then gets Sirens. Spinning Wheel Kick coming in for 4 here. Now, Ben has been extremely disciplined with this life total. May be okay with taking this if he feels he can utilize the rest of his hand.
It's so great that it's open Nicholas too, because Ben knows Matt does not play command and conquer.
Yeah.
Right. So he can block these.
Okay, so Ben had access to 2 pieces of Arsenal Disruption there, choosing to defend with 1, keep that life total high.
Harmony of the Hunt.
Oh, that does not line up well. There's no resources available for the...
Oh yeah.
Right here.
Oh wow.
So running out the Senate for 3. Okay, I mean, it gets some cards into the graveyard. Maybe Matt just recognizing that it's all about the damage here.
Arsenal the Tiger.
Yep, so Arsenal a Tiger. And also, how cool is that, right? Ben defending with 2 Arsenal Destruction cards and knows Matt put a low value card in Arsenal. Really, really cool. So what is Ben? Okay, so we're coming in with the Scale Pillar.
Yeah, Matt, deal with your favorite card.
And that's the final Art of War in hand. This could be super explosive if Matt gets
Oh my gosh.
rushed and pushes in the Traverse here. This is basically one of the final spike turns that Ben needs to try and fade. Critical decision for Matt here. And it was well news that if he doesn't defend this out, if Ben is able to present 3 attack reactions and rip out that last Art of War, that's all of the anthems gone from the deck. Even the Traverse spike turn may not be enough. Oh man.
Oh, what a tough situation.
Get your cold foil Scale Pillars now, folks.
Man, and the equipment is only blocking for free. Oh my gosh.
It's just devastating. And we talked about the importance of these equipments to Zen's game plan and just getting nullified over and over again.
That Scapular is putting in so much work.
So this is very scary.
Oh my
for Matt.
gosh.
It's actually kind of rough for Matt that he's drawing a lot of premium cards here. There's a Bombs in hand. There's a Final Art of War in hand. These are cards that he does not want to lose at this point. You said,
Oh, he's good. Oh. Okay, so Matt can respond. But he still has to use the Art of War if he wants to respond to the Siren's Call.
yes. So Ben's sequencing here looks like he wants to resolve the Siren's Call. But is he holding priority to be able to activate the bombs as well? Because if he just gets a blue card here, doesn't want to commit the full bounce, like maybe he's happy enough with that, saying, look, I'm going to set up a 5-card hand. If I take out the blue from your hand, that's not enough for you to get me with. Matt really in the tank here. The problem is, Houston, if he responds with something like the Art of War, Ben, can still
Rub a card.
then look to activate the Arousing Wave. The Arousing Wave is face up on board here.
Oh no, he actually is considering it. Oh, okay. Probably just to fix his hand, right? Get the blue card out.
Yeah, Ben.
But it's in place so many blues, man.
Oh, this is so scary, Ben. That's the final Art of War gone. And we'll see what modes he chooses. So he may choose Defend from Arsenal +1 to defending cards. I mean, if he's gotten all the blues out of his hand. But now priority actually very importantly goes back to Ben.
I don't think he... Oh, he didn't choose the draw 2 cards.
Ooh, okay. Okay, so Ben actually... Oh wait, so he was able to... Sorry, I messed up the maintaining priority there. So actually did retain priority and is going to get that bonds online. And you said this is going to rip out multiple copies of Bonds of Ancestry.
Wow. And was that the red one?
That was the red one as well. So he's going to get through the damage here. And critically Houston as well, like he may actually, depending on what he sees in Matt's deck, Ben may actually make the decision to get rid of some from the graveyard. To shut off those future turns. Like, almost certainly you do take them through the deck.
Oh, same name.
I think you almost always take them from the deck, but they're also... Oh, all the red copies! Oh.
Wait. Does it have to be the same color? No, it's just the same
No,
name.
no, just the same name.
Oh, wow.
And that deck is looking very thin now. Hey, how many bonds are left?
I think 1. 1 or 2?
It looked like there was only 1 left in the deck.
And that's the last blue. Okay.
Oh, that is devastating. Not only do you lose the red bonds from your hand, you lose all the final remaining copies from your deck. Yep, so you banished 1 from the hand and 2 from deck, making 3 in total.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, crouching tiger for nothing. And that's the Arsenal.
And we know that's the Harmony of the Hunt as well. Oh, man. So Matt has a very tall task in front of him now. All the Art of War's gone, Sacred Art's gone, 1 Bonds of Ancestry left in deck. I mean, if that last bond goes, I'm not sure he has enough damage to push through here. Even with it, it's going to be a very tall order. Okay, so we see there's a Transcend card in hand here. And you know what we're starting off with, Newson? The MVP, Scale Pillar.
And another Bonds.
So Bonds of Agony here, obviously able to bluff the triple, represent the 3 reactions.
Like 2 cards in hand here.
But he does actually have the Justinic here.
So, sorry? What's 6 vanilla damage?
But critically, it's banishing 2 cards off the top, and he knows that's important at this point.
Oh, it's just 1, I believe.
Oh, just the one. So just think if you had Justinic plus like Venomous Bite there, that would get him up to the 3 for Bonds. So Matt down to 6 life, it does have a full grip. Going to kick things off with its Descendant Gust Wave. So surely that indicates the Bonds is available. Unless he has multiple spare copies of Descendant.
Or he has or he has a Chief or Zen's ability, right?
Yep. Transcend card, I guess, to get this online. Not the best hand necessarily on defense for Ben here.
Do you really need to play for defense when you're on 28 life compared to
mean,
the 6, right?
You never want to disrespect the Zens too much. Quite nice to have banished that Grain Tips. I mean, it's not the most important card, but just knowing that's another card you don't have to play around.
It's +1, right?
Yeah.
So you can use it with new Zero ability too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, you don't actually care if it transcends back to your opponent's hand because you just want the +1.
Matt's looking, what do I have left on my deck?
So I think Ben here would be very comfortable if he needs to, laying down his entire hand.
Oh, I think Ben's hand is very good.
Yeah, I mean, I did spot out the Censor and the Transcend card.
And the Codex.
Oh, and the Codex. Do we know
And the
what's
Siren School.
Yeah. Do we know what's in Arsenal for this turn?
Hold the line. So, pretty useless right now. You know, all that was have gone.
Yeah, but one cool thing he could do if he needs the Chi, he can hold the line and then Transcend off the back of that. Yep, so spotted out by Unison does have the Transcend. I probably mixed that one up with the Grain Tips that just got banished. Okay, so Matt pitching, activating Zen's ability. That deck is looking so thin at this point.
Searching the last bonds? Yeah, one last bond.
And it's just so much less scary in this position. All the red copies are gone.
It's like, what's left on my deck?
It just seems a very difficult proposition to push the final 27 points of damage you need. Also, you're so far behind on life, like Ben is going to be able to start ripping cards. So we see a Chase the Tail, a Spinning Wheel kick in there. So Bond's coming through for 3. We'll see Ben has been extremely disciplined the entire game. We'll see if this is where he decides to change gears and try pull the trigger a little bit. Like I say, I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see him just conserve the life total. Yep, so very happy to defend with the Censor here. Censor actually losing a bit of value once all the Descendant Bonds are gone.
Yeah, you don't actually know what to call anymore. The most important card's gone.
So Spinning Wheel kick coming in for 4.
Get rid of that whole line in the Arsenal.
Yep, very happy just to take 2 damage here.
Free up his Arsenal.
So can Matt make something happen here? Tiger Tamer coming in for 2.
I just noticed the sick play. He can tackle a dagger. Siren's called rip a card out and then follow up with Codex.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. So
Absolutely
2 ways
brutal.
of disruption next turn.
Yep, so down to 22. Tiger Swipe coming down for 4, but again, the on-hit just is not threatening here, Newson. There's no Tiger Anthem really available.
Just 4 damage.
But Matt making a good go at starting to put a dent in that massive life lead that came up. I mean, if this comes through 18 to 12, maybe thinking of himself, I mean, look, if Ben is going to brick a little bit of non-disruption, I still have the equipment turn available. I still have like some number of combo cards left in my deck, even if the Descendant Bonds are gone.
Not with Scale Peeler, my friend.
But that's the thing here. Ben may decide, look, I can take the 4. And Matt is obviously in desperation mode. He knows he needs to try and rip the tempo back. If the Sirens can pair up to rip the Chi out from the Traverse, massive.
Yeah, massive.
And Winton says, yep, no problem, I'll take 4. Tiger comes down for 0. Okay, and back over to Ben. Taking up Tunic. And once again, we're going to kick things off with a Scale Peeler. Okay, so...
Look at his hand.
Oh, that is
Oh my gosh.
awful.
Oh, this Siren's cool.
Really nice just to be able to draw the card here. So assuming he draws any non-red card as well, he's going to be able to follow up with something like a Spider's Bite.
Wow.
And it looks like that was a blue drawn off the top. 1 damage coming through. Oh, and no, this is setting up the Spider's Bite into the Leave No Witnesses as well. Matt wasn't able to actually play that card out from Arsenal last turn as well. But his hand is just absolutely not threatening at this point. Ben just putting on an absolute new clinic. Codex of Frailty.
He can actually get Censor.
He could get Censor, like we mentioned, without the Descendant Bonds maybe a little bit less valuable, but given how bad Matt's hand is, I mean, you could just Censor and name Chaser Tail.
And then what's Matt going to do? Tackle Kakari and...
Yeah, and be like, well, I mean, are you going to push all your equips into block for 3 and it still doesn't do anything? So I think Censor is a very real option here.
Because Ben should know the Arsenal, right? It's...
So picking up the Leave No Witnesses here. I'm just going to fire this one off for 4. And that's the thing, like, if you defend with the Chase the Tail and Traverse here, like, who cares? That's a big win if you're Ben. You know that.
That doesn't fully block it, Kieran. It's on the Spider's Bite and Scale.
Oh no.
So that's only blocking for 3.
You're under the double debuff.
Oh my gosh.
So this is coming in for 4. And you're drawing that card
So
Ponder.
if you want to keep the Arsenal, you need to throw
Multiple
your 3 pieces of equipment and you'll chase the tail.
And for what? To keep like a Chi and a Rising Sun? You know, Ben moving on to a 5-card hand next turn with Tunic available. And he has just gained absolute control of this game. There were a couple of scary moments. There was that turn under this round on me where I thought the weakest link that he played out was very dangerous. If Matt had the right hand there and pushed in the equips, maybe things starts to get scary for Ben. Once he got past that turn though, it looks like it's honestly been pretty smooth sailing.
And there was a turn where he just played pick pieces.
Yeah, the pick the pieces blue was also a little bit scary. Wait, so is he actually going to give up the multiple pieces of equipment?
I hope he remembers.
Yeah, I mean, the Spider's Bite one's an easy one to forget. And just thinking this, and I don't think Ben's transcended at all this game.
No, he hasn't.
He's just very happy to play.
Doesn't need it.
Let's grind
Oh
up.
no.
Ooh, this is disastrous if he's missed it. I mean, the game is already looking rough, but
This is even
this would be
worse.
this would be unrecoverable.
Okay,
no,
he's
okay,
realized.
yep.
So 2 pieces of equipment gone. Oh,
Yeah,
Matt's like...
It just feels so bad. Like,
Those daggers are so annoying
yeah.
at blocking.
I mean, you might have to make this play. It just, like, the amount of value you're giving up is just near
You're losing
catastrophic.
Arsenal, and you're losing extra card in your deck.
Yeah, it just feels catastrophic at this point. But it's a bit of a stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, if you don't defend it exactly, Newson, you're losing 2 cards, Arsenal and 1 from deck. If you push the equipments in, you're giving up 2 2-block equipments and one of your last remaining good combo cards in deck to protect the hand that is Chi and Rising Sun.
Very tough situation.
And sure, that hand can do something. You can use the Chi, you can use the additional resources, maybe use your Arsenal, but it's not going to do that much.
Frailty actually matters too.
Frailty's very nice.
Because he's
yeah.
probably going to attack with Kakara and play the card in Arsenal. That's -2. Oh, do you think he might make his instinct? Does
do.
have a Chi in hand?
Yeah, that's actually not a bad line at all here. So you give up your Arsenal, but critically as well, it gives you a turn off from the daggers next turn.
Blocking for 1. Take 3.
Yeah, so because you have to destroy it, you can't really block and then make the...
Banishing that. Banish a card.
Oh, it's on to the last down.
Ponder's going to draw him a card. Man, he's been drawing that card. He's drawing that card twice.
So it doesn't love it, but hey, it's fine.
Hey, when Matt's on 1, that's still lethal.
So he actually didn't make this end state there in the end?
No, I think he just blocked for 1.
Okay. So this Tiger Tamer just coming in for 1 off the Frailty. thought he may elect to make this end state, but maybe Matt feels that he has to still continue to try and be a little bit proactive where he can. So picking up the Crouching Tiger, this is going to come in for 1. Running very, very low on combo pieces at this point. I mean, losing that Harmony of the Hunt really hurt from Arsenal. The issue is that this aspect of the body, like, it's not even going to have go again or make a Tiger unless Matt can find another red card.
Yeah, he does have Chase the Tail. So,
Okay, so this actually lines up pretty nice.
threatening some damage.
Now, like, the block that Matt made a lot of sense here, because this is probably one of the last times you're going to be able to get value out of this Chase the Tail and your Chi. But again, on Ben's side, just happy, preserving life total all day long.
Yep.
So it comes in for 3 here.
I like how Ben he knows Matt's on 1. He's still so disciplined
Yeah.
on blocking, right?
He knows, like, look, the only way to lose this game is by getting too greedy. Matt has very few cards left in deck. I do not want to get myself into that 6 or 7 life range where I let Matt start to dictate the pace of play. And okay, just checking if Shuko's been done.
No, Shuko should activate this one. This is the second attack, so that Crouching Tiger will be coming in for 4. Yep.
Yep, and no blocks.
Using his life as a resource, going down to 11.
Yeah. And so still keeping himself relatively healthy because, and I think we're going to see Ben Dodd's bread and butter play, open with Scale Peeler.
Tunic's coming up.
Yeah, exactly. So with the Tunic up, you pitch blue, open with Scale Peeler, and then you're threatening a lot.
I mean, you're threatening game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a must at this point. Probably one of the final opportunities to use this Traverse. And actually, if you defend with one piece of equipment here, at least the others are online. So Matt actually making a good effort at staying in this game. Because if we assume a 6 power attack is coming down next, Matt can actually defend with 1 card and finally get to use those equipments.
Buzz, does he have enough gas left in his deck?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. It seemed to be so few cards left remaining. I mean, there's a chance he can't even block this if the deck is full of Chi at this point. Very unlikely because he has equipment available, though.
Like, his deck is probably mostly Chi by now. They play 9 Transcend cards.
Yeah, and when he was looking through the deck previously to find combo cards, there were almost none left, right? I think it's fair to say the on-hit is not particularly relevant now, given that Matt is at 1, but
I
just
think he's down to like his last 15 cards or something like that.
probably even less at this point.
Yeah. And 9 of them are Chis. Okay, giving up to Shuko.
Okay, and there might be a Harmony of the Hunt in hand. Does defend for 2.
Oh my gosh, he might not have a free block.
Oh no. If you have to give up 2 cards here,
And 2 pieces of
and
equipment.
2 pieces of equipment. That leaves you.
Oh,
no.
Damn.
That is. I mean, he was already. Let's be reasonable.
And the 2 red cards.
Brutal. I mean, let's be honest. He is already in a very difficult spot. But giving up all 3 pieces of your equipment to try blank a turn, and giving up 2 red cards, and then ending with what?
A Chi, a Tiger.
A Chi, a Tiger, plus 1 card. And now you know that it's almost. Like, it's incredibly unlikely you can get any cards out of Ben here, and now you're forced to block 2 daggers per turn plus any follow-up. But Ben, that's how disciplined Ben is. Yeah, very happy to take the 1 here.
Activating Zen. Does he have anything left? Oh, okay, Chase the Tail.
Oh, okay. So actually going to make this turn work.
But you know what, Benji? It's for just a nick. You know what's in his arsenal?
Yeah. And just to top it all off as well, if you see Ben's hand, he does have the Sneak below. And I would not be surprised to see him throw it down on the Chase the Tail here. One of the very few attacks left in the deck that's going to come in for 4 or more. So Chase the Tail comes down for 4.
Okay.
Probably
Matt,
just see
sink
this-
below.
Yep, sink below, just to rub the salt in the wound. Yeah, and exactly like you said, Newson, just super disciplined, keeps his life total at 10, and now knows that, like, everything is threatening lethal.
What is that? How many cards is left?
Less than 10, I believe, at this point. But how do you deal with this? Like,
I think Matt drew Snag. Isn't his last one. But you're still throwing down a card.
yeah. But still, you can see why Ben has been so disciplined with his life total. Like, you don't want to get stuck trading card for card with Zen into the late game. Just getting a little bit of dirt out of the sleeve. And Matt is just sticking around here. Yep, and Matt actually able to stay in it. And again, you know, being in a pretty commanding position, but Matt on Zen here is still going to be able to start to...
I don't think he has any attacks in his hand, to be honest.
Yeah, is able to do this too. Okay, so just this round on me. Actually, a really good stall tactic here, completely nullifying the daggers. A second this round on me.
I just saw Ben's hand.
Yep.
There's 3 attack reactions in it.
Oh. And all the copies of Snag are now gone. I thought that was the 3rd copy we saw.
Ben has 6 cards in hand.
That is an outrageous hand. So Tiger taming Kakara coming in for 2 here. Okay, now we really will see how disciplined Ben is. Because if there is one Snag left in the deck, he probably wants to be a little bit careful here. Again, with the knowledge the only way he's going to lose this game is by getting too greedy.
Oh, wow. Now, can Matt survive on 1 life with Ben's 5 cards?
Like we say, though, like, you don't really have to give up too much value. If you have multiple attack reactions here, you only need to commit 1 for it to be lethal. So if you pull out the Snag, like, you're still getting a card from hand, most likely. Okay, not with this, because...
Taking one, a good one.
So Snag is pretty decent here. But you know what's really good? Yep, oh, and he's got him. And that GG extends the hand, and just an absolute clinic from Ben Dodd there. What an incredible game. So
wow.
to Matt's credit, he held on as long as he could, even when it looked like it was completely hopeless. He was trying to string together these last few points of damage his deck could offer. But Ben, on the back of the scale peeler, just...
Put in so much work.
So much work. Anytime he was in the danger zone, it felt like the scale peeler bailed him out. Credit to Matt as well for trying to open up that window with the this round on me. And he actually did it really well. So he had the this round on me, the weakest link only coming in for 5, and scale peeler completely turned off. Just a little bit unfortunate of him in that spot that the hand didn't line up. He already had the chi, didn't really have the combo pieces to go off with. And from that point onwards, there were 2 danger points. I mean, the pick the pieces blue, did nothing, and that weakest link turn. Outside of that, though, it honestly felt like somewhat Ben was just in control for huge swaths of that game.
There was 3 turns that mattered. The prognosis that hit the Art of War.
Yeah, that was huge.
Hit the first Art of War. The
weakest link turn.
Weakest link turn. And that turn of Bonds of Agony hitting all 3 red bonds.
Yeah, I think
those 3 were the biggest turning points.
I completely agree as well. That the Bonds of Agony hitting the bonds on bonds, the bonds of hitting the bonds of ancestry. I feel like that was just the nail in the coffin. Like up until that point, Matt probably felt he was behind, but he had some lines to play towards. I have my 3 copies of red bonds of ancestry left in the deck. I have multiple combo cards set up. I might actually be able to string something together using this reverse, using the boots, set up a giant 7-card hand, run all my cards out, see how we go. once we lost access to those red bonds, oh mate, it was
And it was left with 1 blue bonds.
yeah, it was just all a little bit downhill from there. Okay, we're just going to take a very short 2-minute break, and then we'll be right back for the semi-finals. Okay, actually,
Wait, what?
sorry, slight miscommunication there. We might actually just be ready for our semi-final.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
We do see Oliver Berry defeating Dennis on Victor.
okay, so Ollie Berry actually managing to make it past the Victor. I spoke to both players, but I heard that both players expressed confidence into that matchup. What we might look to is, as we've already had a new versus Eden game.
Might see the dash first.
Yeah, we'll see if we can line up the dash first.
Dan was actually able to beat Karen Carnegie on Kano.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about dash. You can play so fast that you actually don't give them that much time to set up the combo turn.
Oh, bro, it's probably a Hanabi blaster, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you get the twin drives, the maximum velocities on top with the Hanabi blaster, perhaps additional action points with the Achilles accelerator, you're able to push so much damage so quickly. But outside of...
An up-and-coming Marshall was able to take down Winton in the new mirror.
So Marshall winning that one in the new mirror, really, really cool. So we'll just figure that one out. We'll figure out what semi-final we're going for. As we say, because we already had Zen Nu, perhaps we'll look to line up the other game for everyone.
Yeah, I think that'll be more enjoyable.
Okay, that sounds great. So well done to Oliver Berry, proceeding on to the top 4, managing to make it past Dennis Zhang Victor.
So is Ben Dodd going to be the national champ Slayer?
Yes, I mean, that's a really good point. So Ben Dodd already taking down a 2-time national champion. Is he going to take down Oliver Berry as well?
Reigning national champion?
The reigning national champion. So he would have, if he wins this game on his path to the final, he would have beaten, I suppose, a holder of 3 out of our 4 national championships. I mean, absolute clinical performance he put on that last game. We'll see if Oliver Berry is somewhat maybe better prepared to try deal with that scale pillar. And yeah, on the other side, Dan Mckay, Dash vs. Nu. Interested to see if he's able to just operate that hyper-aggressive game plan. We didn't see a whole lot of defense reactions come out previously from Daniel Mckay. May feel his best bet is to play super aggressive, but I feel Nu can really thrive in that area, just playing off these nice 1 or 2 card hands with attack reactions and trying to push damage banish cards.
This game's actually a rematch from round 11.
Oh yeah,
Dan was meant to versus Marshall, but Marshall...
there was like a slight issue that they ran out there.
Like an issue and received their game loss.
Yep, so
they never actually got to play out to this game.
So now they get to sort of play the grudge match for a super important semi-finals game to see who makes the finals of the national championship match. So that one's going to be really cool. We haven't seen much Dash versus Nu at all so far. So really cool matchup to keep an eye on. And so the possibility is actually still live of a Nu mirror final. I don't think anyone would have necessarily picked that, but a lot of interactions, a lot of iterations in play here. Okay, so we're just going to get the players set up on the feature match area. Just going to go to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood semi-final action very shortly. everyone, and we're into the semi-finals of the New Zealand National Championship. We've got a pretty cool game lined up. We've got OG Dash playing against Nu. So we've got Dan Mckay on Dash. Looks like a similar list, I think, to the one Hayden Dale over in playing over in Australia, who's also made the top 8 of his national championship. And then we have Marshall Stevenson on Nu. This will be quite a cool matchup, I think. So having a look through the list here, it appears that Dan does not have really access to any defense reactions. So he didn't see any board in against Victor. So we'll see if Marshall is able to exploit that fact. We are playing with open deck lists at this stage, so he's aware of that. And from the looks of it, it is just a very aggressive boost-heavy deck list. So just a whole lot of boost cards, leaning on some of the power cards like High Octane, Maximum Velocity, Twin Drive, Pulse Wave Harpoon, and we might see the Hanabi Blaster being busted out on stream.
So for Marshall's list, he doesn't really have as much disruption as Ben does. I don't see any weakest links, which is pretty good against Dash, right?
Yeah.
Hitting those items.
Oh, and that's a really nice way to kick things off with the T-Bone. Just going to rip a little bit of value off the equipment here. So T-Bone is just an absolute powerhouse in these lists, so we can see that Dan is running the full 9 copies. Now, with Marshall having access to this Battle 1 equipment, it actually provides a pretty nice counter. But it does mean he's going to lose at least 1 point of value here.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. The thing with Dash is it doesn't really have many on hits, right?
No.
You're just really avoiding damage.
Yeah. So it's just basically, effectively, in a way, it's dealt 1 damage here by ripping away that equip.
I like it. We see the Goliath Gauntlet.
Goliath Gauntlet, and has chosen to present the Tech Loop still in the induction chamber for this matchup.
I bet you're dying to see the Hanabi Blaster in action, right?
Yeah, I am, mate. Okay, so just efficient use of the resources there. It's going to come in for 2 with the pistol. Potentially just acknowledging here that cards in deck is a very real thing in this matchup. So going to go again, put a counter on the gun, and it looks like there was a twin drive placed into Arsenal. So no Scale Peeler on the side of Marshall here. Potentially does have access to it, but choosing to go with the Beckoning Mistblade in this matchup. And yeah, we can see does have Scale Peeler available in the list.
I think Spider Spite's probably just better, right?
Spider Spite's really nice, and also just the constant threat of the Beckoning Mistblade is very annoying.
Because there's no reaction. There's not much armor for Dash, right? It's just Crown of Providence and Tickler Foundry Heart.
Yeah, choosing to go very aggressive with the Goliath Gauntlet here, not wanting to play the Stonewall Gauntlet. So the Infect just coming in for one no tricks, no go again.
1 free cards in hand. Oh, okay.
Looks like that was the path well
Traveled.
Dan celebrating, and the Mask of Recurring Nightmare is going to be used here.
So giving the card go again.
Yep, so this Infect currently coming in for 1, threatening a Blood Rot token. So the one really important aspect to this game is the fatigue one. So for Dash, like we mentioned, Dan is running a ton of boost cards, wants to try and abuse the fact that these equipments, that the boost cards often go overrate at the cost of a card from your deck. From Marshall's side, cards like Justin Nick, cards like Double Trouble, they may be able to banish multiple cards, seem to be very important.
So can we see another piece of disruption?
Okay, so going for an additional Transcend card here to put the Enlightened Strike on the bottom. Cannot activate that Mask of Recurring Nightmares a second time.
Had to double check that.
Yeah. So going to activate Nu here. And he did hit the blue.
Oh, so you can play that Frodo out.
It may actually like to do so here. That seems like a perfectly good turn. Gets the Blood right down. Very nice, because what looked like a somewhat average hand, to be frank, is now been pretty good. He's managed to banish 2 cards, so 1 from hand, 1 from top of the deck, push 5 damage, and get the Blood Rot token down.
Not choosing the boost.
Probably not too many hits in the deck for that. So the Twin Drive is only going to boost once here. Again, acknowledging from Dan, unless you have something like the Maximum Velocity you're looking to line up, you don't just want to be throwing away cards for no reason.
Especially against this matchup, right?
especially against this matchup. So already multiple cards put in the banish zone. Clean block from the Fate for Scene.
Leaking one.
And then the Teklo core comes down. So a nice setup turn there.
I think Arsenal high octane too.
Oh, that's a really, really explosive turn. Potentially lining up to the Blood Rot token.
But you know how much Arsenal disruption there is
Yeah.
with 5 cards
Yep,
available to. 4 cards available to Marshall.
So on Dan's side, does have access to that Crown of Providence. Probably wants to use that. You only get one shot at that, so getting that down on Arsenal Disruption, very, very good. But Dan really wants to be able to get out of this turn without that much disruption offered. And the Art of the Desire Mind, not really the best card here to come down, but multiple cards in hand. We'll see if Marshall's able to perhaps transcend and leverage that Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Or maybe follow up with a hiss.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Zen, right? That you never know what's coming down next. So it's a bit of a race. Dan is sort of cognizant of the fact here that he needs to push through these big damage turns before the deck starts to get too thin.
And him not blocking these stealth cards, it's milling him every turn.
Also hits him with the Siren Song. Looks like there are multiple blues available in hand, including 2 T-Bones.
Oh, it's 2 of the same card. 2 T-Bones.
Looks like a Sprocket Rocket.
And 2 Sprocket Rockets. Probably going to hit the T-Bone.
So actually not a particularly good hand to be able to utilize that Teklo Core. I mean, Teklo Core, you're always going to get the value out of the pistol in the chamber.
Siren's Call is going to draw him a card.
We'll also be banishing that T-Bone.
Gain a lot. We'll be gaining a life and drawing another card, but there is no go again.
So no go again there. Like, I mean, Dan's hand didn't look that great. We'll see if he wants to look to commit that high octane now. See if he can improve. A very important draw step here. The thing is with this Newton as well, because he has all these zero cost boost cards, you can actually get quite a lot of value out of the Teklo pistol here.
It looks like he found Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius is actually a really nice
good
find here.
On a high octane turn.
So high octane giving you an additional action point each time you boost. It means the Spark of Genius will be able to fetch an item and draw a card. Okay, so is he going to pitch into this, perhaps to find a Teklo Pounder? Yeah, looks like he is. Again, Dan playing fairly patiently here, so he's going to set up a turn next turn where he has not only the Teklo Core, but also the Teklo Pounder in play. Additionally, he has the ability to operate the Teklo Foundry Heart here. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. The Teklo Foundry Heart is great at getting you additional resources, but it comes at a heavy cost of taking out 2 cards from your deck.
And Spark will allow him to draw a card.
Yep,
Since he has boosted this turn.
We'll want to keep an eye on Marshall as well. He probably wants to be quite cautious with how he uses the Undertow Stilettos or the Arousing Wave here. Once those are gone, it really opens him up to getting T-boned for the Mask of Recurring Nightmares or the Tunic.
Well, Tunic. Both very important pieces.
And with 9 T-bones, he knows there's a lot of those available.
Alright, here comes the... Oh, he's got another one.
And that's a second Teklo Pounder. That is such a big turn he's setting up for next turn. It is crucial for Marshall that he finds some disruption here.
Oh, wow.
So the Teklo Pounders are going to stick around anyway, but he really wants to offer some form of disruption to try shut off the massive spike turn of Teklo Core in conjunction with 2 Teklo Pounders.
Especially hand disruption, right?
Yeah. Okay, so just for now, just the blue Bonds of Attraction coming down.
Very different from Ben Dodd's new deck, right? Ben Dodd never really played these blue cards out.
Didn't really have to lean on them so much apart from, sometimes we saw the occasional Infect or Persuasive Prognosis. Some of it might be the matchup, some of it might just be the cards he's drawn so far. But he'll really be wanting to pair this up with okay, Adjusted Neck's pretty good. Is he able to transcend as well and get the Mask of Recurring Nightmares going?
Oh, so it's just
raw
more
damage.
damage right now.
But I mean, that's actually a lot of damage, Newson. Coming in for 9. So this is going to banish multiple cards.
We're looking for those high octane banishes.
Okay, so the Bonds of Attraction.
Banished by Sprocket Rock.
Yep, so he's going to find the throttle, satisfying the condition, so that he is able to gain the life here. Ooh, okay, this is dangerous. Dan's just going to be very happy with how that turn went. There was no disruption offered. It was just raw damage and the perfect way to kick things off. A throttle for 10.
Which was free.
Which, yeah,
was from Teklo Core.
Free off the Teklo Core. Electing not to commit the Goliath Gauntlet here. So Dan not actually playing copies of things like Combustible Courier to pair with the Goliath Gauntlet. Defended out by the Venomous Bite and the Fate Foreseen, taking 3 here. Oh, are we going to see... I don't know, it's being played for 0, so just going to be the Teklo Core coming out here.
Setting up an arsenal.
But that is his action point. Are we going to see the Achilles used here?
Oh, yeah, we probably will. He still has 2 cards left in his hand.
Yeah, still a lot of cards left in hand. Maybe he was just happy to take 2 cards to minimize the disruption coming back and saying... But no, the Achilles is just too much value here.
You can't end your turn with 3 cards, right?
Yeah. Oh, Goliath Gauntlet committed. Gonna see another...
Oh.
Yeah, another red throttle comes down. So that's all 3 sparks. So 2 spark choose, 1 spark banished.
It's coming in for 8. So he's presented 18 damage this turn.
Okay, so Marshall preserving his life total pretty well. Still on 31. And the pistol comes down for 2 after that. On Dan's side, though, he actually set up that Twin Drive in Arsenal. So in conjunction with the Teklo Core, multiple Teklo Pounders, if he can find a maximum velocity here, that is just going to push a lot of damage. Oh, and a critically timed Command & Conquer. So we may see Dan look to get aggressive. He's got such an amazing setup. Maybe this is the turn that the Crown of Providence gets pushed in, retain that 5-card hand. But we're really seeing the power of the Stash Deck at how quickly it can push the damage. Okay, happy to throw 2 cards in front here.
Okay. Using the Arousing, making a Fang. That is so big.
Yeah, that is really
so
nice.
big. He just ripped 3 cards.
So he gets 3 cards, and he's kept that Undertow Stilettos, so he's still safe from T-Bone for now. It does make the timing of that Undertow Stilettos really, really important going forward, though. So the great thing about Teklo Core with this weapon setup as well is you're always going to get the value from the Teklo pistol. Yep, so we're just going to go counter, counter. May not actually elect to boost a 0 to 60 here if he wants to get set up. I mean, those Teklo Pounders are taking down. When those go to 0, that's, I mean, we seen a high octane gone. If we burn through 2 of the Teklo Pounders and Marshall's still on a very healthy life total, you're then going to start to have to lean on things like those maximum velocities and Twin Drives pretty hard.
Don't think he's found a Twin Drive yet. And his hand is pretty...
Yeah, so he pitched 1 Twin Drive earlier, then that one got blown up by the Command & Conquer. So he has shuffled. That other Twin Drive could be anywhere.
I think you're happy to take the 2.
It does have the option just to set up, so just reload the pistol in chamber, set up a 0 to 60. Push 2 more damage. Yeah, maybe see if you get a card out of hand here.
Happy to take the full damage.
Yep. So now, again, I mean, right back at it. Teklo Core available, 2 Teklo Pounders in play. Marshall already down to 25 life, and there's a lot of damage still coming in from those Pounders. Marshall really, I think, needs some hand disruption here. Like, they're just saying, yeah, no problem. Very happy to take 5 damage. Ooh, and the command and conquer.
Okay, I think this is the turn we see the Crown of Providence.
Yep, this may be the cop committed here.
Yeah, no more.
When we talk about damage, that's stand down to 14 life now. But 5-card hand, almost 6 with a Teklo core, you could say, and multiple Teklo pounders
And a
available.
+4 to next attack.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
that's a
kick
hit.
things off with a zipper hit for
For
9.
9.
So Newson, I feel it's pretty nice to open up with an attack for 9, go again, and be like, oh yeah, 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice feeling. one resource left. And you know what? I might do the same. He might do the same thing next turn as well.
Yeah. So, okay, defending with 2 cards here, taking 3.
Oh, he's just drawing all the red premium boost cards.
Yep, 0 to 60 now, coming down for 4. So Marshall's starting to feel a little bit under pressure with the life totals here. That's really the power of this Teklo pistol setup as well. We saw it be used multiple times, so your Teklo cores are never going to get blanked if you get disrupted. And once the life totals start getting a little bit lower, just that 2 into 2 over and over and over again, really, really strong.
Too much to deal with.
Oh, that's a max velocity.
And a harpoon. Oh my gosh, this might be like the crit. This might be the dream turn for that.
It looks like it is, because we're going to see the harpoon come down into the maximum velocity. Oh, brutal.
And it's gonna rip a card. Oh, that's his last card.
Yep, so he's going to take 2 here.
Oh man, then he's gonna eat 10.
And then going down to 9 life. So just critically, the inability of Marshall to find the disruption into these Teklo pounders is just proving extremely costly here. I mean, we still have 2 Teklo pounders in play for this turn. The pistol and the chamber are loaded up.
Oh look, he drew his third one. Oh, his hand does look kind of...
I suppose the thing is that these life
Tricky.
totals is that any boost card is pretty good here.
Looks like he did draw 2 items this turn. Teklo coin and Teklo pounder.
Okay, so it does have the red Sprocket Rocket. The thing is, even if he's able to just go Sprocket Rocket, attack for 7, attack for 2, go again, reload the pistol and chamber into the 3rd Teklo pounder.
He has harpoon as well. Pulse wave harpoon. So that'll rip another card as well, potentially.
Depends how many boost cards he has access to here. With just the Sprocket Rocket plus the Pulse Wave, not as threatening. And it's just absolutely off to the races here. Sprocket Rocket coming down for 7. So just an absolute must block at this point. A very timely sync below there to cleanly block that out. So critically Marshall here, he knows he needs to, he's like, alright, I've got through the Teklo pounders. Now I have to be able to deal with these Teklo pistols. He knows that his stand is on 14. He's trying to find a window where he can offer something back. But Dan is going to be able to leverage so much pressure onto this turn. Has the line available of just loading up the gun, playing the Teklo pounder, Arsenal pass.
Oh, that's one.
High Octane banished. Marshall will be very happy to see that. Okay, so 2 resources available.
Closing the chain.
Yep, load, play the Teklo pounder. Yeah, really, really nice here. Leaving Marshall with just 2 cards in hand, facing down a 5-card Teklo pounder turn.
Dan's probably thinking, oh, you have 2 cards left in hand. I'm not really scared of that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes so much sense to set up the Teklo pounder here because your opponent's down to 7. You actually don't need to push that much more damage before the pistol starts to threaten multiple cards per turn out of hand.
A great card, leave no witnesses. Forcing 2 cards.
So it does have the
Does he
clean block
have-
set up there.
Does he have the pump? No, he does not.
So this game has just been all Dan Mckay so far. And again, looks like a pretty powerful hand. Multiple boost cards available. That's the thing, if you're able to speed up the game like this as well, like I've mentioned, the pistol just becomes so threatening. Particularly if you can pair, if he's able to pair it with that final high octane, get in multiple pistol hits on one turn. Okay, kicking things off with a T-bone coming in for 5.
Probably demanding the stilettos.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world where Marshall chooses to switch gears and puts
But he's
Riptide
taking
numbers in.
4.
Does he have the defense reaction as well to cleanly fade this?
Kieran, if you were Marshall, would you think about his fatigue strategy option right now?
Oh, absolutely, because so many cards have been pushed through. So the underloop comes through now.
Like
Coming
Dan
in
has
for 4.
used a lot of cards.
Yeah, so if we look at the resources available, should be 2 floating at this stage. The only issue with the fatigue line is, like I mentioned, the importance of that Teklo pistol. So I think you can play a little bit on-off, but man, there's also a card set up in Arsenal here. If that is yet another boost card, so painful. Probably going to look to leak 1 damage here. Dropping down to 6.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
back
good.
goes underloop, back on the bottom of the deck. Pulse Wave Harpoon coming in here. Has to reveal 3 cards from hand. Okay, so he has to choose an action card, so it's a choice between the bonds and the Art of Desire Mind. This is pretty nice here.
And he's probably going to follow up with a Tekla pistol. Attacking twice, right?
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
might see Marshall just look to defend out all of this. So probably going to leak 1 here from the Pulse Wave Harpoon. And this just becomes so hard, because the thing about the dash deck is it's really hard to brick in this deck. Like, all you're playing are boost cards effectively. Boost cards and items. Most of the items have been played out already at this stage. Still 2 counters left on the Teklo Pounder.
Okay, choosing not. Never mind. Just cleaning the board.
So Daniel,
And the final pistol attack for 2 this turn.
yep, Daniel looking in a commanding position so far. So he's actually, it's a little bit risky here, so he's taking 2, probably wants to push out the Siren's Call on his turn. If he misses on the Siren's Call though, it is devastating. Oh, and there's a high octane in Dan's hand.
I guess you could rip the high octane with Siren's Call too, right?
Oh wait, so just going for the bonds here.
Oh, I can see the play. He's gonna use True Neck to use Siren's Call and a blue, and then pop the stilettos.
Yeah, I hope to draw a card. Man, if there's no blue here, that could be it. Oh, does find the blue, so important.
But didn't you see a high octane there?
Yeah, but mention the line that you just brought up, if he's able to draw the card and get the boots going. Which I think you're honestly massively committed to on this line.
And he can tackle with a dagger as well, because he'll have 2 resources left as well.
So pretty nice here, being able to get that bonds up to 6. And it's actually pushing 3 damage as well. Like, Daniel's life total is much less relevant. Just coming for 4. Daniel's life total is much less relevant at this stage, but it's not completely irrelevant. It feels like you almost have to take the high octane here.
Could you possibly take the blue?
You could take the blue, but I just think on these life totals, like the T-bone then coming in for 4 with boost potentially, and just being able to set up that high octane, puts so much pressure on life total. It is an option. I just think for Marshall, if he is able to rip the high octane here, he knows the turn is going to be sort of T-bone into attack twice. Oh wait, no. Of course, taking the T-bones is really good here because you actually get to take both of them out of their hand. So you take T-bones from hand and 1. So yeah, of course. That is actually a bit
That's
actually a bit of a lifesaver here.
I've never seen that before. Wow.
Yeah, so good in this spot.
So he just time walked him Basically, right?
Yeah, that Siren Skull play was massive. And now he knows the High Octane is an arsenal. He's going to come in for one more damage. And this is where the life total starts to become relevant, Houston, because if Marshall's able to draw some disruption here, he can actually take the tempo back. But there is so much riding on his next hand, it has to be good.
Probably needs to see, you know, a codex or something like that, right? Leaving it.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to find, honestly, multiple points of disruption here. And Dan's deck's starting to get very thin. So I think Marshall's tournament life is on the line with this hand. Did he find the disruption that he needs? I think both the players are aware. Dan can, you know, he's right at the finish line of making the final here.
So we do see surgical extraction.
Okay, that's a really nice start. It's just so difficult because even just getting one card from hand isn't that amazing here. Okay, Spider's Bite connects. Into the beckoning. I mean,
Ooh,
if
okay.
he has something like Surgical into Codex, that would be huge. Surgical coming in for 5, go again.
That's asking for 2 cards.
It is, and look at the life totals, they're starting to get a little bit closer here. Definitely available for Dan just to completely take this and say, I'm pretty sure I can kill you off the back of the High Octane and the Teclo Pounder. Just needs to consider, is there a follow-up? The Leave No Witnesses or a Codex would be huge here.
I think Marshall has a Transcend card in his hand.
Yeah, that's not really going to get it done.
So giving 2 cards in technical.
Okay, so he's able to get 2 cards there.
So that's blocking for 5. Imagine if he had greens.
Yeah,
Imagine.
that would be really nice, yeah. Okay, so defended out for 5. Looks like a beautiful Marvel passover. I mean, he could get the Teclo Core here. So just wants to have a look. So, I mean, plenty of blues available, but none that great. I mean, the boost cards aren't really getting anywhere. A blue Throttle does push 4 damage. That is something. I mean, I do think one option is the Teclo Core, just to load up a few resources for your turn. Yep, actually electing to manage that there. Quite an interesting decision. What
We knew.
So what does he want to do? Because the Throttle does push 4 damage, but the Teclo Core could be a massive bailout, effectively amounting to an additional card in hand for the turn. All the equipment blocks are gone from Dan now as well, so any disruption cards like Leave No Witnesses, are particularly threatening.
Okay, so choosing the throttle.
Okay, electing to push the damage. Now, what is Dan going to find off of this High Octane? I'll tell you what, it's not going to be a blue. Mostly
Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah.
One.
Oh, when the zipper hit comes in for 7.
Then you do not want to be on 2. Facing down
Yeah.
pistol.
This may be the point of the game where we start to see something like the Tunic moved in. So Marshall under a lot of pressure here. Is he going to be able to get through this turn? So we could see potentially the Teclo Foundry. Yep, so the Tunic is pushed in. I really like this block here. Counter put on the Teclo Pistol. And actually electing just to attack for 2 here. And Marshall going down to 1. Teclo Foundry Hut used. Wait, did that pistol have go again?
It's a high octane turn.
Oh, the High Octane turn, yeah. Of course.
So two more pistols coming in, right? I believe.
Yep, and able to successfully take the
And
whole
that-
hand there, and that's game. The last card is the Stir the Pot Transcend card. So, wow, I mean, I think if you're going to win that game as Dash, that's exactly how you have to do it. You have to establish those Teklo Pounders early, put on a lot of pressure before Neo is able to get their Disruption train going. Somewhat unfortunate for Marshall in that position there that he just wasn't able to offer the disruption, that much disruption at all in the early turns.
Yeah, he wasn't able to find, his command conquerors early, his leave no witness, his bonds of agony, his prognosis. All he was doing was just taking with, out of desire body, and
Some of these blue disruption cards that don't really offer disruption, they're just Spanish cards from
just
the
blue
deck.
1-power attacks. So all he was doing was damage.
Yeah, so he was able to leverage that Mask of Recurring Nightmares to pull out some cards. It looked like the game actually started not terribly for him, but unfortunately there were just multiple turns where he desperately needed to find a disruption card. Like when we saw the multiple Teklo Pounders face down and the Teklo Core, and when he wasn't able to offer really enough disruption on that turn, it just let Dan pull further and further and further ahead. It felt like Dan was just maybe one turn ahead of him for most of that game. We looked at the life totals towards the end. With Dan down to 6 life, it actually starts to become quite threatening. When all your equipment gone, you're on 6 life, Nu can start to press you quite well. But Dan able to close the game out very nicely with a high octane before then.
Yeah, I think just setting up the Teklo Core and 2 Teklo Pounders usually is good enough. You're getting +4 power each turn and 2 free resources.
Just so difficult to beat through. And then, I mean, that maximum velocity turn was just
that
the
was
absolute
huge.
dream. I mean, we saw so many power turns like the red throttle coming for 10, followed up by the throttle for 8. We saw multiple pulse wave harpoons just ripping cards out of their hand. And credit to Dan as well, it felt like he identified correctly at multiple points in that game when he needed to sit up and when he needed to go all in. So a lot of times he played quite patiently. It was like, I'm leaving you with 2 cards in hand, very happy to Arsenal here and just wait for the next turn. Because that's the thing, if you just continually play this 4-card hands and you don't get anywhere, you really start to get, you risk fatiguing, you risk sort of breaking out with not enough attacks to offer on a certain turn. Dan navigated that aspect of the game really well, I felt.
And we really saw the power of just one induction chamber and pistol, right? Just attacking for 2, giving a go again, attacking for 2 again, constantly. It's always 4 damage. And you're not going to block a pistol for 2 most of the time when you're on a higher life count. But once you get reached to the end, that 2 damage matters each time.
Yeah, and particularly when we saw it in conjunction with the high octane. Even at the end, it wasn't the most powerful high octane turn, but it was enough to just push in multiple pistol hits. And even if he didn't win the game on that turn, he was ripping multiple cards out of the hand.
I think he ripped his whole hand.
Yeah, I mean, he would have got his whole hand and left him on 1 life, and all that means is next turn I can go boost and rip multiple more cards over and over and over again. And it felt like Marshall was close. He was close to being able to turn the corner once he made it through those Teklo Pounders, but just took a little bit too much chip damage from the pistol and a little bit leaked too much damage on those big Teklo Pounder turns. So
yeah,
with that remaining, looks like the other semi-final is relatively close from what we hear from our observers. Both players on roughly about 20 life, so we can see how close some of those new and Zen games can be. Like I said, we got Ben Dodd trying to climb towards his first national championship, really sort of make his mark on the New Zealand fab scene after winning the Calling Mountain previously, and Oliver Berry looking to defend his title.
And Dr. Dan Mckay will be waiting for him in the finals with Dash.
So we're seeing another Dash in the final. I mean,
did you expect that?
Not necessarily, though. I started to become a bit of a believer when a Dash made the finals of the UK Nationals. But like we all know that here at APAC, we love our Dash, right?
Han Singapore, Calling Singapore, both won by Dash.
You have calling Auckland, Sam Sutherland as well, going back to one of the first New Zealand National Championship, Matt Rogers winning on Dash there. We often see Dash quite well represented in our tournament. So Dan, on the spy side, we'll see if we can talk to him at some point. It does look like it's a similar to Hayden Dale, also made the top 8 of Australian Nationals. So we'll see if those Arsenal passports have maybe cooked something up a little bit spicy. I've got a good read on the meta going.
Yeah, 100%. I think I never expected Dash to make the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed all the talk in the meta was things like, as they, outside of the part Misfail heroes, there was talk of Azalea, there was talk of Prism, even Dash IO was probably making a few more waves. I know Mara Faris is very keen on that deck, but sometimes, as I like to say, you got to go back to the classics. Yeah. And in this case,
he sure showed us in that game after watching that how much damage he was able to output.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. I think some of these players just looked at the deck and said, what is the best deck at presenting a huge amount of damage consistently over and over again? And Dash honestly just ticks all those boxes. You have some pretty good equipment. You have some fantastic items in the form of Teklo Pounder. You're able to move between the Hanabi Blaster potentially for pure race matchup and the Teklo Pistol and the Induction Chamber. Just really, really cool deck.
Teklo Claw is really, really insane too, right? Just 2 resources for free every turn.
And oh my goodness, we saw it in that game when you line up the Teklo Core and the Teklo Pounder.
And you drop a Throttle on.
Then it's Teklo Madness, baby. It's just very, very difficult to fight through on a turn-by-turn basis. And anyway, we're actually going to move to a very quick break. We'll see if we can track down Dan to just talk a little bit about why he chose to play Dash at this New Zealand Nationals, and we will keep an eye on our other semi-final. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
And it's gonna get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises.
What an incredible display by
Listen to this room right now. The room is erupting.
celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got Dr. Dan Mckay here to talk a little bit about Dash after you honestly put a bit of a beat down on Nu in that semi-final game.
Yeah, so two things. One is Mckay, and two,
My apologies.
just to get that out there on the coverage.
Fair enough,
It's
fair
gonna
enough,
come up a lot. No, seriously though, I almost threw that game so hard, and I would have been really angry all the flight back home. So I'm really glad I managed not to throw it. I would have been furious at myself, like, oh my god, how did I not block? How did I not block with, like, on the Bonds of Agony with the equipment? I'm like, yeah, I just block with this. And then, yeah, he can take a card from my hand. It doesn't matter, though. I can still to High Octane and to boost 4 and to attack with pistol at least 3 times, maybe more, depending on what I hit off the top. Like, that's so good. So good.
Yeah, one of the signs of a good player, though, is able to keep your composure through the occasional mistake that you might make and just continue on to win the game. So I feel you did very well in that aspect.
I mean, I'd say that's a sign of a good player that I am often not exhibiting. But, I'm really glad I managed to win anyway. Massive thanks to Hayden Dale for the awesome deck list.
Yep, Hayden Dale. So we were speculating if you were playing a similar deck list to him, and I was talking to you just before. It's almost exactly the same, or same 80?
It is exactly the same. So, not to shout out any other card games, but I have a bit of a history with Hayden Dale giving me good deck lists.
Yep.
And if hypothetically I'm the national champion for another card game, it's because Hayden Dale gave me a really good deck list and then didn't show up to the event.
Always good to have friends like that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a bit of the same kind of like getting in touch with Hayden and being like, okay, so I think maybe in this matchup I want to do this play. I think like our sideboard plan's pretty good, but I think maybe we want to play this equipment instead of this equipment, or actually if they're going a bit more aggressive than we thought they were, possibly this card is better than this card. But yeah, it's the same list. Dave Marshall also played it today, and I think Tom Dowling played it in Australia.
Oh, Tom Dowling -IO from the Calling Melbourne, who made that incredible run all the way to the final.
I mean, he was definitely advocating for Dash, because we have been testing all together, and he was advocating for -IO. He says for no more than 2 minutes. I would say it was definitely more than 2 minutes. Like, oh, maybe -IO, and then he'd come back a few hours later and be like, I've done some testing. It's not good.
I like this. I like the story of getting the deck list from a friend. As someone at my first Fab National Championship, my good friend Carol, who's a dev now, his daughter was going to be born that weekend. I hadn't set on the list, and he said, "Here's my Rhino list," and it did me very well. So I was very happy about that.
My first national champion, I wish I'd played Rhino. It was so good in that crew meta.
Yeah.
And I played this stupid Kano list. I didn't know what I was doing. I was quite new to the game. It was really bad. But then I played the good Rhino list, the Claw Rhino.
Yep.
Into some online, there's COVID, so let's have an online fab event, with webcams or something, I don't know. Maybe it was TTS, who cares? Doesn't matter. And that felt really good. I was like, man, this deck feels meant to, especially when Dash was the kind of deck to beat at the time. And they're like, oh, I've got these items. And you're like, oh, I have Smashing Good Time in my deck.
Or Arc Smash.
Arc Smash, not Smashing Good Time. And that they can't really beat that.
Yeah,
it was just yep, Smashing Arc Smash, sorry. And then they lose.
It was a really good card. I don't know if you recall, but we actually played in the first round of that Nationals way back in the day. So
yeah, I imagine I did not win.
But anyway, moving on, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about, so you were saying that you and Hayden are all playing that Dash list, Thomas Dowling, Dave Marshall. What led you towards Dash as a deck? Looking at some of the decks that are quite present in the format at the moment.
I think it was a couple of things. One, Hayden really didn't want to play Zen.
Yep.
He wasn't excited about the deck, and also, obviously, when it's kind of the deck to beat, you're going to have a massive target on your back.
That's for sure.
We were trying a bunch of different things, and we're like, oh, maybe this is good. I mean, Hayden would tell you that he was, you got off KO and onto Dash. That's not entirely true. There's some other things in the, just a couple of things to try out, maybe Victor's good, maybe this is good.
Yep.
None of them were quite good enough. And they were like, well, actually, let's try Dash. Let's try a bunch of T-Bones.
Yeah, I mean, T-Bone's so good in this meta, right?
Well, it's really good into Zen.
Yeah.
So we tried that, and it felt pretty good. It felt like you were favored into Zen. Obviously, Zen's a really powerful deck. It might be a little bit broken. So it's not, you're not blowing them out. But it felt like we were favored, because your deck has better damage turn to turn.
Yep.
And you can break their equipment to stop them comboing. Which is big.
Yeah, huge.
So you've got 3 Meganetics and 9 T-Bones. So
the Meganetic Shockwaves as well on top of that. So you're packing all the equipment disruption.
I'm packing a lot of equipment disruption. I have played Zero Zen so far.
Okay.
Which is annoying. Because those yellow T-Bones are out Reasonably often. Yeah.
So just to move on and ask about some of the other matchups. So clearly there was a lot of decks like KO, Azalea, and Nu being present in things like US and UK nationals. Were these matchups you were concerned about? Did you feel comfortable playing into them?
So KO, we did some testing and we think we're like reasonably favoured.
Okay.
You just do better damage.
You just out damage more consistently.
Out damage, you have better blocks. Azalea felt a bit unfavourable. I think it's not great for you. They couldn't read in the ledger. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like it's not miserable. You've got items and stuff, so sometimes like you're like, oh, like block and then play an item, and maybe they miss a turn and then you can come with big damage. But like it's not great.
Yeah.
Also, I think that's not quite the plan. You want to attack whenever you can, but never mind that. No is interesting. So we did do a little bit of testing into No.
Yep.
And we were like, I think this is pretty coin flippy. Maybe we're a bit favoured, but we weren't that good at No.
Yep.
So I think it is reasonably coin flippy, I think, but I don't know whether we're a little bit favoured or a little bit unfavoured.
But you were sort of comfortable enough saying, like, look, if we feel happy playing into Zen, we're going to take either slightly favourable or even some coin flip matchups into some of the more represented decks. Was that part of the mindset?
Yeah, so there's a ton of coin flip matchups, but basically we were like, okay, let's play something that people don't know what you're doing, and that's been huge. There's no more victors in the top 8, right? I don't have to worry about Victor in the list. I don't have to give away my tech. Okay,
Dennis Zhang was eliminated.
So both my Victor opponents have played cards that I think are not good into me.
Okay.
Because they were like, well, I don't know if he's like trying to fatigue or if he's going to like play lots of items or he's going to do this or he's going to do that.
I was a little bit surprised to see Dennis present the Anathos and the Time Skippers,
Yeah,
but I mean, he managed to execute that plan really well, but I was maybe expecting something a little more defensive.
So there was a turn where I drew 4 reds and I copped a red away, and I think if I hit a blue there, I can probably win the game.
Okay, so it was quite close.
I had a high octane, a max velocity turn for 20-something damage, and he was on about that much life.
Okay.
So I think I can turn the corner pretty convincingly there. I think it's not a good matchup. Victor's a problem.
Yeah. Victor's wants to play against go wide aggro decks, right? That's kind of one of the reasons you play the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Victor is necessarily good enough into Zen that it's worth playing, but obviously, like, depends what cards you've got and stuff.
Yep.
But it's pretty bad for me.
Yeah.
I played against 2 Victors today. I managed to beat one. I didn't beat the other. It's fine. I can live with that.
Yep.
It's a good record against Victor as far as I'm concerned.
Now, the question that's been burning a hole in my brain is, when does the Hanabi Blaster come in?
I'm so excited about Hanabi Blaster. Hanabi Blaster is the only card that I'm taking full credit for.
Okay.
And even then, I mean, it really shouldn't be full credit. So I'd say almost all of this deck is Hayden's brainchild. We obviously tested it together and stuff, but he'd be like, oh, I think this card's good. And then we'd test it and we'd be like, oh, yeah, it's pretty good. But the only things I've really contributed are, at one point I was like, I think we should play the extra overloop.
The overloop, we saw that in that game as well. Go back to the bottom, help prevent a little bit of the fatigue.
Yeah. And the other one is when we were testing into Enigma, it was unwinnable.
Okay.
It was so bad.
It was that bad?
It was like, you're like, oh, I've got these high octanes, and they're one of the best cards in my deck. But man alive, are they dead in this matchup? They have boots. They have dense blue mist.
Yeah,
they have,
that's pretty good.
Mist rounds on me. Someone was mentioning today they can also play the gloves that something +1, and then they can flip that on a turn you're high octaning, and then block with that and the boots, and then those come back off every time the chain breaks. So you can block 2, block 2, block 2.
Yeah.
This high octane card's not very good. Yeah, that was miserable. So we're trying a bunch of stuff. We're trying induction chambers. We're trying, oh, man, what are we going to do? And they're like, let's just try a different weapon, because this pistol is terrible.
So you do the old database search, mechanologist weapons.
Basically, we were like, well, should we try like Telesha? Should we try an Hanabi Blaster? Hayden's like, maybe like try one of these other weapons. Like, he's like, oh, you going to try like Telesha? I'm not going to try Telesha.
Yeah.
I think Hanabi Blaster's awesome. I think if I can do it 3 times in a game, it's going to be broken. And even if I can do it twice, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean 0 for 5, right, at the end of the chain.
Overpower as well, man.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. I mean, that card comes up so little, I feel I've forgotten some of the text on it.
Like, to be fair, most of the time when you're attacking with it, they have no cards in hand. It's generally attack, 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 attack. You have no cards, 5 more.
Yep.
And we played that, and we're like, oh, this actually makes the matchup so much better. Not necessarily favoured, I don't know, but a lot more coin flippy rather than, well, we lose.
Yep. And it puts you in with a chance, though, at a tournament like National Championships where you can only really generally afford maybe 2-3 losses or so. Sometimes just getting in that additional card for a bad matchup might be the difference between making top 8 or not.
So 100%. Also, I think like having coin flips is not usually the kind of thing I want to do. I'd usually rather have like some really good matchups and be like, okay, I'm playing you, you're dead.
Yeah.
You know, there's no point in playing this game. It's already over. You just don't know it yet. But like having a bunch of kind of close matchups, if your opponent knows how the matchup goes, on a deck that people haven't seen in formats, right? Because people aren't really playing Dash.
Yep.
Gives you a reasonable amount of value. So you can be like, well, they don't know if I'm trying to play induction chambers. They don't know if I'm trying to play full aggro, which I am. They don't know what I'm doing, right? So they're not necessarily like sideboarded right. They're not necessarily making good lines into you. And also like, so long as you're not doing the kind of things I was doing in that last game and playing terribly, you can get a lot of edge in close matchups by playing well and just like making good choices and outplaying your opponent.
That does make some sense to me. So in a way, what you're saying to me is, look, I'm in theory on paper played perfectly. It's a coin flip, but if I can maybe try leverage a skill advantage in time to certain matchups, or if I can leverage the fact that I know this matchup better than you, that maybe ups you by just a couple of percentage points here and there.
That's all true. That being said, Dave and I were both not necessarily on Dash up to this Friday.
Oh, really?
So I brought Dash and Zen. And I
Okay,
was definitely like, oh, maybe I could go Zen. But like, Hayden would kind of convince me that like, look, this is potentially the last time to play Dash. It might LL.
Okay, yep, that's true. I mean, it is pretty high up there on the LL board.
Yeah, and if me and Hayden both win, could happen. Could happen.
Could happen.
So it's potentially the last time. Also, like this is kind of the list that the testing group has kind of produced, and I feel like it's pretty good. And also, I haven't played that much Zen. I played a bit testing, but I haven't played it like before, and I played Dash before, so I kind of know the deck moderately well.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, I mean, Hayden Dale's got good lists.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's got a good history, right? And
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said as well. If it's kind of like your team's brainchild and you have the option in saying, look, do I want to play Zen, which, as you mentioned, you hadn't played that much. I'll probably lose little points of value here and there. Or perhaps take a little bit of a risk, play Dash. But if I do well, we're doing it on our deck as well.
100%. But going into Friday, me and David Marshall, who's also on Dash but didn't do as well, we played the Super Armory, right? And he played KO and I played Dash.
Yeah.
And that tournament convinced both of us to play Dash.
Yep.
The deck felt broken every time I was playing it. I was like, I mean, this is so much damage. This card has the 10 on it. Why does it have a 10? That's so much. It's not like it's the only card you're playing in a turn either. Like, yeah, it doesn't have go again, but everything else does.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I mean, 24? They're like, oh, man, that's mental. I guess, you know, I guess I have to go low. I'm like, okay, that's fine, because I'm doing it again in like a couple turns. Maybe next turn.
You look at Twin Drive and Max Velocity side by side, and you're like, yeah, that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's even better when you've like just got the Teklo core out, and you're like, oh, I mean, 7 into 4 into, you know, something else into max velocity. You know, this is stupid.
One thing we were looking through the deck list and just trying to chat about it a little bit on stream, is that when you look at Dash as a deck and you look through the deck, you're just saying, I actually do, if all I want is consistent damage and racing people, my deck is very rarely, if ever, going to break.
Yep.
I mean, worst case, I draw a bunch of blues, but I can still utilize a lot of resources for the pistol, boost, do everything.
So, just very briefly, before I talk about the blues and the yellow throttles, because this is a Hayden Dale brainwave, right?
Yeah.
I should say, the reason that this tournament convinced Dave not to play KO was that he kept dying to his own flips. Like, he kept like attacking and then flipping his one non-attack action left, or going to 1 and then flipping a Beast Within off the top to die. And I'm like, nah, I'm not playing this. But with the blues, right? So obviously you can have a bunch of blues. It can be kind of annoying, and you can still do stuff, but it's not the best.
It's not ideal.
2 yellow throttles are in the deck on the theory that in some matchups where you want to go up to a bigger deck, so you want to put in more resource cards, but you don't want to like have more dead hands, then that one is an attack that is also like it's an attack and a resource card. It kind of does double duty. Sometimes you have to burn a couple cards in order to make that work.
Yep.
But you can do that. It's okay.
A bit of a hedge in a way.
Yeah. So that's like very much the sort of, I was saying like, oh, maybe we should play like an extra blue, because we're like playing 63, 65 sometimes into some matchups. I'm like, sometimes there's a lot of reds.
Yeah.
There's too many reds. And Hayden's like, what about yellow throttles? And like, he got really hyped about it. And we ended up playing another one. And I mean, having played with it today, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm pretty on board with it. So sorry, Hayden, I criticised the yellow throttle. It's good.
Yeah. It always sucks when you're like debating a card inclusion with someone. You're like, it's terrible. You play it a little bit. You have to come back and be like, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I mean, that's, you know, There's plenty of that going on in testing groups all the time. We're always like, oh, maybe this is it's not good. It's never good. No, so that was quite an interesting card. Most of the deck though is just so consistent and so like kind of everything's interchangeable except your max velocity's high octanes. So like as soon as you get one, your hand's probably awesome. There's not that much more you need. Just like draw one of those. Oh, yep, let's go.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Anyway, mate, I think I'm going to give you a little bit of a break since I imagine our semi-final is finishing up shortly. Just like to shake your hand and say good luck for the final, and
thanks, man.
Hope it's a great game.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're just getting ready to set up the final of the New Zealand National Championship, and we can confirm that Ollie Berry managed to take down Ben Dodd in a very tight game to proceed through to the final, looking to become a back-to-back national championship, Newson.
Yeah, it's amazing how Oliver Berry has made it this far, right? We watched him in round 1 yesterday, and he took a pretty bad loss against Kano, right?
Yep.
But he concentrated and stuck in there, and now he's back into the finals.
Yeah, and he won a really close great game against the Prism in the final round of Swifts in order to lock his spot for top 8 as well. So just staying locked in, staying focused, managed to take down Ben Dodd, who was having a bit of a rep as the Zen killer as well.
Might have been player of the event, right? Just had a flawless day 1.
Yeah.
Day 2, he just went 2-1 and beat Matt Rogers in the top 8 as well.
Yeah.
So we thought that he had the Zen matchup all figured out.
Yeah, and sometimes there's just not much you can do with Zen presents enough damage. So moving on to, just having a look at our finals matchup, we have Oliver Berry up against Daniel Mckay on Dash. So that's going to be an interesting one. I feel like it's just going to be the races on, right? With Zen, you want to just be pushing a lot of damage, get those chi set up so you can use your traverse and try to reprisal to leverage a really, really big turn. On Dash's side, I was just talking to Dan earlier, in between rounds, we had him on for an interview, and he was basically just saying he wants to try and lean on those T-bones. Really good if you can pick off those equipment pieces early.
Massive.
We'll see if Ollie sides in any, maybe perhaps something like Tide Flippers, but I mean, the problem is you slide that in and then you just lose access to the spike turn. But Dash can also just pump out an absolute huge amount of damage. It doesn't actually require, in a way, the same amount of setup or combination of cards. Yes, you need to pair up the maximum velocity into multiple boost cards, things like Twin Drive, but on a turn-by-turn basis, you can do a lot, right?
100%. And we can't forget about Pulse Wave Harpoon, right?
Oh, massive card.
Forcing the Zen player to block.
Yeah, so the kind of nightmare scenario if you're a Zen player, what Dan might be looking to push towards is if they pick off a couple of pieces of equipment early with the T-bones, and then when you look to push in for your big turn, they're able to push a lot of damage, Pulse Wave Harpoon end of chain, and rip something like the Descendant or Bonds from your hand and just shut off your entire turn. I imagine that's the sort of game state that Dan will want to be playing towards. On the side of Ollie, I think he just wants to do what Zen does, right? Set up those Descendant Bonds, have your little chip damage turns in between, maybe offer a little bit of disruption here and there if he brings that in, and just hope that the power and synergy of his deck is better than Dan's.
It's kind of a throwback to UK Nationals finals, right?
It is. So we had the same matchup there. Zen managed to come out on top of that one, rocking the Talishar Zen. So we'll see if Ollie can repeat that. We'll see if Dan actually wants to bring in the Hanabi Blaster. I was talking to Millie, he said it's largely for the Enigma matchup.
Okay.
But maybe we see it brought in here as well. The Teklo pistols looked very impressive so far. Being able to utilize those Teklo core resources, being able to use the high octane to push a lot of damage on some of these really big turns. Be really interesting to see. I would say that in terms of spike turns, they both have gigantic spike turns, but it feels like Zen maybe has a slight edge there, right? If you have Art of War, multiple anthems going down, Descendant Bonds across 6, 7, 8, 9 chain links sometimes, depending on how big the turn is. But equally, on the side of Dash, they probably have a little bit more consistent damage, and they have also access to these giant turns when you set up the Teklo Pounders, the Teklo Cores like we saw last game. Leading off your turn with a zipper hit for 9 with a resource floating 4 cards in hand. It can just do ridiculous things as well.
Yep. I think Zen is also better with the equipment, having an additional extra 2 block.
Yep.
More than Dash.
Able to really efficiently use that equipment as well, right?
When you use the equipment, it gives you cards, right? Whereas Dash, it doesn't really give you cards. You're not really extending your play.
Yeah.
But with Zen, when you block with your Traverse and your Strides, you're getting 2 extra cards out of that.
That's an excellent point, and that's a lot of what the Zen players are trying to use. They want to leverage the power of this equipment to set up these really big turns. We'll be very interested in saying, like I said, what weapon Dan wants to go with in this matchup. The part of the issue of going with the Teklo pistol is it kind of generally pairs with Induction Chamber. You don't have to. You could go Teklo Pistol, Teklo Pounder as well, and just utilize that pistol as an end of chain thing. But I am curious to see if he maybe leans into something like the Hanabi Blaster and just says, you know what, I'm going all in. We're going Hanabi Blaster, we're presenting Teklo Pounder, and we're just going to try to close out this game in 4 turns.
Yeah, I think this game usually will last 4 or 5 turns, right?
It's going to be pretty quick on both sides.
It's a race, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dash generally defends a little bit better because they have a whole lot of 3-block cards. I mean, I'm sure Dan would love to catch Ollie out on one of his big turns with something like multiple Transcend cards in hand. We might even see a Zen State made at some stage. So, yeah, we'll just have to...
This round's on me. That Ollie is playing as well.
Oh, yeah, this round
Really
on me
good
is
against
actually
Dash.
Really, really nice. I feel it's unlikely that Dash is going to be concerned about fatiguing out in this matchup. It just feels like there's so much damage loaded up on both sides. But things like this round on me paired with something like a Zen State, for example, shuts down, that just completely shuts off a whole lot of a Zen State turn, of a high octane turn. I mean, you're pistol attacking for 0 if you're presenting that weapon as well.
100%.
So, but the key to the matchup for me is if Dan can pick off those impactful equipments early on with T-Bones.
So Dan does have the slight advantage. He did come second after Swiss, so he will get to dictate who goes first and who goes second. And I think that's quite important.
Same. I wonder, the only issue with presenting Teclo Pounder is if you do want to go first and start jamming out those T-Bones, you, in theory, might lose a little bit of value because it's a requirement. So you play your first boost card, it takes a counter down off the Teclo Pounder. That is something to keep in mind. But it just feels like such value to go first and just be like, hey, I'm going to live the dream. I'm going to draw like 3 T-Bones and just wipe out all your equipment right away.
But I feel like you can still do that going second, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You just want the equipment gone ASAP.
It doesn't matter.
T-Bone's the perfect card to do it.
It doesn't matter too much when you do it, but I think if he's able to snipe off one of the key pieces of equipment, so I mean the Traverse is like right at the top of the list. If he's able to snipe out the Traverse or maybe the Strides very early on, that's going to give him a slight edge. And conversely, if Ollie is able to transcend early, that is critical, I feel, to his game plan. Because
So important.
then when the T-Bone comes in, if you've already transcended, even if it's not the best turn, you just put the Traverse in. You're still getting that chi back. That translates to generally a fair chunk of damage in the deck. And so you're not too concerned that you don't get to save all of it up for the giant turn.
Yep. So
Looks like the players are just getting set up. They're going to have a quick look at each other's deck list. It is open deck list at Nationals. So we're going to give them sort of 3, 4, 5 minutes for that. We'll go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with the final of the New Zealand National Championship very, very soon. back, everyone, and this is it, the final of the New Zealand National Championship. We have Oliver Berry on Zen against Dan Mckay on Dash, and the inventor extraordinaire, OG Dash. So will Ollie Berry, is he going to go back-to-back, become a 2-time national champion? Or is Dan Mckay with the spicy Dash list that both him and Hayden Dale, playing the same 80 cards, Hayden made top 8 of his Australian National Championship, ongoing now. Who is going to take it out? Who's going to win the trophy, the bragging rights, the cash prize? We'll just have to wait and find out. But I am very excited for this matchup, Newson. How about you?
I'm super excited for this matchup. We actually haven't seen this matchup this weekend.
No, that's right. So we were talking all the theory just before about, maybe once the T-Bones to snipe the equipment, how's Ollie going to combat that? I mean, we're just going to have to see how it plays out on paper.
After seeing Dan's top 4 game, it was really impressive how much damage he could output. But then again, Ollie did take down Ben Dodd.
Yeah,
who was one of the players that we're really rooting for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Ben put through an epic performance, managed to take down multiple nudes throughout the Classic Constructed sections of this event. But Ollie Berry managed to just get him right at the end. It was quite an interesting end to that match. Bit of a bluff play. Pitches of blue, attacks with Descendant for 3, bends on 1, defends with the card in hand, and Art of War +1 for lethal. Okay, so now we are moving the players, just shuffling up.
Really interested to see the equipment. Okay, so he is...
Oh, so did go for the Tide Flippers and the Null Rune Gloves.
Oh, no Hanabi Blaster for you.
Okay, so did decide to go for the Techlo Pounder.
Oh, and the Balance of Justice.
Okay, yeah, the Balance of Justice.
And Stonewall Gauntlet.
Yep, so he obviously wants the balance to try shut off some of these big turns.
Oh, so he chose to go first.
Yeah, we'll see if he actually... Oh, and that's a Techlo Pounder right off the bat. That's a really, really nice start for Dan. And really want to highlight the Tide Flippers and Null Rune Gloves. You may be thinking, like, what the heck? It's Dash. We don't deal arcane damage. But critically here, these offer protection from the T-Bones. I mean, the Traverse and the Chest, two of the most important pieces, well, the two most important pieces of equipment for Ollie here, choosing to protect those, saying, hey, if you want to snipe off my equipment, you're going to have to give me 3 T-Bones. Critically, though, does give up a little bit to play that. Okay, so we're going to kick things off with the levels of enlightenment. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Transcend here. Also, one thing to keep an eye on for Tide Flippers is, like, in a pinch, you can use it to give something go again with 2 power less. Not sure we're going to see that used, but...
I think majority of the cards that have go again, right? And Zen.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, a Bond's not comboed for 2. Okay, so having to drop in the ocean his own one, that's not ideal, really.
Starting pretty strong. Levels alignment, getting choose 2 modes. And a Zen activation.
We'll see who wants to go for here. My best guess would be something just like go again, draw a card.
Yeah, but we'll be coming in only for 2.
So very clean first turn here. So coming with the levels alignment, 3 resources available. So it's going to be able to follow up here with the Tiger Tamer Kakara, weapon, into Tiger, into Wallen Key, all represented.
I think it's the first time this weekend we've seen Wallen Key in the Zen deck, right?
We haven't used that much at all.
One cost 5 attack, and then I believe if it hits, it deals an extra damage.
Yeah, combo off my Crouching Tiger being played as the last card.
Pretty solid stats, right?
Yeah, we'll see if Dan wants to use some of his equipment quite aggressively here. Something like the Balance of Justice pushed in to try and prevent the on-hit. Zen, not really playing a ton of on-hits. They do have things like the Mauling Key we see here, things like the Tiger Swipes. But Dan may value the flexibility of just being able to push in the balance and have that ready to go.
I mean, if it's a race, Smalling Key is probably just better, right?
Yeah, Mauling Key
attacks for more, and it deals an extra damage.
Yep, threatening 6 effectively. Okay, yep, choosing to also draw the card here off the levels. Gonna come in for 2 with a weapon. Oh, and it looks like that's it this round on me on hand.
Oh, and I think that's what he drew, because he just pitched one to play the levels.
Yeah, so we'll see if that comes out. May choose to set that up in Arsenal. Okay, so he looks like he has 100 wins available as well. Ooh, perhaps a slight mis-sequencing here, because if he plays his 100 wins out, he's, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so he probably wanted to play that 100 wins first, so he had the combo of the Mauling Key. May not end up mattering, but it does give Dan the option of choosing to preserve the equips there, seeing as there is no on-hit.
That's one less damage, Kieran.
That is one less damage in an aggro lace. I mean, let's be fair, it's been a very long weekend. A lot of flesh and blood play from both sides. Okay, so Dan looks like he understands where this matchup is going. So fully prepared to take all that damage already. But as we mentioned earlier, transcending early is so important.
Means his Traverse is live now.
Traverse is live.
But Dan's thinking is probably like, oh, I have 2 Tickler Pounders.
Yeah.
His attack has +4.
Oh, you see the high octane. This is pretty much the dream start if you're Dan. 2 Tickler Pounders in play, high octane active, counter on the pistol already, 2 resources available.
Fuck. That's a yellow zipper hit.
So yellow zipper hit going to come in for 8 here.
Not bad at all for 1 resource, right?
Very nice.
And gaining him an action point too. Maybe we'll see a Spark of Genius like he did against Marshall.
Yep. Now, one thing to note here is I feel Dan, probably would have wished to take less than 13 on the first turn with your opponent with a card in Arsenal.
I think he's pretty happy to take 13, right?
Yeah, but you're probably a little bit happy taking like 10.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like you're probably thinking, hey, off the 3 card hand, maybe I take a little bit less. So 0 to 60 coming in for 4, boosting away the Tickler core there.
Both players just taking life aggressively.
Yep, I have a hot take that this may be a little bit quicker than some of our previous stream games. So Ollie actually dropping down to 28 here. Okay, still a resource available for Dan. Multiple action points available.
I think he has 3 action points. 4 action points.
Okay, so just a blue 0 to 60.
Oh man, and if that's a blue, that's another 8 damage from the pistol.
Yeah, so it looks like he is onto one of those T-bones there. Not the most attractive proposition at this point given the equipment setup presented by Ollie. But Ollie obviously doing his homework, understanding the power of the T-bones and trying to set up a counter to that.
But that means he does give up on 3 defense value on the equipment.
Yeah, and it gives up the power from the Shuko, which actually does push quite a lot. So Ollie actually down to 24 here. So these players are just absolutely trading huge swings at this point. So the second attack with the pistol comes in. Still multiple action points remaining.
I believe 2 more action points.
Yep, and the blue
does have
T-bone
the
hits,
blue.
yeah.
So he did boost 3 times.
Yep.
So he has 4 action points available. And is this his 3rd pistol?
I believe so. I'd be curious to see if the Achilles is used very aggressively here. Just because efficiency and damage is the name of the game, by cracking the Achilles you actually get to utilize that last resource. Okay, and actually no, it looks like he... Okay, prepared to say that for one more turn.
22 damage that turn.
I mean, 2 Tickler Pounders set up as well. Now he's going to see, is he able to mitigate the crackback from Ollie here? So it looks like Ollie does have access to multiple Transcend cards and this round on me.
It's pretty blue heavy.
Yeah, it is, but he was prepared to take all the damage, so we'll see what he can make happen with this.
And his graveyard's not really set up for the Descendant Bonds
Not
loop.
particularly well, so we can see a path well travelled this round on me. And I believe he Arsenal this round on me previously.
Yep.
So this could be the influence of what we talked about earlier. I mean, this could be multiple this round on me this turn. Does have access to another one in hand. Actually very punishing against the deck, like Dash.
Oh. Interesting. Ollie plays Wind of Eternity. Winds of Eternity.
Okay, I mean it's not a bad
The
shooter.
fit-
It's a blue block 3. You can play it off the back of the 100 wins. So we can see actually Ollie is also choosing to play the full 9 Descendant Bonds as opposed to some of the 6 and 6 that we've seen previously. He is including the yellows.
He's also playing Flusterfist.
Yep, 3 Flusterfist, 3 Mauling Key.
So he has transcended. Katsai gaining him that resource.
Also has access to that, or you got as well, potentially consider bringing it in to stop the Tickler pistol, but most likely just choosing to go full aggro.
Like, it's pretty scary giving a dash play 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe able to do one of these just chip damage turns coming up this time where he goes for a smaller Descendant Bonds turn, could pick up something like the Mauling Key, and then perhaps looks to finish the weave somewhere within there and additional this round on me. Okay, so Ollie just sort of working through how he's going to approach this turn. A lot of potential lines available.
Yeah, it looks like he has 4 blues in hand, with the blue bonds as well.
Yep, and that is the power of the Send deck, is able to utilize the blues to push actually quite a lot of damage. I'm going to see the Tiger Tamer coming for 2. Okay, so Dan happy to take that, dropping down to 25.
Activates in, create Crouching Tiger. Most likely, probably going to search 100 wins.
And that
no.
picks up the Descendant because he does have the blue access to the blue bonds. So it's pretty nice just being able to go something like Descendant into bonds into even just 100 wins, or if you have enough resources.
No. Oh, I see the line. He's going to go Descendant, probably into bonds, and then banish Mckay.
Yeah, if he has all the resources available, he's able to make that line happen as well.
I'm sure he does because his hand was all blue. Right.
He does. There is an argument that he may look to play the second this round on me. In a way, he's laying a little bit of a trap here, saying, oh, okay, so Dan's actually decided to mitigate a bit of the damage, which is probably quite wise. Okay, Bond's coming in for 2. Yeah, it does look like he has plenty of resources, but he is actually going to go ahead and pick up that 100 wins. So 1 this round on me active. Would not be hugely surprised to see another one pushed in. Life total starting to even up now. 23 on Dan, 18 on Ollie. 101 smooth through to the banish zone. And if we see another Transcend card, we could actually see his end state coming down potentially as well. Maybe a little bit too early to commit to that. Probably because of the Winds of Eternity as well. This 100 wins gains a little bit of value here.
Yeah, I think it's 1 extra damage. Because 100 wins will be coming in for free, and Winds of Eternity will be coming in for 4.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so perhaps because of the threat of this round on me, Dan's thinking, you know, because there's 1 already active, maybe I'm happy to give up some number of cards here. Because, honestly, if you just want to play 1 boost card and set up for next turn, seems perfectly reasonable.
The boost card is probably still coming in for.
Also here, this is another potential target for the Tide Flippers. We're not going to see it activated here, but just to keep in mind.
Right. Then first person to use this equipment.
Yep, so the equips used aggressively there. Like we mentioned, I mean, that was actually an on-hit because it will put the 100 wins back into the deck. He probably wants to cut off the recurring 100 wins just over and over again.
Dan still has 3 cards to play with.
Okay, really wants to fire off something like a throttle here.
Oh, there we go. So this is only going to be coming in, 9.
So I really like the way Dan approaches this turn, understanding that this round on me cuts off a lot of damage if he chooses to go wide. Instead choosing to keep his life total a little bit higher, just come in with 1 really big attack, potentially a follow-up pistol just for 1. Ooh, and the traverse is being used here. Okay, now this is very, very scary for Dan. Ollie comfortable taking the 7 damage, dropping down to 11.
It's always scary when they block with Traverse only, right?
Yeah.
Switching that Chi, getting that 5th card in your hand.
Yep, so we have the full 6 card hand set up now. So Ollie must be very confident in this hand as well. He knows he's facing down 2 Teklo Pounders on the swing back. So in order, I mean, dropping down to 11, very gutsy play here. And yep, and just going to follow up with an attack for 1. So Dan not able to find a few cards maybe like those early Pulse Wave Harpoons to throw Ollie off his game plan. Okay, so this is where the fireworks happen. Is this going to be the National Championship winning turn from Oliver Berry? I'm going to kick things off with an Ancestral Harmony. Oh, and he hits the combo card as well. So that just immediately gives +2 damage to his turn, because Ancestral Harmony +1 to combo cards, the blue 100 wins. Potentially more as well if he's able to search up.
I feel like Ollie has 2 Descending Gust Waves in his hand. So we might see 2 Bond Chains.
I mean, double Bonds chain and leading into like multiple 100 wins, this will be a massive turn. Well, we want to keep an eye on here how Dan Mckay wants to utilize the Stonewall Gauntlet. So Xena is very comfortable closing the chain when they need to, but if you push it into the right time, something like 100 wins, you might be able to prevent multiple points of damage with it. So we're going to start things off with a Descendant Gust Wave coming in for 2.
Okay, not the worst. At least it's not the red, right?
Yeah, now this might be a good opportunity to use the Stonewall Gauntlet. Sort of fully stops all the damage from the Descendant Gust Wave, and you know they need to combo. They can't close the chain here because they want to follow up with Bonds. Effectively getting 3 points of value out of the Stonewall Gauntlet.
He does have the second one available to him.
I think in a way, if you're Dan, you're probably okay with making that trade-off. And if he chooses to close the chain and move on with the Descendant, at least you've got through one of them. Because the disaster here for them is, as you mentioned, the just super wide multiple Descendant Bonds turn. Which may happen anyway, so yeah, I really like this block here.
Do you think if Dan survives this turn, keeping a full grip of his hand, he's in a slight advantage?
Yeah, I mean, if he can go down to like 5-6 life and keep his full hand, then he's looking pretty good. But I mean, this is just the start of what is going to be a big turn. Dan did mention earlier in the interview that one of the reasons they chose to play Dash is they feel players didn't have as much experience playing into this like very aggressive Dash builds as other decks in the format. So maybe he's hoping he can leverage some of that. I mean, Oliver Berry, such a great player. I would probably back him to make the right decision, but it is an interesting angle.
The Stonewall Gauntlet is putting in work.
Yeah, huge, yeah. I'm getting 3 points of value out of this. Is just so good in this spot.
Basically turning off the Ancestral Harmony, right?
Probably not for the full turn, because what we might see is Descendant Bonds and then the chain being closed. But I mean, at least for this, for these 2 attacks, yes, you're right. And only understanding here that, yeah, probably can't close the chain, so I'm just going to have to live with this. Activating Zen.
Most likely searching Bonds.
So now we have the Bonds coming through for 4. So as you mentioned, nullifying the Ancestral Harmony at least the way. Okay, so Bonds has been banished. Probably going to search up a red Bonds here. And just a lot of damage being offered because we know that red Bonds is coming down. Okay, T-Bone pushed in. Just happy to take one here. So we're seeing at minimum follow-up is going to be Descendant Bonds. Probably into 100 wins. Okay, so actually chose to not close the chain there.
Why is that?
It's a good question. I'm actually just trying to figure that out myself. Because you're actually generally okay closing the chain there and just moving on because they don't need to combo off each other. But
Like he's losing 2 points of value, right?
yeah, that's 2 points of value
Yeah.
gone. And that's going to cascade onwards for the turn. Okay, Winds of Eternity picked up. So does he have another 100 wins So what's really going to push this turn is something like 100 wins into Winds of Eternity. Bear in mind, Tide Flippers, he may be comfortable using these if he feels he needs to. Dan just ticking down the life total there. Okay, the chain has still not been closed.
So that's only coming in for 1.
Okay, so that's going to be fully faded out by the throttle. And here we go. So the Tide Flip is committed here. I think once the Traverse is gone, you're a bit more comfortable making this play. Okay, the chain has now been closed. So, I mean, he does have the Tiger. If that's a Mauling Key in Arsenal,
I
that's
believe he has
pretty
this round on me on the Arsenal too.
Ah, that's right.
Pretty good. Oh no. He drew a Chi card.
Not really the best draw here. I mean, it does set him up for next turn, but I mean, we were talking about, I mean, Dan didn't keep the full grip, and he gets under this round on me, but he's managed to retain 3 cards in hand, a card in Arsenal, and the 2 Tickler Pounders.
And he's leading on life.
Yep. Oh, and this is the play I mentioned earlier, so here we go. We have this round on me plus this end state. This completely shuts off the damage from the Tickler pistol.
But is that enough? You're giving up two block equipment for that.
Yeah. I mean, it probably will prevent more than 2 over the course of a turn.
Like the first attack will be big.
Oh, and it looks like Ollie just drew a fantastic hand as well. Looks like he drew Descendant Bonds. He has a Transcend card with Sacred Art. So this Twin Drive coming up to 9 minus 1 from this round on me. It's threatening 7 damage here through this end state.
Oh man, if there was a Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Pulse Wave would be really sick, yeah.
So that's coming in for 8.
So what Dan really wants is big attacks here. Like something like a Red Throttle would be really nice. I mean, he really wants to pull cards out of Ollie's hand here.
2 cards left in his hand.
Okay, 2 cards left in hand. Ollie dropping for 3. Dan, can he find the big attack here? If he's able to pull 1 or even 2 cards out of Ollie's hand, that puts him in an absolutely commanding position this game.
He should be on 2, right?
No, the Zen state's preventing 1.
But he was on 10?
Oh, yeah, so
yeah,
coming-
but, yeah.
Okay, so the Twin Drive, I mean,
That's only coming in for 3.
it's pretty good, but it gets a card,
Lethal.
importantly. So coming for 4, Zen state active, preventing 1.
And imagine that that's a 0 to 16.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, we'll see how Dan wants to navigate the last part of this turn. Importantly as well, this round on me is going to fall off next turn. Still has the Achilles available. Okay, so that's going to pull out the bonds from the hand. Does Dan look to set up here? Okay, so the resources are actually a little bit awkward here.
Yeah, it has.
So it comes in for 2, but it looks like he does have the
Descendant.
Descendant with the Transcend card available.
Oh. But doesn't.
This one's going to end up, so he can come in for 3 here, follow up with the bonds, threatening 7.
But where's the bonds coming from?
Oh wait, no, this is a red Descendant Gust Wave, not
Yeah.
blue.
How's he going to transcend? Isn't his Arsenal Crouching Tiger?
Tiger comes through
Wait,
for
what?
1 here. And Dan has got to be absolutely thrilled with how this turn has gone. Those Twin Drives are huge. Oh, and now he gets to... So no, the Tickler Pounders are gone. There is the in-state left, but there's no this round on me. So important having access to that Tickler pistol, even if it's only coming in for 1 here. Keep an eye on the Achilles Accelerator this turn. This may be the turn it's pushed in. Sprocket Rocket, not lethal because of the Zen state. So it's representing 3, and that's not a great hand from Ollie there, picking up multiple Fluster Fists.
Dan has still 2 cards in hand and an
And
Arsenal.
Arsenal, this is looking very, very dangerous. I mean, Ollie does have a good defending hand, but as we mentioned, that Zen state is dropping off next turn as well. Can Dan find a couple more boost cards to try close this out? Spark of Genius. Okay, so we're going to see the Achilles committed here. Picks up the Tekla core, just wants to sit up. But critically, does he have enough to follow this up with?
Well, he will be drawing a card too.
Yes. I mean, the disaster would be if he has things like multiple item, like an item in arsenal, item in hand. Very unlikely. You have to feel if Dan is able to find perhaps one more boost card here, he's going to pull more cards out of the hand and then be able to just tank the full hit back and just completely go off with the Tekla core. So Achilles Accelerator committed, refunding that action point from Spark of Genius. Oh, and it's the blue throttle, and that's pretty damn good here.
That's 1 card.
Yeah, I mean, it's presenting lethal. And where does Dan go from here?
Using Tekla Foundry Art.
Can he find another throttle? 2 red 0 to 60s. Oh no.
Is that
Zipper hit blue.
so coming in for 2? Oh, so he's gonna rip another card because he's gonna go.
Yeah, he's going to get a
Tekla
card
pistol
on
as
the
well.
other. Counter on pistol. Yep, and he wants to
Coming
push
for
for 1. Okay, so Ollie managing to hold on to just the 1 card in hand here. And it's just a Fluster Fist for 4.
And Dan's happy to take that.
And I don't see any world where Dan really wants to defend this. Maybe a little bit frustrated because the issue with this hand is I'm not really seeing any big attack like a throttle to utilize the resources of the Tekla core.
But does he really need it? Ollie's on 2.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, the hand looks pretty good unless it's stocked full of blue cards. That is a blue T-bone, that's pretty bad. But he does have the Pulse Wave.
Does have a red throttle.
Oh, that's really nice. Now keep an eye on the deck count. It is starting to get pretty thin. But with Ollie on 2 life, it may not be relevant.
Alright, this might be the final turn.
This could be the final turn of the National Championship. Throttle coming in for 6 with boost. Still has a full grip thanks to the Tekla core. Okay, finds the 2-3 blocks. That's a blue 0 to 60 representing lethal. Can he find the final few points of damage?
I think he can.
So it depends if he has 1 boost card that attacks for... Oh, it's a Sprocket Rocket for 1. Okay, so that is going to rip 1 more card. So he does have 1 more shot of this. Ollie down to 1 life. So you can see why Dan was a little bit disappointed there, locating 2 of the 1 power boost cards in his deck. Ooh, and I just spotted a high octane in his hand. Can he find the boost cards? Yes. Okay, so he has the Magnetic Shockwave, but now the red
Red
hit comes in for 5. This could be it. This, I believe, is going to be the National Championship winning turn from Dan Mckay here. The 0 to 60 comes in for 4. That's taken 2 more cards from hand. And now he shields down. The Sprocket Rocket comes in for 1 for lethal. He passes over, but that's it. Gets the fist bump. Dan Mckay is your National Championship of New Zealand. Wow. I think we just saw the absolute power of the deck there. I mean, perhaps a small misstep from Ollie not closing channel on that Stonewall Gauntlet turn. It didn't look like he was going to be able to present lethal anyway, but we just saw Dan absolutely just put his foot on the gas, as Dash is meant to do, and boost his way to a victory there. Wow.
Big congratulations to Dan, piloting a deck that no one really expected to see this weekend, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do know that Dash made the final of the UK National Championship, like we said, but I feel from talking to the players there wasn't a lot of chatter about people being prepared for Dash. There was, I mean, a lot of concern, like there was a lot of talk about a number of the other metagame players, obviously Zen, Nu, Azalea, Prism. I don't think a lot of people were practicing or prepared for Dash.
Because the premier aggro deck was Zen, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes players might fall into this mindset of like, well, if I'm going to play aggro, I'm just going to play Zen. But, you know, sometimes some of our top players, people like your Dan Mckay's, your Hayden Dales, take another look at it and say, is there a hero that we can play that can exploit some of the weaknesses of Zen? For example, if I played 9 T-Bones and just shut down all their equipments, we did see Ollie, to his credit, to try play around that game plan, presenting the Tide Flippers, which he got some value out of, the Nolan Gloves, which was no value, to shut off the T-Bones. As you mentioned, though, Newson, you actually give up quite a lot to do that, right?
You get free defense, right? Yeah.
You give up, not only do you give up 3 defense, but you give up all the damage throughout the game that your Shuko would get.
And a Crouching Tiger.
And you give up the Crouching Tiger potential spike turn off the Stride of Reprisal, being able to open up that Art of War turn. So, I mean, he went for a trade-off. Maybe it was still the right call, but Dan just being able to get off to a monster start there.
And it was huge how we found Tickler Pounder turn 1 as well.
Yeah, getting that Tickler Pounder down turn 1 of the game, so he gets to start with 2 Tickler Pounders in play. I thought one thing I wanted to spotlight that he navigated really well was that turn where Ollie played this round on me, and then he kind of identified that wasn't the turn to go wide. He defended with multiple cards from his hand, just threw down the 1 big throttle, maybe 1 pistol attack, and then just moved on. And then with the Zen State, so Ollie did commit to the Sound of Me Zen State, but again, just being able to locate the Twin Drive, that 1 big attack coming through, and then the second Twin Drive, which is able to rip a card from the hand.
Yeah, so incredible that game was such a good demonstration of how Dash is meant to be played against all these Zens, right?
I love it, mate, because when back in my day, Dash was played a little bit of a mid-range deck, but largely with a big control package. It's really cool just seeing. Who knows if it's the original vision, but one of the visions for Dash just being this boost, go hard, go wide, go as fast as you can, just being ridden all the way to success to the National Championship in New Zealand. Absolutely fantastic.
Now the cycles.
So, right. Okay, so they're just pointing out there was a point, unfortunately missed that in all the action, so didn't want to close the combat chain because he needed to run out the additional card from Bonds. So, not really a misstep, just a very, very effective use of the Stonewall Gauntlet there.
And the cycle's been broken. Our new national champion is from Christchurch.
Yeah, so we have a new city.
Yep,
Comes down from New City winning, holding the title of the New Zealand National Championship. The first time it's gone down to the South Island as well.
And a new player.
No
more Matt Rogers, no more Ollie Berry, you know.
Yep, there's a new sheriff in town, or a new doctor, should I say, Dr. Dan Mckay.
Dan Mckay has been playing high-level events for a long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was chatting to him earlier just for a little bit of fun context. I remember my first national championship, I played him in round 1, which is cool, and I think we're going to grab him down, come on down for an interview with your new New Zealand national champion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to touch you.
No, it's all good, bro.
Yeah, I'll take in. I mean, I'm kind of happy enough. I don't really need to see.
So, Dan, you're back. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have interviewed you earlier if you're going to be back so soon.
Oh, man, I'm buzzing. I'm so happy.
How does it feel? Sorry, I might just adjust that mic slightly if that's all good. There we go. How does it feel to be the national champion for Flesh and Blood?
I mean, I feel like I did just kind of answer that, but I'm genuinely so happy. I'm so excited. I mean, it's only been like, I don't know, 4 years or whatever, but I mean, every national championship, come on.
Yeah, it's like, is this year going to be my year?
I want that title. I've got, so this is kind of silly.
Yeah.
But I mentioned before, back in 2018, last time Magic had a national championship, I won that with a deck Hayden gave me. So since they haven't had one in 6 years, I've been national champion forever, I guess.
Yeah.
That trophy is still sitting next to my bed.
Yep.
Which my wife finds quite funny. But it's just kind of like I have a little bedside table and it's still sitting on there. That's where I put my Kindle at night. I guess I'm going to have to find room for another one.
So we're going to replace that one with the Flesh and Blood trophy now, my friend?
There's enough room for both. So it's about, they each take up about half of the, I mean, it's actually a wine rack. I don't know why I'm using a wine rack as my bedside table, but never mind. That's what's happening, and I think there's just enough room for both.
What I wanted to ask you, mate, is you chose to go first in that matchup. So when you saw Ollie flip over his equipment and presenting the Tide Flippers and the Northern Gloves, the sort of some anti-T-bone tech, how did you feel about that?
I mean, I felt a bit like I'd T-boned him twice already.
That's
Tide Flippers has text, but like the Gloves definitely don't. I mean, they do make my T-bones worth, which is good, but 2 is so many.
Yeah. So if it felt like he was really trying to protect the Traverse and the chest to a large extent, but do you feel pretty comfortable playing into those 2 pieces?
So, I mean, I think that playing 2 Nullroom is probably too many into that matchup. I mean, there's an argument for one. One is kind of interesting. The boots have text, but also your Tiger Boots is so good because being able to have a 7-card turn, your combo turn is so big. I think Ollie's list is a bit different than the one we were testing, so like potentially it's less important to have the extra Tiger. It looks like he's going way more bonds heavy.
Yep, so he was running the full 9 and 9.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the other question I want to ask you, so did it feel pretty nice to be able to drop down that Teklo Pounder on the first turn of the game?
It felt really good.
Yeah.
When I was like, I'm going to like put this here, and I'm also going to Arsenal a good card. I'm going to leave my, like, I think I Arsenal High Octane.
I believe so.
And then, yeah, I left myself red 0 to 60 in hand. I'm like, this feels really good.
Yeah.
This feels like exactly what I want. I mean, Zen, I think, is a good matchup for me. It's not, I mean, it's not amazing, because Zen's mental. But, like, I think I'm favored, especially if I get to go first. And especially if I get to play an item on turn 1. I think it's 48% to hit an item on turn 0. And it ups your every matchup so much when you do it. Like, oh, this is so good. I think every deck except Kano, and there was some debate about Azalea, but every deck except Kano, I think we're going first.
Yep.
Although what's actually on my sideboard notes is you don't care, basically.
Yeah.
I asked Hayden yesterday, like, should we maybe should you go first or second in this matchup, blah, blah, blah. He's like, just when you save your dice roll wins for draft, because it doesn't matter. You're good either way.
So I got to point out, I felt like there was some very big points in that game. So one of the big ones was when you decided to go, I believe, for a really big throttle, and he pushes in just the traverse at that point. Were you feeling a little bit nervous that he retained the full card hand to push back into you?
Well, I knew that I could present another hit that turn, so I knew I could take something, or put him really low. And I mean, I still had my gloves, and like, I still had balance in case he out of ward, and like, I wasn't on that low. Like, I don't know. I kind of felt like it was alright. I felt like I had a good life buffer. I had good equipment. I really tanked on that gauntlet. I was like, is it worth, for like an extra 1 damage? Is it worth waiting for the bonds?
Yep.
Because if he doesn't do the bonds here, is that like, am I gonna like get wrecked if he has another descent in hand? Actually, if he breaks the chain, and he has another descent in hand, then that means he's not bondsing into bonds, into descendant into bonds, and that's way worse for him. So
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think there's actually no argument for not blocking with it there. It just took me a second to realize that.
Yep.
But man, I mean, I really enjoyed that game. It was a lot of fun. It's the first time I played Zen this weekend, and I was kind of feeling a bit like, bro, we played this deck that's supposed to be good into Zen. I haven't played it yet. Where are they?
Where are my good matchups that I want to play
for
against?
sure.
And speaking of that Stonewall Gauntlet, that actually seemed like one of the other turning points in that game, because that prevented, I think that stopped like 5 damage, 4 or 5 damage. It was just
so good.
It was just the absolute nuts there. It was just, particularly in 8 damage race where sort of every single point matters, just being able to get that Stonewall Gauntlet down and just see it go, okay, stop one here, stop one here, stop one here. It was just incredible.
The Stonewall and the balance are the, like, as well as having a million T-bones, are kind of the other reason why you're potentially good into Zen, because you're both playing an aggro deck, and they don't have a good way of stopping you. I mean, he did have that, this round's on me, although, like, someone yelled something out, like, oh, Dan's got a high octane in hand. Like, that, like, you could hear.
Oh, no.
Scream. But I didn't, so it's fine. So I don't know, if he was like, oh, I'll catch him on the high octane, I'll use this information. I'm like, I mean, I don't have one, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yep.
I'm doing a big attack, and then I'll swing the weapon. So, you know, this round's on me prevents 2 damage, and I don't actually care. Whatever.
What we were saying there is that it felt when he played this round on me, it was critical that you navigated the turn quite well by being able to defend with some number of cards to mitigate the effectiveness of this round on me, and then just come in with the gigantic throttle to sort of try and turn off some of the effectiveness. Was that part of the game plan into that?
Well, so it would have been if, like, that hadn't been what I was planning on doing with that hand anyway.
Right.
Like, at no point was I thinking, oh man, I better save all these cards that are 0, like, attack for 1. That's going to really improve my turn.
Yeah, so the yellow
I was like,
T-bone,
nah, I want to block with these cards. These do nothing. What I want to do on my turn is either swing the throttle and swing weapon and arsenal, what's it called? Twin drive. Well, I can potentially swing the twin drive as well, but I don't think he's low enough yet that it's good. And twin drive has such high utility if you draw any of the cards that are good, basically.
Max velocities and
yeah,
stuff
max
like
velocity, high octane, all the good stuff. That I don't think it's good to be, like, swinging it there. I don't know. Like, that's why I didn't do it. It's possible that I'm just wrong, and that I should have just swung it there just for more damage. But that's what I was up to.
Mate, came out with a W, so I can't have done too much wrong there. The other spot was when when Ollie on his side played this round on me and created this end state.
Yeah.
Now, was that what we thought from our side is that this could be very rough if you don't have a couple of big attacks. But you're able to go the twin dive and twin drive.
I mean,
is pretty good.
my plan was always a couple big attacks.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I mean, also like he draws me a card, so I have quite a few big attacks in my deck. It's probably okay.
Yep.
Like, I mean, if he had not done that, then there's a case to be made that maybe I do the same thing and just go 9 into 2 with the weapon. I still think it's probably better to do 9 into 5 that way, because actually what I want is just to get him without a hand. Because as soon as he's in a position where he has to block, that's so bad for him.
Yeah,
he had a ton of no blocks in his deck, a ton of 2 blocks in his deck. Like, if I get to just present my hand every turn and he's blocking, I mean, that game is over.
Yeah, we saw there was a turn where you managed to pull out the red bonds from his hand, and then he was able to play the red Descendant Gustwave, but there was no follow-up, and that seemed the most
so good.
Yeah, that seemed to be the moment that I mean, it felt like you were in a very good position, but that seemed like the moment that you were very much ready to close out the game.
As soon as he blocked with that, I'm like, okay, and then he tagged with Descendant Gustwave. I'm like, oh, I must have 2, I guess.
Yep.
And then he didn't. I'm like, oh, this is really good for me.
I did see a slight moment of frustration cross your face when you pulled out that hand when you had the last end state active and you had 2 1-power boost cards and weren't able to close out the game on that turn.
Yeah, so that was annoying, obviously. But I was kind of like, oh, I could like Arsenal a card here in case I like do a big turn. Actually, if I leave him with no cards in hand, he's gone. Like I think like so long as you are in control, as long as you're you have the tempo, like they can't really come back from that. Like their deck is all about, I can like, do some stuff for a while and then I do a massive turn and it's awesome.
Yep.
And it is awesome. The deck is really good.
Mm-hmm.
But once they get to a point where they've kind of lost that turn's over. That turn's happened. Never mind that. And they're now blocking. No, this is bad. This is a bad time. And like, especially like, because he could maybe block a bit and then, I don't know, he could do an Art of War to block and stuff. And Balance of Justice and come in with more cards. I mean, I think just taking the last card and just putting him to 1 so that all my 4s require 2 blocks is
just really important. Even if you draw a brick hand, if you just need to throw out the Magnetic Shockwave plus something, it's still stripping multiple cards from the hand, isn't it?
I mean, it's really hard to have a hand that bricks that. I mean, you'd have to have like max velocity and all your Magnetic Shockwaves, because there's 2 max velocities already boosted by that point, I think. So,
so you're feeling pretty safe at that point.
I mean, you could draw these specific 4 cards, some of which I've definitely already pitched to the bottom. I'm not worried about it.
Just wanted to speak switching tacks slightly. How did you find the part that misfelt draft this weekend? Did that part of the event go all right for you?
So, I lost a game of Part the Misrail draft to Matt Rogers, who was a really good player. He's also, I was playing Enigma. I love Enigma.
Okay.
I love Enigma in this draft format. I was kind of thinking going into it, I'd really like to play Enigma both drafts, and I definitely did.
Yep.
And one of them I kind of like ummed and ahed a little bit. I took like 1 ninja card. I'm like, oh, no, I'm going to go into Enigma.
Yep.
And then the other one, I'm like, no, first pack, Red Horning Spectre. It's going in my deck. I'm playing Enigma. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Even if there's 4 at the table, it's still probably good enough. Enigma's awesome. But in the second draft, I took too many red and yellow cards and not enough blue block 3s. I wasn't prioritizing that in pack 3 enough, because I was like, oh, there's like 2 good cards in this pack. And one of them's a win con, and I do need some of those.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the win cons were tabling. So I ended up with quite a lot of win cons, and a lot of the blue block 3s were not.
Yep.
And I needed more blue block 3s. So I ended up sideboarding some blues out against Matt, because I had multiple blues that blocked 0 or 2, and just boarding in some yellows that block for 3. But it meant that my turns were kind of bad, and like I ended up having to blow a bunch of equipment to just try to get lucky, because I've drawn double Waxing Spectre in hand and no blues. I'm like, this is so bad. And I guess I just protect my thing and play, and then attack with it for 6 and hope his next turn's terrible. I don't know. It's bad.
Too much sauce, not enough meat and potatoes, maybe, like in the blues there.
Yeah. But basically, I needed more blues to block for 3. But I really like Part of the Misspell draft. I mean, I really like a lot of draft formats. I really like drafting, basically. And I was a little bit disappointed that it didn't 6-0 this Nationals draft. I have the last 2 years.
Okay.
I feel like draft is usually the format that I'm kind of gassed in.
Yep.
Like, it definitely felt like I could have won that game if I had drafted a little bit better. I mean, obviously, Matt's really good at Fab, and Zen is kind of your bad matchup with Enigma.
Yep,
like,
for sure.
And he did have quite a lot of red 7s, which is, it's not ideal. When he's like, oh, go again, attack. Oh, 7. Oh, okay.
But a 5-1 draft result, nothing to sneeze at. That's pretty good.
It was good. I definitely felt like I knew the draft format pretty well. I had done a few drafts online. They were kind of a bit whatever. Like, drafting with people online was a bit weird because like the
Better to draft in the flesh and
distributions.
blood.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the distribution's weird, and also I hate playing card games online. I mean, obviously you kind of have to if you're like testing with people who live in Australia, and you're like, oh, let's do some testing. Otherwise, we get out our webcams, and it's not really better. But basically, I love playing real games, and it's so different, and it's so much better. I feel like I play really badly online. And you're not in it. You're like doing other stuff. There's other screens going on. You're not focused.
Yep.
I mean, that is what I like about this game, is that no one's trying to be like, oh man, we should play this game, like it should be online. No, nothing should be online. Always play in real life. It's way better.
And
sit down,
play in the flesh and blood.
I mean, I love sitting down across from an opponent and just like, you can see them, you can like,
have a little bit of fun with it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was singing a lot. I don't know if there were any mics over there, but it was nonsense. There was nonsense all the time. There was constant nonsense in a lot of my matchups. And the one where I was locked for top 8 already, I like sat down, like talking to the judge about like, oh, what's the best song for Dash? Or like be One Horse Open Sleigh, like dashing through the snow, or like can you do Flash Gordon?
Yep.
Dash. Oh, like, it's such nonsense. It's so much more fun. Like you get to go to places with all your friends, go out afterwards and get dinner.
I couldn't agree more, mate. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, playing in real life is awesome, and playing online is rubbish. I mean, don't hear that. Just playing real life is way better. Also, like, there's so much more advantage to be had where you're like, you can convince your opponent of stuff and like
try to get the reads and stuff
yeah,
like
you
that.
like get the reads, or you're like, oh, like just represent one card, and then oh no, it's actually this card. Get wrecked.
Just might wrap up things with a couple of final questions.
Yeah, for sure.
First of all, gotta ask, mate, are you planning on going to Worlds in Osaka this year?
I have already booked my flights. I was already going.
Awesome. That's what I love to hear.
So I think I booked them the week it was announced.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm staying with Dave Marshall and Hayden Dale, and we've got a place in Osaka. And I mean, I was always going.
Yep.
There was no debate about that. If I didn't qualify off this, or if I didn't win enough that I qualified off rating, which I don't know if I do, haven't looked, then I was going to have to spend a PTI. So basically what this did was give me a PTI that I could then offload onto someone else. So I've got a couple, but, Worlds is important. I was definitely going. Osaka's such a cool place to have it as well. I was like, if it's in America, I'm not sure I can be bothered. I went there last year for my honeymoon, and man, America's weird. All the tipping and all the like.
We don't want to offend too many of Americans.
I don't want to rip on America too much, but it is really weird that like when they say like, oh, this thing costs this much, they don't include tax for no reason. Like they're like, oh no, that's not including tax. The government's going to come and take some money. Look, tax is not a surprise to anyone. By now, you understand that tax exists.
That can catch people a little bit sometimes. The final question I want to ask you just to wrap things up.
I won't rip on America. Osaka's awesome. I was really excited.
My partner's American. I'm going there in a couple of weeks. I got to defend them a little bit. But
I
final
went there
question.
on my honeymoon. I'm not opposed to going to America. It was kind of enough.
Fair enough,
I need
mate.
to go again this year.
Final question just to wrap things up. Obviously, we've seen some of the Rosetta spoilers come out here and there. What hero are you most excited for in Rosetta?
Oh, I mean, so I haven't seen either of the wizards yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so this is a bit of a tangent, but like back in I think Tales of Aria, when we were going on a road trip to something and Tales spoilers were like hadn't come out yet, but like, Tales of Aria is going to the next set. I was suggesting to Jason Long and someone else, we were going on a road trip to play Fab, that man, it'd be really cool if in the next set they had like 2 different classes and 2 different talents, and they're like swapped over. That'd be a really cool way to draft. And they finally did, and I'm really hyped about it. I've been psyched, I've been like, man, that'd be really cool every time. And also, I'm a wizard is definitely my favorite class. I'm really excited about it. I'm most excited about one of the wizards. I don't know yet.
Yep.
I don't know what they do, but I'm really excited about that. Although I did also really enjoy playing OTK Runeblade. Back when that was a
in
thing.
the day, yep.
Me and Hayden played it again. Both played that. He won his nationals with it.
Yep, I remember watching that game.
Yeah,
Very cool.
The top 8, the finals of that game, I loved so much because that was the thing I worked out for the deck. Was how to win that matchup.
The Viserai vs. Oldham.
Viserai vs. Oldham. They were like, he came to me and said, oh, bro, they do this thing with these Tomes of Fyendal and they just like block and they just like gain life and like you can't win because you get stuck with all these bad cards in hand. And then I played one game into someone else who was on our testing. I don't remember who it was at the time, but into someone who could play Fab. And I was like, okay, what if I just try, like if that's what they're doing, what if we just try massively over pitching and often not playing Rune Chance, just like arsenaling stuff, such that I never get stuck with a handful of rubbish.
Yep.
I'm just going to massively over pitch for this thing that makes Rune Chance. don't even remember what the card was.
Grasp of the Arknight, perhaps?
Yeah, it was definitely Grasp of the Arknight. So massively overpitched for Grasp of the Arknight. Pitch like red, red, blue for like a 3 on Grasp of the Arknight, and just keep your hand from clogging up with rubbish so you don't have to attack. And then stack like 30 to 40 of them, maybe like 40, and then just kill them in one big go. And yeah, they've gained like 10 life. It doesn't matter. Let's go.
So did you have a little bit of a look at Florian and say that's something I might be interested in?
Yeah, so I really like that. I'm excited about that. It does feel like that could be a thing again. It definitely feels like that's where they're going with it. But I love Wizards so much. I love Kano. He's my favorite hero. I loved Icelander when it was in the format in calling Auckland. Like, oh, this is so much fun. It was awesome.
So potentially one of the Wizards, but maybe with a little look at Florian as well. All right, I think I might wrap things up there, but thank you so much.
I just want to save the record. I don't dislike America.
Yeah, no, that's all
just
good,
in case your wife's watching.
No.
Don't have anything against them. Just, that's enough.
Totally
all
okay.
Go to Japan.
It's a bit of a foreign experience sometimes. Sorry, last thing before we wrap up, would you
go.
like to give a shout out to any testing partners? You mentioned Haydendale, LGS people in your life?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the testing team that I was testing for this with was Dave Marshall, Tom Dowling, and Haydendale. And they were all awesome. They put in a bunch of time. They were really helpful. I definitely couldn't have done this without them. I mean, there's a bunch of people I'll probably be testing with for Worlds. But, I'll give them a shout-out if I do well there.
Fair enough,
Those
mate.
guys are my guys for this event.
Well, congratulations on winning the New Zealand National Championship. Thank you for joining us for a little post-game interview. I want to shake your hand one more time. And good luck at Worlds, my friend. Can't wait to see what you, Hayden, and the team cook up.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, so we're just going to get Newson back in here to wrap things up at the National Championship. Congratulations again to Dr. Dan Mckay on a fantastic result, repping the OG Dash aggro. You absolutely love to see it with the Teklo Pounders, the Teklo Cores, just everything popping off. Managed to get that game done with no maximum velocity as well. Just good old-fashioned raw damage with a little mix of high octanes thrown in there.
Yeah, what a great Nationals.
I had a lot of fun, mate.
Every Nationals keeps getting better and better. Games are getting more exciting. And yeah, we all had a great time.
It was one of our biggest nationals to date as well. I believe the biggest one, 108 players. Yeah. And just before we do go to wrap things up, I just want to encourage everyone out there. First of all, we've got a lot of coverage across multiple nationals going on at the moment. We have places like Australia, Malaysia.
Speaking about Australia,
Australian finals happening right now
on Fluke and Box's channel. So go check that out after this.
And it's Enigma VCN over there. That's a really fun matchup.
And then there's Germany Nationals later tonight as well.
Yep. So there's plenty of Fleet and Blood action out there. Go and check it out. And just want to encourage everyone else with your national championships coming up. Just remember as well, I saw so many people here this weekend who weren't qualified for nationals, but came along to just participate in the community aspect, play some side events, have a bit of fun, pick up some promos here and there.
Those flick flex look quite sweet.
Those look epic. I'd love to get one myself. So just want to encourage everyone out there with an upcoming national championship, even if you're not qualified, go along, play some side events, have some fun, check it out. But I think that's going to wrap it up for us this year. Newson and I will be back next year. I'm going to lock him in for that right now. I love New Zealand Nationals.
I think the next stream will be Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yeah, and
you'll be there.
Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up as one of our next major premier events. I will be there. I'm really looking forward to that as well. Super, super excited. It's going to be a great event. We've got a fantastic casting team. But for now, thank you to all our audience for joining us. Get out there, play some games in the flesh and blood. This is Mr. Classic and Newson Zhang signing off for this year.